booze in the crew, welcome to the queue. Nice. This is where you two also go. Nice,
Our
nice,
production
nice,
is
nice.
absolute clowns.
That's so good. That's such a fantastic way to open the show.
Honestly, that's the best thing I've ever seen. And I want anyone who's content creators out there, you know, make a rap verse, do your own remix.
Yeah.
I want as many people involved with this as
I want
possible.
to hear Boaster over the top telling me about why Japan is going to win this event.
Yes, I like that. I like that. Now, you guys might be wondering, we have two lovely gentlemen here on the desk with me, of course. I hope you guys also had a pretty healthy breakfast wherever you are in the world right now, whether it's the morning, afternoon, or dinner. But if you haven't, it's okay. We've got an egg sandwich here for you guys. I needed to squeeze
It's
that
not really an egg sandwich, is it? You don't make an egg sandwich by putting 2 eggs and then the bread
If
in the middle.
anything, it's an omelette.
Ooh.
Yeah, kind of.
The whole thing's egg.
Whatever you
You're
guys
the
are
flavor in
into.
the middle. There you
Yeah.
go.
Oh, I like that, Tom. Whatever you guys are into.
It's more like a deviled egg, actually.
Okay, fair
Oh,
enough.
because I'm dressed like a
Yeah, there
demon,
you go.
kind
There
of.
you
Yeah,
That's what I'm going for.
I like that. We got
We've
there in
worked
the
it,
end.
we've worked it out.
But let's talk about the matches. We had 2 pretty good and important games yesterday as well. Tom, you were actually casting the first match there when DRX took on Paper Rex. So give us a bit of a recap.
Well, it was one of those sort of weird series that kicked off with like this composition coming through for the side of Paper X on Haven, where we're like, okay, it looks a little bit worrying. You're going to rely very heavily on the likes of Jing to pop off, and man popped off. That's the way I'm going to put it. He had an incredible last few rounds, a close one back and forth, and still seeing the likes of Marco performing to an incredibly high standard. And when we kind of sat there going, okay, it's going to be one of those matches now where Paper X could dominate going into a map that's been incredibly strong for them. They pull out the Yoru. Yoru stands everywhere, go wild. It wasn't that great. And they didn't manage to really do too much in that match overall. We saw stacks with some incredible clutches of 1 versus 4, which kind of turned the game. And then we head into the last one, and I think, was it Buzz? 13 kills in 4 rounds, getting blind headhunter shots. Like, at that point, I felt like there was nothing that could be done.
Yeah, I felt like there was a little bit of everything in that match. And speaking of a little bit of everything, the Battle of the NA, Josh, you've been there before. You've been following both of these teams quite closely as well in North America. So talk me through what happened yesterday.
I mean, you got just the classic clash of the North American teams. Optic playing against the Guard. North America couldn't have sent 2 different squads, in my opinion. And it was really difficult to tell who had the advantage heading into it. You've got a team with a lot of veteran experience, with a huge amount of kind of expectations on their shoulders. And it started off with Ye just going crazy. But really, the best player of the whole match ended up being on the losing team. Sire player put up a god performance to keep his team in it and carry them forwards. And honestly, they did really well. It came down to the final map. 10-5, look at that score. The Guard are in commanding control. Then Marv hits an ace, and suddenly Victor comes online. FNS is popping off like he never has done before, and Optic take it. It was a phenomenal comeback, and it set up both of those #1 seeds from APAC and EMEA, from APAC and North America, now fighting each other in the lower bracket. One of them has to go home.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because if we look at the bracket, the first games we saw in the playoffs bracket, it was like, oh, the #1 seeds, they're doing pretty good. They're showing why they are the #1 seed. But then when it got to yesterday, like you said, Josh, Paper X and the Guard, the 2 teams, 2 of the strongest teams in the entire tournament, one of them has to go home today.
Yeah, and both of them kind of got knocked out by domestic rivals. I know that, you know, DRX and Paper X are technically in different regions, but they scrim against each other a lot, and they're really comfortable with each other. So it just, I guess, kind of unlucky quarterfinals matchups where both teams were really comfortable. And now you're playing your 2nd game ever at Masters Reykjavik, and one of them has to go home. Crazy.
I think as well, they were 2 teams that really could have benefited almost being earlier in the tournament, just having that time to build into things, especially some incredibly young players. Like you look at someone like Trent as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in this next one.
Yeah, I mean, it was the debut that we all wanted, right? We had a lot of questions for them, and they did pretty well. And also, we saw that pretty great remix on the top of that show. Nice. Josh and I were speaking about how we want you guys at home to get all involved with it. I mean it, guys. We know we got some musically talented people out there. Average Jonas, I'm looking at you as well. I want to see those remixes. And if you want to send those in to us for us to have a look at that on the broadcast, along with any other opinions, memes, anything like that, that, you can go to Twitter and use the hashtag VALORANT Masters and also hashtag VCT, and we'll show them the best ones across the broadcast today. And also, this is where we usually give you guys a fun poll to go and vote on at home.
No, we're being serious today.
We've got a really serious one for you, and this is the one that I personally care about the most. I want you to scan the QR code right now on the screen below there and let us know who you think, all seriously, who you think has the best hair on the desk today. Is it going to be me? Is it going to be Josh? Or is it going to be Tom?
Please stop doing that.
I feel like this is everything to us. Pride, you know.
If you win, I am going to be mortified. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, same.
I worked so hard on this beautiful, gorgeous head of hair.
Yeah, I took an hour on the makeup chair, but both of you guys were like 2-3 hour mark when I came and saw you. So this is not a.
I'm not
I
gonna
haven't
lie.
left.
Yeah, yeah. It feels wrong to betray people like Sassy and Durga and Link, but at the end of the day, my head's warmer. So I've got that going for me.
We got the buff. I feel like this is the buff that we all needed to see. But yeah, guys, make sure to head to Twitter and vote for that. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to be hearing from Yumpy and Sliggy and talk about Team Liquid versus Zeta. Welcome back, everybody. We're kicking off our day with our first elimination match between Japan and EMEA Zeta Division versus Team Liquid. Now, if we start with Zeta, it's fair to say, I think, Tom, this team has defied everybody's expectations coming into this.
I like how you directed that one at me because the man on the other side definitely doesn't want any more talk about this.
I'll take the L whenever I
It definitely
need to.
defied your expectations.
It completely did. And I think it's such a fantastic run for this team. They've showcased real depth in their squad with different people stepping up at different times. And for them, I think it's just about how far can you actually go.
Yeah, for sure. I think the support that's coming in as well from like the Japanese fans has definitely kept them going. But even just some of the individual brilliance we've had coming out, like the worry, even going back into previous titles, was that even individually, we couldn't necessarily see them matching up. Now you've had Laz and Crow transfer over, other players sort of stepping up from other esports. And I think it's clear to see that this is the Japanese super team.
And I know it's Japan versus EMEA, but Josh, surely everyone is backing this team. We don't want to see them leave.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to root against Zeta when you see them in those kind of reactions where they're just so enthused, they almost can't believe that they're doing it, and then yet they have that confidence and belief in themselves when they're in the server to be able to trust each other and capitalize on these opportunities. It is incredible. It's a miraculous run, and who knows how far it'll go.
Yeah, and speaking of those passion that you guys speak about, and we saw, we do have a closer look into their comms actually in the game versus NIP in the freshly rebranded edition of Open Mic.
Nice!
Yo. 出すよ。これ近いの消すね。出すよ。上の手の注意、上の手の注意。もう一個壊そう、もう一個壊そう。一回待って、これ。一回待つよ。次の勝手に行こう。一回ホールド。交流化とグレ来たから、それ、前で戦えたら勝てる。やれない。壁張れる？それぶちいい。オッケーオッケー。待って。壁張る。あった。ルバイル、こう。いける？いける。入るからさ、これ見といてほしい。エルボースローオープンプランするか見てみて。
Combine e passa junto. Passei. Passando agora. Tô com alguém para dominar seu taxa, Taco? Mano, bagunça pra mim, Benja. Só aqui, ó. Voltou cego, rampa cego. Na direita, guys. Para ele aqui, ó.
Mataram. Vamos come rampa rápido.
Mano, só tem essa aí. Mano, mata esse cara aqui que tá aqui de perto, guys. Vem cá. Aqui, ó. Ah, tem uma parede aqui.
Vai 2 CT, deixa eu mirar céu de rampa. Vou pegar alguém,
vai, eu tenho
céu de Deus.
Vai na frente. Meu CT, volta. Vem, capa.
Main 来てる。3人。シャドウにレズ。アンダーとラスト。オープン。ナイス。オッケー。こんな感じでいこう。
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear those comms, and also NIP, I miss them a little bit here. But like I said, Zeta, this is an elimination match. But for me, I think this is too soon for them to go home. We talk about them being on a Cinderella story. You know, I feel like this is the part where they've just got the fairy godmother. She's putting on her dress. She's about to get in the coach. She's not even at the ball yet. So I don't want to see them go.
But Liquid are coming into this match, and they're looking to kill Cinderella. That's what they're looking to do. This Cinderella story.
Smashing the shoes.
Yeah. Team Liquid are coming in here looking to ruin everybody's favorite team at this event. That's what they have to put themselves mentally in the position to do right now. And they are a much improved team compared to previously.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Like you look back at it, they didn't even make it to this tournament in terms of the EMEA qualification, but coming into this event, they sort of blitzed through the likes of Crew. And honestly, I feel like they're one of those squads that, although there's definitely issues when it comes to some of the other stuff like their leadership, individually, they're insane.
Look at Team Liquid here as well. They have had so many opportunities to crush dreams before. This was back at Iceland, eliminated Brazil from the event, then eliminated LATAM from the event. And then they appear at Champions. Whose dream do they end there? Oh, Cloud9, see you later, guys. Liquid only get eliminated by EMEA teams, and they are the dream killers. They crush other regions' hopes. There's just something about this team where you put them up against a minor region like North America, and they send them home.
Yeah, and it is just one of those things where realistically, Liquid just looks so good up against some of these more like maybe scrappy teams. I think they're definitely in the likes of Crew and Vikings. That's been the case in the past. I think there's opportunities here for the Japanese squad, but realistically, I think Liquid, just even on that mental game, have to be the favorites.
I mean, I feel like we're painting the Giants are squashing the Ants with their boots here. And speaking of these very, very scary players, Saisho, I know you had the opportunity alongside Bren to chat to Yumpy and their coach Sliggy as well.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here hanging out with Sliggy and Yumpy. Fellas, actually, this is probably the interview I've been most excited for because I think we can take this so many different ways. But I will, right off the bat, right? Like, you guys can come into this tournament with two different approaches. Considering you did not initially qualify, you can take it and go, well, whatever. If we weren't supposed to be here, let's be loose. Let's be, let's just do what we're going to do and see how the chips fall. Or alternatively, it could be shrouded with pressure, right? Like, we've got to make this opportunity matter. Like, this has to count. What of those two, what has been the approach so far?
I think more, I feel like we have no pressure, if anything, honestly, if we're looking at it. We had a big talk when we thought we weren't going to be here about like long-term goals and short-term goals. And then we tried to, when we found out we were going to come here, we pretty much got the list of like what was like achievable in a short amount of time. And we tried to put as many, like, try and reach the long-term goals and just like reach a middle ground of like what we think is achievable for this event and look to make us look good, and like puts us in the right direction for what we like want to achieve long-term.
It's not a surprise that you're performing better at this event than you have done online, because it really feels like the whole team is. But Yumpy, you have just gone crazy at this event so far. You're one of the best just overall players so far, but also the most, as far as I can tell, improved from what you've shown so far in 2022 and what you've actually done here at Masters Reykjavik. What's different about this event? What's actually unlocked that for you?
I mean, maybe it's the pressure and also like the IGL stuff. I basically don't call any much more anymore. It's like, I think before it was like 60-70% of me, now it's like 15 or 10.
Right,
I don't, and it like before the tournament, I got told that I'm more like freed up maybe, and I think that's just got into my head that maybe when I play in the middle of rounds, I can more focus on myself and then just give it like the mid-round calls or something. But I think that's it. And of course the LAN environment, it gets me more hyped up when I can show people what I'm capable of. So
you play a ton of different roles and agents and stuff like that. Is there one that speaks to you specifically?
Sova and Jet. I think those two are the agents that I enjoy the most. Especially Sova. I think Sova is like my favorite agent.
Interesting.
Let's talk compositions. Because it has been...
Put the squeeze on you, Sliggy. The Slug Club has come up with some interesting stuff.
I would like to say, first of all, it is...
I haven't even asked you the question.
He's already defending. Before the question comes in, like, it is like a shared thing.
Okay,
I will take the brunt of all the blame. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind being the front man for that. But there is a lot of talk and there's a lot of like agreement between the team before we begin.
That said,
yeah.
Yes, the compositions have been wacky in the past. I personally, I really like them because you guys are willing to challenge convention. You're willing to think outside of the way people think the game should generally be played, right? And it may have mixed success, but we're trying different things, right? Like, when you got to this tournament, though, has there been a change in philosophy or a change in approach, or are you still willing to push things the way you have in the past, or is this an opportunity to resort to comfort a bit more?
We've definitely gone a little bit more to comfort, for sure. We were trying a lot with the Neon. We really like the Neon, but because Astra got nerfed slightly, we used it to combo a lot with the Neon. Like, we'd use a stun and then a suck, and that was like a really strong combo. So like all of our, when the Astra went out of like meta with that update, I kind of like wrecked all of our plans of Neon. So we actually like got a little bit owned by that update. In terms of coming to this event, yeah, we've gotten like more comfort. Like Nabil, Navira, obviously, like trying to get him on chamber as much as possible. He's really good on it. And then we're trying to get Scream just more on like, we're trying to have more set roles in terms of like Scream plays more duelist, Nabil plays like Sentinels, Yampi on Initiator and stuff like that, instead of having it a bit too like mix and match. We have we need to get Scream like we need to get his raise good basically, so we can like complete the full package, and then everything should be a lot easier.
Your run so far, you've played against a lot of the like minor region teams, right? You haven't really played against any of the NA or EMEA teams. So you've actually beaten a bunch of them, then you lost the Loud, now you're going up against Zeta Division 2. Yampi, what are your thoughts on the development of those teams compared to where they were at in the past?
I think it's super nice to see. Of course, it's nice because it like gets in like attention in like outside the world at those minor regions, and I think it grows up like all those minor regions are growing because they might see like, okay, our region is playing well, and it basically inspires also that if you're not coming from a minor region, you can always make it up to the, like with hard work, to the top basically. And I think that's one of the good sees what example the Guard did also, even though they're from NA, but they were basically nowhere in like a few months ago, and now they're basically the best team in NA. So it's super inspiring to see like minor regions and like minor teams doing well.
I think as well, it's just nice to see the improvement from all the regions, for sure. Like all the other regions, like if you take out EMEA and NA, like I feel like they've really got a lot better since last time, so that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it shows in the results in this tournament so far. We'll see if it continues that way. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Desk, back to you.
Thank you very much, fellas. Of course, Saisho, you were a part of that interview. I think it's really interesting to hear their perspective on what is now, I guess, the quote-unquote the minor regions, and how they have a path to this. You don't have to come from EMEA and NA to win trophies.
No, that's absolutely true, and I think this tournament in particular it makes the term minor region feel a bit useless, honestly, because we've seen such big success from these kind of teams. And if Zeta Division were able to take down Liquid here today, that is yet another step forwards. They've run the gauntlet of EMEA teams. If they're able to beat 2 out of 3, that's spectacular.
Well, yeah, the other thing I wanted to take out of that was actually them talking about Astra, because it links nicely into what we were talking about in the featured matchup of the day, because I think there's very different mentalities on how the game's being played at the moment. Like, Sugar Zero is hard into Astra. Like, he's one of the players we're going to be focusing on throughout the entirety of this series. And on the other side of things, it's much more lean in towards Omen, which has been Link actually picking that up more recently after previously playing Astra in the past. So it's definitely going to be interesting, the two different ways that the game is going to be played. And I think it ties in nicely to what Sliggy said of them playing into comfort, because right now, I don't think their comfort necessarily is with Astra.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, though, in terms of how Sugar Zero uses that pick is that he's able to get such a huge amount of fragging. I mean, if you take a look at what he's able to do here in terms of his stats, he's been able to outplay Link in terms of getting fragging value on the server, and they play so slowly, he doesn't burn up all of that Astra utility very often. So it really has been a very smart step into the game, I think. And it's just been great to follow Zeta Division's kind of shifting around. I think this is going to be a serious battle between these two, and one of the things that could bridge the gap between this David and Goliath story we've got going on here.
Yeah, for me, it's not Sugar Zero anymore. It's a Sugar Hero.
Oh, my God.
I don't mind that one. I don't mind that. That's one of your better ones.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You happy with that one? You proud of yourself?
You didn't react as well as I thought Saisho would.
Right.
Yeah. I couldn't think of one for Link, though. I did try really hard, but I couldn't think of one. But yeah, Sugar Zero to Super Sugar Hero. And I think that could kind of extend if they're able to beat Liquid today, which I think a lot of that responsibility does come down to someone like Sugar Zero.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's going to be a lot of players you can realistically highlight within this roster. For me personally, Sugar Zero probably will play well. I'm actually more focused on depth. I think that he has to perform in this series because his Jet so far has been a little bit questionable. And, well, if you're going to be that sort of Jet superstar of the team, you really need to step up versus the likes of Scream and Yampi.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if he does do that. We're going to take a quick breather here. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about maps and agents as we are moments away from the first match.
something out of left field. Step up to the front and you might get your head peeled.
Wow, it's not often, gents, that we see Chamber in a situation like this. I kind of feel bad for him.
Quick, TP away!
Yeah!
I feel like this is everyone getting annoyed at his current pick rate in the tournament. Like, Jet's just like, I'm so jealous, they're not picking me as much anymore.
Those are my teammates in ranked when I pick Chamber and can't hit a shot. And
no, I think it's when you pick Neon.
In fairness, your Chamber is hella clean.
It's just because with the FPS I have from the hotel, I could just stand still with the tour de force and not have to move.
Yeah, you're not exactly Laz, are you?
No.
I want to see a 1v1 of you versus
Oh, you
want to
see me get destroyed?
Can we make that happen? Yeah.
An ego check.
I think we should make a poll to see if we can get Tom to do a 1v1. See if people care enough. And speaking of polls, we have the result from earlier on. We asked you guys at home who has the nicest hair
come on
the analyst desk.
What's going on here?
And yeah.
They didn't like my mullet.
That's just ridiculous. Tom had easily the best hair with that golden mullet, looking like a lion.
Took me years to grow.
Looking like Mufasa. and you ended up at the bottom of the poll.
Honestly,
I've been pushed off the mountain at the end of it. That's what's happened.
I'm going to take this win. I'm going to take it, guys. I'm going to take it. Although I do feel like Tom should have won that. You got robbed there. And speaking of getting robbed, we have 4 teams facing elimination today. Who will be advancing and who will be going home? Day 7 of Masters Reykjavik starts right now. Let's go!
What are you afraid of? The reputation? The unknown? Embrace your fears. Become the nightmare.
正直自分たちの世代は通用しないなっていうのは、感じていました。
Zeta, incredible run thus far. Hard to see them lose. Because for Zeta, they put their hearts into this.
この大きな舞台で限界まで行ってやります。
And Liquid will be the ones to fall.
One small mistake, the game can just go out the window. The hardest teams are teams that don't have anything to lose, that have no fear.
全く違いますね。ステージ上でもういかにしてぶち倒してやろうかっていう気持ちはすごく出るんですけど。
We're gonna come back against Zeta.
진짜 너무 그냥 정말 종이 한 장 차이로 정말 비슷했던 것 같아요. 진짜 정말 샷을 하나 더 맞추냐 아니면은 내가 이렇게 조금만 더 움직였으면 됐는데.
There's definitely pressure on us.
They're so used to these structured plays. They're just the kind of team that knock a hole in their structure.
I would say they should be afraid of us.
지금부터는 더 정말 실수 없이.
We at PPGL, we thrive in chaos.
Wow. Now, I don't know if you guys feel the same way as me, but whenever I watch trailers like these, Laz, for me, is the main character. He's got that main character energy.
Yeah, he's got a serious protagonist vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, the story of Zeta Division is defining the tournament so far, and it could end right here. It really could. This is such a pivotal moment, and Laz has been performing the best he's ever performed at an international event, in my opinion, and he's been to a couple of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think his story overall, I feel like someone will eventually make a movie about this, going back even to previous games that he's played in it. I don't know. It's so exciting to see them here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big task today to go up against Team Liquid. And if we take a look at the map picks here, Tom, these two teams, they have a permaban. There's not too many surprises we can see.
Bind and Ascent are gone. Like, we cannot waste time on that one. Both teams don't really go in that direction. I think it's going to be the picks that actually come out to be quite interesting, because although we've sort of seen Liquid lean away from Haven previously, it was picked against them for Loud. It was an unbelievable map for them. Then you look at the other side of things and talk about Zeta. I was thinking they'd go for an Icebox because they've looked great on that map so far. And Liquid haven't won it in 5. Instead, they go for a Fracture sideshow, and I'll be honest, I think that one might be a bit closer than they might think it is.
Yeah, Liquid have not played a ton of it, but they actually looked fairly good when they played it in this tournament. Fracture Haven coming up as Team Liquid's map pick. Yeah, I would have expected to see Icebox in here, I think. And
it's going to go now.
I imagine Liquid would just get rid of it, right?
100%.
Because there's no way they wanted to leave it through to the decider. Zeta get rid of Breeze, I think that makes a ton of sense. Liquid haven't had a chance to really showcase how good they are there, but they're pretty competent on that map. So it looks like you're going to end up here with Split as the final one. I was actually really impressed with how Zeta Division played that map against G2, despite the fact that they ended up going down there. I think that they have a really good understanding of how to slow the game down and force mistakes out of their opponents. It has been a massive shift in playstyle for Zeta Division coming into this tournament. They used to have so many quick rounds. Now they are just methodical, squeezing utility out of their opponents and punishing every mistake.
Yeah, no Icebox is really interesting here from Zeta. We're going to go to a quick break here, but stick with us. Walkouts are on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
System malfunction.
One of Zeta and Team Liquid will be playing on this stage in Reykjavik for the last time today. Let's bring out the teams. Well, we've heard a lot of nice from Zeta so far, but Team Liquid, they're not here for the pleasantries. They are here to kill dreams. Tom, do you feel like that is what they are going to do here today after seeing those maps?
I want the fairy tale story, I'll be honest with you, Sue. I think as well, like going into this first map, we've got very different looks for either side, or at least what we expect it to be. So I guess the main thing is, do they have it right this time? Because you've got some of your stars moving away from what I would call their normal agents, like Depth going over to a Viper is something that I think has big questions surrounding it, especially if he's going to be playing up against Soulcast, who's going to be running them with a Neon.
Yeah, I definitely am favoring Liquid when I look at those first two maps. I think they're looking dangerous there, and I worry that Zeta Division are walking into a bit of a trap going towards Fracture to start with. They need a huge performance coming out from 10 on the Rays. If you remember back to their game against NIP, it was his big step up in performance that dragged them through that, and they ended up winning in OT after getting it to that position. So I think you have to see this player put up enormous numbers early on and try and shut down the Jet Neon we're expecting to come out from Liquid on the other side of things.
But also at the same time, Laz, the main character we speak of, when they were knocked down into this bracket, Josh, he didn't play any chamber, the agent that I feel like is his strongest agent, and he will be here.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Laz's chamber is fantastic, but you still need somebody to make that space for the chamber to have impact, I feel.
Yeah.
Zeta have got a pretty good idea of what they want to do, but their attack rounds, I mean, Liquid literally didn't lose a defensive round against Crew. So the pressure is simply going to be applied there.
We're into the Prime Gaming agent select now, and no surprises. You know, we weren't really expecting anything here, Tom.
Yeah, I think the main worry for me is just that sheer level of firepower when it comes to Liquid on this map. You've got Navira on what I would say is his best agent, Scream probably the same, unless you're including a Reyna from quite a while ago. Yumpy as well seems to be able to have so much impact individually while he's playing a Breach. So a lot of the logic of what you would put agents don't actually make sense in this case, and also the defensive side is a lot more aggressive. I think you highlighted Laz. I think there's going to be a real reliance on him when it comes to the defense, because he almost has to hold a site alone.
Yampy in the interview said that now that he doesn't do as much of the calling, you know, he's just a normal player rather than trying to fill those IGL shoes for Liquid. Now that he's able to focus on his own game, he feels more free. And the impact has just been spectacular. He's the player to watch here for Liquid on Fracture.
There's a lot of pressure here. An elimination on the line. Time to jump into Fracture with your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Nice!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in VALORANT Masters. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. We are guys for today. My name is Vil, in position already, together with B, is Black and Blue, and really can't wait on what's going to happen today because it's going to be Team Liquid versus Zeta Division, and sobrang excited na kami doon, and syempre sobrang ganda ng suot namin no? Blue ata yung suot ni Black.
Hindi,
Blue.
black to.
And ako, black ba
ilaw
yan?
lang.
Ilaw lang ba yan, pero okay, sige.
Bagong gupit, diba?
Oo, men.
Keep the pogi mo.
Mas pogi ka.
Mas pogi ka, pare.
Yeah.
Okay, Zeta Division versus Team Liquid na ngayon. A match na Zeta, unang group stage, playoffs match pa nila to. Tignan natin. Alam ko, upper bracket to, diba? Oh, yes. So, may chance pa naman yung mga team na to.
Shoutout sa mga nanonood. Vil Calvo daw. Okay lang yan. Hindi naman ako masamang tao, kaya okay lang. Ayan. Okay. Yung naggupit sa akin kanina, si Kuya Joseph. Buhay pa naman. Buhay pa naman yan si Kuya Joseph. Ayan. Pero umpisa pa lang, tech post na!
Nako!
Napakagandang pangitan. Ito yung mga gustong-gusto kong makita. Pero okay na pala, syempre, it's a prank! Oy! Sunday na pala ngayon. Happy Easter. Mabubuhay na si Mr. Jesus.
Si Tropang J. Oh.
Si PJ. Kilala mo si PJ?
PJ? Ba't
Si Papa Jesus.
Papa J.
Pare.
Kaya pala. Shout out pala kay Papa J. Happy birthday sa inyo. Ay, hindi pala. Happy Happy Reds.
Hindi na birthday pa.
Happy Reds sa inyo. Okay.
So, na-rest ni Sage, pare.
Round 1. Simulan natin. Zeta versus Team Liquid. Mga naka-neon tong Team Liquid na naman.
Yeah. So, it's gonna be talagang dito sa side ng Team Liquid sobrang aggressive nila because of that Jet, and syempre with that KO. Lalong-lalo na sasama mo pa ng Breach na can actually mess up with everything na pwedeng gawin dito. Nang sila division pa rin yung all the way from the backside. They're gonna be down as well. Nivera tried to catch them off guard with that headhunter, pero nga lang hindi magiging successful lang din. I have no idea what is happening to sa Team Liquid. They're just actually pushing for Zeta, they're actually pushing Team Liquid lang din. Na parang sila pa yung attacker at nagulat doon ng Team Liquid for sure. Hindi na ini-expect na gano'n nangyayari sa kanila. Isipin mo, sobrang tagal nila sa B, pero hindi naman sila nagpo-push. Yung pala, yung mga players ng Zeta Division all the way from A, pumunta ng A main, nilikuran, quadra na flank ang ginawa ng Zeta Division dito. Saan nakakita nun? Sa Masters lang?
Oo nga. Dami-daming flank. Kinuha pa yun. Soul Cast. Ay, ang sakit naman ng damage doon. Sugar Zero makakapangatlo. And that's the opening round. Let's go, Japan. Zeta Division, take the pistol.
Yeah. And sana talagang makakita tayo ng isang malupit na galawan dito. Kasi elimination na to, Black and Blue no? So if ever matalo ang Zeta Division dito, they're gonna go, bye-bye! Same goes with Team Liquid as well. Knowing at Team Liquid, hindi naman sila hindi sila yung dapat nandito. Kasi dapat na FPX pero at least, di ba, the thought na nakapasok pa rin sila sa playoffs is actually good already. Okay na yun.
Sapat na yun I mean, for sure, mas gugustuhin nila yung lalayo pa sila. Hindi lang top 8, top 6, top 5, top 4, top 1. Pero, tipong masaya na sila, naka-field trip sila, di ba?
balita ko, BNB, maganda daw ang bigayan kanina.
Oo, men.
Hindi ako nakasama eh. Ako yung nagbabalo eh. Kasama ko sila direct kanina, nagbabalo kami. Tsaka marami rin kasi akong ginawa ngayong araw. Kaya sana next time, if ever babalik kayo.
Oo nga eh, kung hindi ko lang kayo mahal, siyempre, hindi naman kayo iiwan. Pero
salamat nandito ka. Alam mo
sabi ko,
di mo kami iiwan, alam ko.
Makakakas ko na naman si Phil. Hindi, siyempre, sisipot ako. Sino bang hindi? Wag nyo na lang tignan, guys, mga story ng mga kapwa kong VCT caster, katulad nila Ray, katulad nila Dax.
Tsaka ni Asaray.
Nako. Asaray pa.
Ayan. Tsaka baka merong story din si Coach Ish, di ba? Okay na lang tignan yun para malaman kung nasan sila. Si manager pa lang. Si Ish naging coach na biglaan eh. No?
Oo nga eh.
Pero
lahat na Lods yun, idol.
Feeling ko, palitan na si Bran. Feeling ko Ish Esports na
Oo nga eh. Ako, meron naman talaga yung ISM. Ano mo ba yun?
Oo, tama. Yung Ishan's
Minions, oo. Shoutout pala, love you.
Oh, yun! Pero dito lang yan mga kaibigan, nagkalaban na nakatanong dito si Laz. Nakakuha na isa dito. And the rendezvous is not gonna be active dito kay Laz kasi andyan naman si Sugar Zero for him to back it up. Pero Nivera and Link all the way here from A. Nasa kanila yung Spike. Yes, nasa kanila. Pero yung mga ibang players ngayon in Zeta Division is coming in already. Dito lang sa may dito lang sa may Dish. Papuntang drop. And syempre, yung tatlo is nagpa-flank pa. Kasi hindi mo naman talaga sigurado kung nasan yung isa. Kasi what if nag-split lang yun, isa sa B, isa sa A. So, magro-rotate lang yan once na narinig na nila yung spike na na plant. Pero, mahirap pa rin to sa side ng Zeta Division kasi what if na-pick off sila dito? Knowing na walang pera naman iba, medyo mahirap pera nga Nivera mga kaibigan to try to take them off. Oh my God! Link and Nivera taking down one! Pushing it to a 1v1 pero nga si Crow, meron siya Spectre. Medyo mahirap lang din talaga kung puro Sheriff at saka classic lang din yung gamit natin. Pero but still, that is a good round already for the side of Team Liquid. 4 ang napatay nila. Yung iba wala pang pera. So, lamang na lamang ang Team Liquid ngayon in terms of economy.
Yun yung tipong talo ka, pero panalo pa din, di ba? Grabe naman yun, Link. Zelda. Isa na lang natira. Napagastos talaga dito ang Zeta kahit panalo.
Oo. Nag-nice sila. I mean, yes, round pa rin yun. Pero, tinan mo, wala naman pa yung round ni Zeta eh. Magkano to? For sure, yung iba naka-marshal siguro or probably tamang sheriff lang din talaga. Pero, at least dito sa round na to, dito sa game na to, medyo kailangan talagang bumawi din ng Team Liquid. Marami nagsasabi na ang Zeta Division is malay mo makapitas pa ng isang win dito and for them to advance sa bracket natin. So, tingnan natin yun if they can actually shut down Team Liquid agad-agad. It's gonna be really hard for them for sure. Kasi ang Team Liquid naman kasi, they have the experience already na sa mga ganitong klaseng tournaments and makalaban yung mga iba't ibang countries, iba't ibang regions. Pero yun nga, uulitin ko, sa Japan, sila lang yun nandun eh. Pero, going here sa VCT Masters, yung performance nila, okay lang eh. I mean, so, malakas pa rin talaga eh, no? Pero, what if ang Japan, what if na in terms of demographics, what if na tipong nakakalaro natin ng mga Japanese players? What if pasok sila sa APAC region, 'di ba? Sino ang mas magiging malakas doon? Taga APAC ba o sila?
Oh, man.
Diba? Ganun pala yung feeling.
Para naman alam mo din.
Ganun pala yung feeling. Sige lang.
Ang haba-haba ng pinalawagan.
Sabihin ko sa'yo, magpahinga ka, okay lang yan. Okay lang yan, men, promise. Wala, okay lang yan. Kasi meron ka pang 2 games, di ba? I mean, meron ka 2 series, di ba?
Hindi,
I got you ngayon.
Yung series ngayon eh. Ito.
I got you ngayon.
Tapos yung PPRX. The Guard.
The Guard.
Grabe
The Guard eh, no?
Oo.
Actually, nagulat nga ako.
Oo nga eh.
Na talo The Guard.
Talo sila eh. Hindi ko in-expect eh. Pero, in fairness, mas may din talaga eh. Mas may parang experience yung Optic pagdating sa LAN. First LAN to eh. First Masters pa lang ng The Guard. Karamihan sa kanila baguhan. Eh yung Optic, sila yung dating Envy. Nakita nga natin ng Champions. Impacto nga ang laro.
Pero Yung ano, di ba? Loud? Tama ba? Ay.
Loud?
Sino yung dating NV? Guard?
Yung The Guard. Ay, hindi. Yung ano,
Oh,
yung
yeah.
Optic pala.
Ay, yung Optic, ay,
Sina ano?
2-1 pa eh, no?
Sina Yay. Sina Marved. Sina FNS. Victor, yan. Rashis.
Sila Victor magtanggol. Pero, ano yung tawag dito? Sobrang dami kong gustong teams na makita ulit dito sa Valorant. 100 teams, mga NA team yan. Yung mga talagang teams na gustong-gusto nating mapalood ulit kasi nakalakihan na natin yan. If ever you are an avid esports viewer, esports fan, lalo na sa international, lalo na sa NA mga kaibigan kasi sobrang matutunog ng mga team sa NA. If ever you're gonna compare it sa buong APAC, mas matunog ang mga team sa NA. If yung mga Asia Pacific players, mas kilala pa yung mga NA teams kaysa sa mismong region nila. And para sa di ba? Para sa akin gusto ko talaga makita mga dati.
Ako, nung nagsimula ako manood ng esports, sa totoo syempre, international muna tinutukan ko bago ko parang naging aware sa mga locals. Kaya, parang sa 100 teams, katulad ng sinabi mo, si Hiko, kaka-retire lang.
Sila Hiko.
Isa yun sa mga unang player na kilala ko na naisip ko, na parang napanood ko kamo bago pa yung mga local. Kaya, syempre, mga idol yan.
Mga Lodi Bells natin. Sino-sino pa ba yung mga Cloud9? Diba? Dyan. Exit.
Baka naman may kilala kayong streamer na ngayon na nasa pangalang baka medyo hindi sikat kaya baka hindi nyo kilala. Si Shroud!
Hindi ko kilala si Shroud.
Si Shroud. Dating Cloud9.
Hindi ko kilala yung si Shroud.
Hindi yata sikat
Hindi sikat yun, man. Hindi sikat yun. And, sino pa ba? Version 1, pwede. Wala, version 1, hindi nakapasok dito Luminosity, di rin nakapasok dito Zeta, di rin nakapasok dito And, hopefully talagang NRG tsaka Evil Judy says, yan yung mga matunog na pangalan na yan. Ang sarap pakinggan if ever na talagang gustong-gusto nating i-cast yan. Yun talaga. Bilog ang bola. Kasi, tama ba yung term? Bilog ang gulong.
Bilog ang gulong.
Ang buhay ay parang gulong. Minsan nasa taas ka, minsan nasa baba ka. So now, ando sila sa baba and magkakaroon sila ng magandang break lang din in order for them to showcase their skills here in Valorant. Pero ngayon, ito muna ang mga bida-bida. Yung mga Team Liquid, yung mga Zeta na yan, yung mga pasok dito sa Masters 1, sila muna yung bida-bida dito. So, madedefend ba ng Team Liquid yung trono nila dito sa playoffs? Or for Zeta Division, or they gonna shut down Team Liquid as well para lang at least meron pa isang Japanese player na meron dito sa tournament natin ngayon. Pero ito napakadaming utility sa binabato ng mga players natin ngayon. Pero ang last with a kill onto Nivera right now na sobrang bilis din ang pangyayari. Tamang short nila, meron din lang 150. Talagang araw talaga siya. Pero Zeta Division, wrecking havoc already. Kahit wala silang pera, panalo pa rin sila. Tamang one tap to the head lang tinignan. Pero sila nga nakakuha nun. 1v3 is gonna be really hard for him. Kasi yung tatlong players sa Zeta Division may pera na. Not pera, pero they have the firepower already. And wala na silang oras. Biggest advantage? Nope. Pero sila ang mauna makakapatay niyan. And they know it already kung nasa sila ngayon. And that round still goes to Zeta. Ano nangyari doon? Team Liquid, meron silang pera, pero sobrang silang nahirapan dun sa daming utilities na nagbato dito.
Wala, di sila sanay na kumambak pagkatapos ng technical pause. Dito talaga kasi pag taga-Asia ka, Japan, APAC, SCA, kung saan man, taga-Asia ka, sanay ka na sa tech pause Alam mo na yung pakiramdam. Dan sa team, maganda yung internet nila maganda yung connection nila sa EMA, kaya walang problema. Pero ngayon, ganda ng hold ng Zeta Division. Naka-blades ata. Ay hindi, naka-ulti dito si Las. So, nasa kanya yung tour de force niya, yung ultimate niyang operator. At pag kinalaban ng sheriff yan, kailangan talagang headshot agad. Kung hindi mo mapatay ng one tap, tulad ng ginagawa ng Scream, medyo mahirap kalabanin yan.
Actually, ganito Dun sa A main na yon, yan, one tap yan eh. Kasi 30 meters yan eh. Pag 30 meters, one tap ka. 159 yung damage sa'yo. So if ever lalabanan ni Yampi yan, yung si Laz, kaya niyang i-one tap yan. Pero ang tanong, tatama ba siya? Mawa-one tap ba niya? Mahirap yan kasi operator yung gamit niya. Well, not operator pero tour de force. So, magiging malaking factor yan and mahihirapan na mag-trade off yung Team Liquid dito kasi pag napatay ka ng tour de force, may slow yan. So, hindi ka makakapag-trade agad dyan. Napakabilis pa ng niyan. Tawag doon? Recovery time.
Yung pagkakasa.
30 seconds left.
Parang
din yung recovery niya ang bilis eh kasi yung iba kasi ang bagal, 'di ba? Parang yung buong operator napakatagal pero at least yung 24 sobrang bilis din talaga pero ito din po siya ginagawa ng Team Liquid ngayon. Meron tao dito sa may tower, meron tao dito sa may beam in mga kaibigan. Sugar Zero catches one talagang isa-isa na lang talaga niya. Scream! We're gonna fall down as well. Meron pang isang taas sa tower. It's all to Rivera right now. 1v4 with the tour de force. Sa tama ba siya o hindi? Nakapatay siya na isa dito mga kaibigan. Naslow na nga yung dalawa. Pero talaga nakakrouch lang dito siya. Nakakrouch lang para hindi makita ng Rivera. Wala siyang idea na napakarami bang tao doon. Crown 9! Ubos, pati pantubos, nilagay sa black hole. Sinip-sip, parang bulalo.
Yung sabaw, pre, hindi yung noodles.
Pare. Si Bulaloid, shoutout nga pala kay Bulaloid na bumibili ng bulalo sa sari-sari store. Ang gusto ko, yung bulalo, yung sinutsut. Pero ang binigay sa akin, cup noodles. Noodles, pare. Talagang kabisado ko yun.
Shoutout kay parang Bulalord. Sana mag-bulalo ka na rin.
Man. Feeling ko nakapag-bulalo namin ata siya eh. No? Pero at least sila, meron siyang ion operator, yung pinakamagandang operator sa balat ng Valorant mga kaibigan. Anong source mo? Anong source ko? Trust me, bro.
Ano pa bang source kailangan nyo kung si Vil mismo nagsabi, di ba? Parang gulong lang yan. Hindi iikot kung walang pakipot.
Bars, pare.
Galing kasi tayo sa Fracture!
Sure. Ay, no. Ganun, pahinga ka lang dyan. Ako bahala sa'yo, pare.
Dakdak eh.
Ako bahala sa'yo. Sige. Nagmadali ka pa uwi, di ba?
Nagmadali ka pa. Madaldaling kasama.
Ako bahala sa'yo, man. Promise. Isang araw ako hindi nag-cast eh. So, may pahinga ako. Di ba?
Nakapag-recharge.
Nakapag-recharge ako, man. Dami kong hindi nasabi.
Bill, mamaya, yung kasama ko, si Ray Ray din.
Diyos ko po. Kung ano na lang pag-usapan nyo mamaya. Baka nga di na kayo mag-cast eh. Okay lang yan, man. Ba't kami magka-cast? Talaga magkukwentuhan lang tayo dito. May watch party kasi itong ginagawa natin.
Sigurado, 3 maps pa yun. Ray. Hindi na iniisip yun. Pero nga, screen tamang lipat lang talaga nakakita ng ulo dito. Pero not gonna be able to take him down. Then, all the way. Doon sa mayroon. Sa kapatay pa nga na isa. 4v1, bawas naman kahit armor lang sa Zeta! Hoy! Team Liquid, galaw-galaw! Ano nangyayari sa inyo? Baka naka-off yung monitor nila. Parang itong Zeta Division. Defensive side nga pala. Silang nakaka 5 rounds sa dito. Dire-diretso. Parang walang palagang Walang palagang Team Liquid. Talagang fast play, slow play, walang gumagana para sa kanila. At pag pumili ka ng mapa na Fracture, medyo random pa din yan. Kasi ito yung pinakabagong mapa sa buong parang rotation natin. So, ito yung mapa talaga na hindi marami talaga ang mga strategy, ang mga mare-review ng mga tao, ng mga VODs. Kasi nga, ito yung pinakabago. So, it is an even playing field kahit paano. Yeah, for sure. And syempre, ang Fracture kasi, pwede natin sabihin na isa yan sa favorite na pocket map ng mga teams lang din talaga. Kasi you will not expect people to play here in Fracture. Pero yun nga wala pa akong nakikita, wala pa akong nasasabi na Fracture ang pinakamalakas nilang mapa. Hindi pa enough yung VODs, hindi pa enough yung tournament para masabihan natin ng isang team na Fracture ng pinakamalakas nilang mapa.
And siguro mga after mga Q2 ng taon, pa Q3 ng taon siguro, makakakita na tayo ng ng bagong ng team na talaga pinakamalakas dito. Pero syempre, bago mangyari yun, lalabas muna ang pinakabagong agent ng Valorant na si Fade.
Si Fade ba pa talaga pa yung pangalan? Yung bagong initiator? Yung yung Huntress?
Fade pare. Kaya nila nilalabas yung mga Fade yung pangalan. Kaya nila nilalabas yung mga yung mga parang video na parang may kinakain pero yun nga. Oy, shorty. Bang! Men! Ang ginagawa mo dyan, 150 lang partida, may bundle pa ako, nakaisa pa ka. Asan yung ID mo, pre? Pero, Sugar Zero, meron tao naman sa bilikod. Oh my God! Tatlong napatay with that shorty. 150 times 3. Men, 450 yan.
Hindi lang ROI, men. Talagang stonks, pare. Stonks.
Tignan mo si Crow, 6-0. Wala man lang nakakapatay kahit isa. Kung ano yung score ni Crow, yun din yung score nila. 6-0. Team Liquid, galaw-galaw naman kayo.
Ito na ba yung number 2 ng EMEA?
Wala eh. Ano nangyayari, men?
Grabe, ang laro ng Zeta. Anti-eco. Sige, pagbigyan. Pero tingnan natin kung makakabawi na ngayon Team Liquid. Naka-operator ngayon si Nivera na nakikita natin even though nasa attacking side siya, napapagana naman niya. Nakita natin yun sa mga ibang laban nila. At Team Liquid against this Zeta squad, hindi pa nila nahanap ng solusyon para ma-disassemble ang defensive strats ng Zeta. Ngayon, binigay nila ang site, mukhang pang-retake ang laro ng Zeta. Pero tingnan natin kung ma-retake nga.
Men, dito natin nakikita, men, na mas nakakatakot si Sadako kaysa kay Annabelle. Tama ba?
Bakit naman?
Tama ba? Si Annabelle taga-America yun, di ba? Oo, tama. Tapos, si Sadako taga-Japan. So, ganoon nakikita natin ngayon. Pero yung nga lang, medyo nagkakaroon na rin ata ng lakas na loob yung mga players ng Team Liquid ngayon. Oh, Diyos ko po, Link, kailangan mong gumalaw dyan. Pero si Scream makakakuha ng isa. Crow9 all the way from the backside right now. Oops, tamang fault light natin. Pero meron pa matatama. Ito feeling ko, meron lang din. Pero nga meron pa siya slow as well. 3v3. Hindi pa rin pumapasok yung mga ibang players nga nagkakantay na sila ng mga utilities. Pwede lang iba to, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, nakatamaan ng isa. Pero it's all up to one. Nivera, the only man remaining, was gonna be shot down by Zeta Division. Meron silang oras. Meron silang pera. And mga best, 7-0 na. Ganito talaga yung feeling. Pag nagkakas ka ng first game, sa ganito, napakabilis ng game. Hindi na natin ine-expect to. Ang akala natin, Team Liquid na makaka 2-0. Pero Zeta Division, anong ginagawa nyo?
Ang ganda ng fault line nung bridge dito ng Zeta. Talagang sa pool yung pareho eh. Yung nasa default, tapos yung nandun sa parang kanto, sa ilalim ng A site. Talagang pareho sila ng tamaan ng isang stun ni Crow. At Team Liquid na ngayon, ikaw na naman, Nivera, forcing a Vandal para lang makadalang ultimate or kung sakaling maka-ultimate siya sa sunod na round. Pero 7-0, Vil, Zeta nagpapakita ng ibang klaseng kalakasan ng APAC.
Yeah. Ibang, pasok pa sila sa APAC.
Oo, tropa natin yan. Basta taga-Asia. Hindi officially sa APAC ng playoffs. Pero pagdating ng LCQ, APAC na rin sila.
East Asia.
East Asia,
Pwede.
Mga kapang mahilig din mag-ulam sa kanin.
Oo pa. Big shoutout nga pala kay Johnny na makasalanan. Yan. Kailangan ng Team Liquid ng lakas. Ibigay mo sa kanya ang lakas. Pero ito na si Soulcast, ito na ang pero 10, we're gonna shut you down. Kasi mas mabilis daw ang bala kaysa sa kuryente.
Sa kidlat.
4v4. Nivera, natamaan dito 69 HP lang dito na sa kanya. Mapapanice man ka naman talaga. Pero kanang nakaisa pa nga. And Scream. Ito na. Ang headshot machine. Crow9, nasa labas lang din talaga. Pero tamang patches hindi na ginagawa nila mga kaibigan. Pero at least nakapatay ng isa si Yampi dito with just that sheriff. Ito na yung pag-push nila. Oh, Crow9, anong ginagawa mo dyan, Scream? So it's all up to one. Yampi with that rolling thunder they need to refuse the spike. Pero saan ka pupunta, Yampi? Pero yun nga! Sugar Zero, isu-shorty pa nga!
Oo nga eh.
Meron silang oras, men! 8-0 na! Diyos ko! Zeta Division, kung gusto nyung utuwan to, if ever 2-1 na mangyayari, at least yung game number 1, speedrun na!
Salamat si Nivera. Kay Crow siya namatay. Kung hindi, masyashorty pa nga ni Sugar Zero. 8-0.
Oh, man.
Men.
Let's go.
Bali wala lang sa kanila.
Ano ka nila? Omega lol.
Omega lol.
Omega lol. Yun talaga masasabi mo eh. Pero masyadong matagal yung timeout nila. Diba? Ang tagal. Dapat kanina pa yan eh. 5-0, 4-0. Dapat yun, dun pala nag-timeout na sila eh. Pero day in. Day in, men.
Di nila pinipigil yung momentum dito ng Zeta Division eh. Kaya tayo pa naman dito sa Asia, sa APAC, talagang momentum is the key. Pag nakuha yung momentum, sagasa na. Diba?
Alam naman natin, parang sa basketball lang yan. Na kunyari, pag yung kalaban mo, kunyari Lakers versus Cubs. Kunyari, si LeBron ng Lakers, ayaw talagang shoot ng shoot, di ba? Ayaw pabigil. So, syempre, ano bang gagawin ng Cavaliers, di ba? Kailangan nilang bumawi dito, di ba? Sila Darius Garland, sila Jarrett Allen, kailangan nilang mag-coach. Ano ba? Timeout naman tayo, men.
Oo nga, timeout.
Binubugbog tayo ni LeBron eh. At least, di ba? I mean, ito na yung momentum stopper nila. Yung timeout na yan. And hopefully, nakapag-usap na sila. Pero, tingnan mo yung pera ng Zeta Division, man. Yung iba, 8,000, 4,000, 7,000. Men, kahit ikaw, pwede ka na paaralin ulit.
Sana all.
Sana
all.
Uy, Diyos ko po.
Ginawa niyo.
Na ano pa?
Lumunod.
Okay. Ano nangyari? Alam nila. Meron silang idea na napakadaming tao dito sa may arcade. Arcade yan, diba?
Arcade.
Miss Canteen, tas Jenny, tas Link.
Sugar
Zero with the shorty din naman,
Okay,
baka kukuha ba yan, Feeling ko wala na.
Hirap.
Ni Vera.
5v3 na.
5v3. Yan. Ito na yung pagbango ng Team Liquid, mga kaibigan. Oh my God! Kalahating HP, Zeta Dep, with a kill on the Soulcast right now. Meron tao dun sa may pocket, meron tao dito sa may tower. And asan pa yung iba? Nandun lang din sa may labas, mga kaibigan. 4v3, medyo mahirap na retake ang gagawin ng Zeta Division dito. And Dep, kailangan ka nila! Because of that smoke na meron ka ni Vera with a tour de force, mga kaibigan, will actually take down one. Link with another one right now. Dep will gonna fall down in 8-1. Finally, meron na rin score ang Team Liquid. Hindi pa kayo makakasama sa 13-0 club.
Sabi daw niya, Tony Padora, kapag na 13-0 na ang Zeta Division yan, hihiwalayin ko jowa ko. Huwag naman, boss. Nadamay pa si jowa.
Sadly, may girlfriend ka pa.
Sadly. Kung gano'n kasimple mo lang, may iwan, pare.
Huwag mag-jowa.
Huwag mag-jowa, di ba? Pero nasa sa'yo naman yun. Sinasabi ko lang na...
Yung iba nga, may iyak kasi wala silang jowa. Tapos ikaw hihiwalay mo na kasi nagtatin zero yung wala namang kinalaman
yung Zeta?
Kasi wala namang kinalaman yung awards mo dito. Pero mag-isip-isip ka. Kaibigang pangalan. Si kaibigang Tony.
Tony.
Diba? Tony.
Soprano.
Yes, Daddy.
Okay. Sige. Nakauna ang round naman. First round dito. Ang Team Liquid. Pero kailangan nilang gawing solid ang paglalaro nila.
Yeah, anong klaseng solid strat na pwedeng gawin ng Team Liquid dito, mga kaibigan? Medyo mahirap lang din kasi at least, 'di ba? Kailangan manalo ng dito, ng Zeta Division dito because the next map is actually mapa ng Team Liquid, which is Haven. Pero malay mo, talagang madulog talaga ng Zeta Division to. Manalo sila sa game number 2, pero eto na ang showstopper, pero walang natamaan dito ng naliligaw na bomba, mga kaibigan. Roomba all the way papuntang B-mid, pero eto na naman! Diyos ko po! Sugar Zero! Suki ng shorty! Men, wag ka na kayo bumili ng tamang shorty lang talaga bilid mo! 4v2! Men, Sugar Zero! Ang dami nang napatay na shorty!
Grabe.
makaka-1,000 na ata siya with just that shorty on hand. The clock is ticking. Hindi pa rin nila napaplant yung spike. Last one gonna take down Nevera and Link as well. 9-1. Zeta Division, the pride of Japan. Lakas.
Pinoy pride yan.
Oo, Pinoy pride to, men.
Siyempre, alam naman natin, tayo mga Pinoy, mahilig din tayo sa mga kapwa nating mga tropang Japanese, mga best friend natin yan. Diba? Daming silang pagtutulong sa atin, kaya tayong mag-cheer din para sa kanila. Pero Phil, yung fact na ilang beses na silang namamatay sa shorty, nakakainis yun. Kung ikaw nasa pwesto ng Team Liquid, maiinis ka.
Men, awit yun, men. Nakaka-bad trip yun. Kung ako sa kanila, surrender na ako eh.
F5 agad.
Oo, F5 na eh. Men, ni tipong /FF, F5, F5, F5. Ganun sasabihin ko eh. Pero syempre, tournament to, di ba? Nakakaya naman talaga sa EME if ever ginawa nila yun. Pero Crow9, andito lang din sa may ropes. Pero pwede niyang papatay si Breach dito if ever. Pero, it's up to them on how will they pull it off. 10. Maganda yung decision nandito na unahan niyo muna yung Rumba para syempre makita si Yampi dito mga kaibigan. Oh, Breach na peke! Ang dami mong dada! Sinampal na ni Ted ang bundle sa iyong muka! Bars.
Okay. Sige, tingnan natin. Scream, walang tumatama sa kanyang mga Blade Storm. Sugar Zero, mga kaisa, pero Link, sasagot naman ng dalawa. 2v2, post-plant na kayo. Nasa A main lang sila. Kaya pang ma-defuse. Yung Cosmic Divide, di nila maririnig masyado. Pero yung Molly, may hirapan sila. Ayan, nawala pa nga yung Cosmic Divide. Sugar Zero, mga kaisa. Zeta Division, mapapatay ni Nivera. And they get the second round dito. Team Liquid, sumagot naman.
2-10 or 9-3. Makikita natin. If ever 9-3, dapat kabahan ang Zeta Division. Kung 2-10, pwede pa. Pero ito na nilabas na ang Elder Flame Operator, ladies and gentlemen. Syempre, ayaw niyang bumili ng sarili niya. Kaya gusto niya may skin. Tinanong niyan, what's the skin of your operator, my friend? Sabi niya, I'm using Elder Flame. Do you want this? Okay. Request. Ano siya, Elder Flame Operator? Pero isipin mo, Elder Flame Operator, dragon yan, di ba? Saan mo kinakalabit yung gatilyo ng operator? Yun ang tanong. Diba kasi sa may bandang paa yan, diba yung gatilyo ng baril yan, diba? Pero sa tingin mo, saan kaya kinakalabit ng mga agents yung gatilyo ng Elder Flame? Yung dragon, saan mo? Anong parte ng katawan, diba? Hindi ko alam, man. I mean, feeling ko may kulang ata sa ginawa ng artwork ng Valorant dito, pero nga si Soulcast. Nakapitas na nga na isa dito, 4v5, Nivera. Nag-e-entry. With the operator.
Oo nga.
Tingis na muka.
Kala mo counter
alam mo counter pero tingnan natin dito kung makaka-counter ba ng Team Liquid yung mga pinagagawa ng Zero Division dito. Pero Nivera, maganda yung position niya. Medyo delikadong incident pero the timing is real. Sobrang ganda ng timing na ginagawa dito ng dalawang teams, mga kaibigan. Depth, just waiting patiently inside that Viper's pit. Pero Link slowly pushing dito sa may B. Pero look at Sugar Zero. Nagbabantay na rin siya dito sa B, mga kaibigan. Waiting and checking if ever meron ba nagpa-push dito sa may towers, pero narinig nila yun. And in terms of utilities, nilabas na nila lahat, mga kaibigan. Oh, Diyos ko pa, slide ka. Paano ginagawa mo? Sugar Zero will take down one. Through that smoke, nilabas na naman ng shorty. Let's see if ever meron pa makapatay. Meron pa silang oras. Oh my God, mukhang wala. Front lights pa nga. Orbital strike onto 2. Nivera catches 1. Sugar Zero in front of you. Nagkahampas na naman ang battle sa mukha, mga kaibigan. Good morning. 2-10.
2-10. Secure dito ng Zeta Division. What an advantageous opening half. What a half for them to start on. Sino nagsabi? Underdog ang APAC? Well, magulat na lang kayo. Zeta Division
Marami.
Na to.
Marami ang nagsasabi. Kasi miski kami, sinasabi namin yun. Totoo na.
Pala kayo alam
pero mainit ang Zeta. Ito. Siyempre, i-share na natin ang Zeta ngayon. Kaya i-type na natin yung logo ng Zeta sa chat. Ano ba ulit?
Ano nga ba?
Yan. I-type na natin. Yan. Tatype kayo sa Twitch. Ayan, yan. Zeta Division, mga.
Yan, logo yan.
Yung logo nila, di ba? Ang galing, di ba?
Libreng logo. Kahit wala kang sub, may emote ka.
Oh, may emote ka. Ay, shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood sa YouTube. Hi!
Hello!
Hi!
Bigyan natin ng YouTube eh. Pero shoutout sa inyo.
Oo. Nagtatanong si Raya, ilang seconds delay ng PH broadcast sa official cast? Tapos na dito sa kanila, hindi pa.
Oo nga. Ito, pinapanood nyo, replay pa lang to. Oo. Na huhulaan lang namin. Nababasa
We
namin.
came from the future.
The future, man. Alam namin ang sasabihin nyo sa comments.
Shoutouts nga pala kay Mr. Hacks PH. Hello. Vil pakalabit ng gatilyo. Ay, Diyos ko po. Kahit pitikin mo pa. Yung gatilyo ng baril kasi. Oo. Kumalma ka.
Kala ko. Saan ba? Pag hinahawakan yung Elder Flame, anong parte ng dragon?
Yung pusod. Pusod. Yung pusod. Kasi sa mga dragon kasi, dati kasi nung dinosaur age mga kaibigan, buhay na ako.
Siyempre,
bale, kasi di ba meron tayong mga belly buttons, di ba? Meron tayong mga belly buttons. Palubog yung sa atin, yung mga dinosaur, palabas yung sa kanila. Meron parang extra skin, yun yung ano nila, yun yung gatilyo nung...
Basta... Uy, pa-shoutout na Bill.
Ay, basta.
Si Ilus ba yan? Hindi, pasensya na, Stolfo. Yan na to, si BNB lang. Pasensya na.
Uy. Shoutout nga kala pa kay Otamo, Tam. Vil, pa-shoutout naman kami kay Jeko, kay Kaloy at Otam. Nanonood kami sa Discord. Happy casting. Ayun. Happy watching, boss. Happy watching, boss.
Uy, may watch party kayo?
Soulcast! Uy, Diyos ko po, nata-entry pa nga.
Ubus pala. Tapos na pala yung pistol.
Tapos na yung pistol, man. Pero shoutout sa mga nanonood sa Discord dyan. Uy, invite nyo naman kami.
Oo nga.
Doon na kami.
Ba't wala kami dyan?
Ba't wala kami dyan, di ba? Send na rin kami ng Discord Nitro, baka naman. Isang buwan lang, baka naman.
Pa-upgrade lang. Baka naman.
Uy, don't leave me hanging, bro. Don't leave me hanging.
Peace bump mo, pre. Kaya ngayon lang tayo nagkita ng LAN eh.
Bump my fist, pare.
Bump fist.
Bakit hiwalay po ang KR at Japan sa slot sa Master? Wag na nating tanungin ang mga bagay na hindi namin masasagot ng tama. Na-joke lang. Ganun eh. Scream!
Papasigaw ka talaga.
Scream with a 4K, napakabilis sa pangyayari dito mga kaibigan, 10-4. Pero ano yun eh, free round kasi yun eh.
Sa loob ng mga 30 segundo, dalawang round ang lumipas.
Oo, Homsim. Oo. Tinatanong nila kung ano Discord IGN. Discord IGN, Astolfo. Naalala kita, parang kilala kita, Astolfo.
Ano yan? Parang active na commenter sa PPGL nung year 1.
Oo, man. Stage 1 pa lang.
Stage 1 pala ng VCT.
Nag-anak ng Dragon Civil dati. Oo, man.
Nag-ano ka na nga po eh.
Pero, Soulcast. Hop! Sumilip lang din dito sa may gilid. Hindi ine-expect ni Soulcast na meron palang tao doon. Pero ito, gusto na mag-shorty. Si Link eh. Gusto na mag-shorty. Na-aftershock na lang din eh. Kala mo ha. Pero sa may likod, ano lang si Scream mga kaibigan. Pero tapang Blade Storm lang din talaga nag-whip! Yung mga blades ng Blade Storm ni kaibigan Jet. 3v2, Spectre and Mars din sa side ng Team Liquid mga kaibigan. Pero ang kalaban nila is 3 Vandal. Magkakatamaan ba sila? Pero ni Vera, tamang pa siya with that Vandal. With that Marshall. And medyo delikado lang din talaga if ever makakakuha pa yung dalawang players dito ng Team Liquid. Kailangan nila mag-isip-isip, kailangan nila medyo bagalan. Fault lines, sinacharge siya dito. Pero Fault lines will connect onto Sugar is here right now. Meron pang aftershock para ma-push out sa labas. Pero nasan ba yung mga backup na tinatawag na Team Liquid. Hindi pa pala niya napaplant yung spike, pero meron naman silang oras do. It's fine. And pagbaba ng Viper's wall na yan, maglalabasan yung mga ulo. Dumediretso na si Laz at saka si Yampi, mga kaibigan. Sila nakakuha na isa, pero yung kala nag-whiff isa. Pero si Yampi all the way dito lang sa may B-main, nakakuha pa ng Sakura Vandal. Talagang gusto talaga hapon ng Sakura, pero ito na nga, Sugar Zero with that timing habang nag-reload si Yampi. 11-4 already in Zeta Division. Kahit matagal yung round na yun, at least sila yung panalo, it's fine. Kasi alam naman natin na ang mga Hapon, napaka-pasensyosong tao na mga yan.
Talagang tropa yan, di ba? Mahaba yung pasensya na may bibigyan nila. Kaya wala silang problema kahit tumagal yung laban. Kayang-kaya naman nilang labanan pa rin ng matagalan. Pero 11th round dito ng Zeta. Isa na lang match point na. VIL, attacking side. Dati tinatawagang attacker-sided map to eh. Ngayon, ewan na lang kung saan kakakampi.
Oo.
Nasa sa'yo na yun.
Ganda naman yan, di ba? Siyempre, walang attacker side. So walang defender side. Pagalingan lang mag-computer dito sa Valorant, mga kaibigan. Pero si Libera, maganda ang posisyon niya. Pero yun nga lang, anong gamit niya? Operator, medyo masakit to. Si Nevera, isa sa pinakamagaling na operator user sa buong mundo.
Mabango pa.
Ha?
Siyempre, nakadibay yan.
Kala ko, naamoy mo na.
Siyempre, nagpadala ng swab yan eh. So,
ayaw magpakita nila, zo.
Oo nga. Nahiya.
Oo, ayaw magpakita nila, zo. Hoy! Huli ka, Balbon. Soulcast, catches one. Always check your 6. Always check your corner, my guy. Yan ang nasa #1 rule ng Valorant.
Huli.
Check your corners. Pag hindi mo check your corners, tie pats ka. 11-5, Team Liquid. Ang pagbangon ng api. May pera ba ang Zeta Division? Meron ata. Wala.
Alaos.
11-6.
Alaos masasabi. Dito ang Zeta. Ego na naman ang mangyayari dito sa Zeta Division as Team Liquid 11-5. Nakabawi ng isa. I believe Zeta to have to go on eco para lang makakuha ng ekonomiya pa sakaling gawing magastos para sa Team Liquid. Pero Team Liquid, kahit anong nangyari, may isa pa silang buy dito. May isa pang gun round na makakabili sila.
So, pwede ba sila makabawi kahit pa paano? And dito naman ngayon, Soulcast. Oh, Diyos ko po, natamaan yung isa. Nakong Casper, yun nga lang kahit shotgun yan gamit mo. It's not gonna be in your favor for sure. Oh! Huy! Si Dep! Gusto lang naman niya mag-line up ng wall. Yun lang naman ang gusto niya. Pero Scream, dash pa kanan. Delikado siya dito. Pero this round we'll go to Team Liquid lang din. I have a feeling. Pero what if nalason ng Zeta Division Team Liquid ngayon? Tulad na nakita natin kanina, tamang classic lang ginagawa ng Sugar Zero dito. Si Sugar Zero, mga kaibigan, siya ang siya yung pinaka-tipid sa buong players dito ng Zeta Division, mga kaibigan. Kasi wala namang ginawa yan, kundi mga shorty lang, di ba? Hindi ko nga alam kung pang-BBM yun. Hindi naman pang-BBM yun, man. Kasi as long as you're gonna get that kill, okay na yun.
Gumagana naman.
Na. Si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan, do you want to pray? Let's pray!
30 seconds left.
Oh! Yampi. Nakahuli ng isa. Pero the fact na naipagamit na nila yung operator dito ni Laz. Laking bagay na yun. Uy, nakaisa. 2v2 Vil.
2v2, medyo mainit to. Hindi nakita. Nakita kaya nila yun? Yeah. Pero yung spike, nandun sa may drop, kailangan na pumasok. Hindi, nakapasok na. Pero eto na, Laz with a 24, 2 more bullets for that. Pero may Phantom naman si Crow dito, so pwede siyang bumawi. Crow 9, oh my god, meron siyang Rolling Thunder. This is gonna be really hard. Laz, hindi pa rin tumitingin sa likod. Ayaw pa rin sumila. Pero nga, never naman gonna get that kill na lang din talaga. Pero eto na, inaantay lang natin yung let's go! Nailalaman si Crow 9. Meron tao sa harapan, meron tao sa kaliwa. Ano ang gagawin mo, boy? Eto na. Pero tamang aftershock lang din talaga nakakita ng kanay. Hindi pa naman Yampi ang makakakuha ng kill na yon. Hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi ginamit ni Crow yun.
Masyadong tipid.
Masyadong tipid. Well,
yung aftershock, di naman lalayo yan eh.
Oo. I mean, hindi siya I mean, para hindi makalapit yung isa. 'Di ba? I mean, yun nga in-stop mo na yung mga agent na pwedeng lumapit sa'yo, 'di ba? So, syempre, saan ka pupunta? Hindi ka gagalaw kasi aantayin mo lang yung papasok dun sa may aiming. So, kung ako sa kanya, magsistick na lang ako dun sa corner na yun. Syempre, uusag ako dun sa hindi nawo-wallbang.
O kung sana yung aftershock niya, binato na lang niya papuntang A-main ka mo.
Oo, di ba? Pwede rin.
A-main, di ba? Yung ibabato man niya. Pero
ang labo na nangyari, in-aftershock niya yung harapan, pero sa harapan pa rin siya pumasok.
Oo nga eh.
Pumunta. And,
pang malapitan lang naman yun. Yung layo ng angle niya.
Oo nga eh. And knowing na naka-operator yun, baka lumapit yun, di ba?
Baka lumapit yan.
Oo, yeah. Ba naman yan?
Ewan.
Oo.
Pero ano naman alam natin, syempre, caster lang kami.
Oo, diba? Sasabihin ng mga viewer, kayo na lang maglaro. Sige!
Sige, kami pa rin yun. Pahing kami. Kahit durog.
Oo. Tapos sinasabi, nagmamaroon na talaga, marunong talaga kami.
Buti alam nyo.
Ang away, no? Okay lang.
Gabing-gabi, naghanap ng away.
Umaga
pala ako.
Oo.
Good morning.
Si Symar daw, nakalapag sa ng 10K sa Zeta, sharing naman pagkatapos. Pero ito na nga napakaraming aftershock na nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Si Ten muntik ng matamaan dito ng pagsabog ng aftershock. Pero nasa loob na nga rin, Soulcast will gonna get one. Si Ten will be down, pero nga na-chup-chup na nga si Skim dito, nakapatay pa nga ng isa. Yun ang secret. Pag na-chup-chup ka, huwag kang gumalaw. Hayaan mo lang na ma-chup-chup ka, ganun lang yun.
Ba't mo pa awatin yung, di ba, yung chup-chup? Di ba?
Hayaan mo, di ba?
Hayaan mo.
Oo.
Blessings yan.
Medyo delikado, pero okay lang yun.
Medyo lang naman.
Medyo lang naman. Takot ako dun.
Hindi ako hindi. Ano sasabihin ko?
Oo, di ba? Miski ako.
Oo, matapang tayo. Siyempre, lalaban natin yan. Kahit na gravity well, di ba?
Oo, di ba? Kasi uupuan lang naman natin. Imbis na gumalaw-galaw tayo, makulit-kulit tayo. Upuan na lang natin yan. Kasi at least nasa gitna ka na. Pag nasa gitna ka na mga kaibigan, kasi pag nag-chup-chup ka, pag nag-gravity well ka, syempre, dadalhin ka rin sa gitna. So pag nasa gitna ka, kahit ano pang chup-chup gawin yan, wala nang magagawa yan. Nasa gitna ka na eh. Di ba? Kaya upuan mo na lang. Hayaan mo na lang. Di ba? Yun lang yung secret sa gravity well. Ayan.
Kung chup-chup ko din ng gravity well, tas pagalaw-galaw ka, mahirap ding bumaril eh. Mahirap ding pumutok. Kung steady ka lang, doon ka lang sa gitna, edi accurate ka pa.
Di ba?
Hindi ka matatamaan ng inaccuracy.
Oo, di ba? Yeah. Pero dito, medyo, ito na ata ang return of the comeback na ginagawa dito ng Team Liquid. Parang natuten lang, biglang lumakas, di ba? Ito yung literal na pinalaro na kay Kuya. Nagbukas na ng monitors yung mga players ng Team Liquid na to. Nag-on na, nag-install na lang VALORANT para makabawi na.
Tignan natin ha. Monitor on, Sugar Zero. Karamihan sa kanila, Zeta, naka-sheriff lang. Tingnan natin kung gagana yung eco. Comeback ng Team Liquid. Kayang-kayang mangyari. This should be a round na mananalo sila. If they win the next round, yung round number 20, at naging 9-11 pa, edi baka masyadong Delix.
Oo.
Delix yung pare.
Sobrang direction din talaga, lalo na if ever talaga wala unang dumarating sa akin na kagandaan. Pero ito na kasi Soulcast, muntik pang makaisa. Pero si Ten, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa kanya. Pati sarili niya, pinatay na niya. Literal, nagharakiri siya. Oh no. Hindi TK ang nangyari, SK, self-kill.
SK.
Oo. Pero depth. Sheriff sa face. Oh! Sugar Zero with another one. Oh my God! Sugar Zero with a 3, but Zep with another one right now. But you get to 1v1. Winnable ba? Winnable ba? Hindi nakakatama ito. 2 bullets, pero Zep! Well, still gonna go on a thrifty round. Thrifty win. Para sa Zeta Division, mga kaibigan. And may pera pa naman ng Team Liquid, pero ang problema sa Team Liquid is hindi na sila pwede magkamala. Ito kay Ten, no? Diyos ko po, that is a big mishap. What? Ano ginawa mo, pre?
Pre. Paano yun? Sheriff, malapitan. Zeta Division. Kahit anong mangyari, hindi pa din susuko. Dep. Para lang si Johnny. Laban pa din ang laban kahit walang naniniwala.
Si shoutout nga pala kay Johnny na makasalanan. Sikat yan kasi astronaut yan Astronaut, doktor, lahat na. Yung Johnny makasalanan, pero nakita naman natin ngayon at tama, pirata rin, pero at least si Soulcast is now down. Wala na silang Neon Guerrero.
Wala silang runner.
Tito no? Neon Guerrero. Wait.
Si Link, magaling din to pero ang pinaka-importante sa kanya, magulang. Asyong ang galawan.
Ayan, mga magulang. May dinadaan sa edad, pero ito na sa tower, mga kaibigan, may chup-chupan nangyayari dito. Chup-chup sabay putok with that aftershock. Pero ito na nga, ang 10 with that showstopper. Medyo delikado ngayon. Alam niya kung nasan pa, pero wala nagkama tayo kasi because of that dash na ginawa nila. Pero si Laz!
Let's go!
Let's go! Talaga pwede mangyari dito. Yampi, Nevera is down. Yampi, the only man remaining 1v5 onto this game right now. Crowded with a play. Yampi taking down 1, pero 4 pa ang kalaban mo. Walang kabawas-bawas yung 4 sa Zeta Division. And I think this is over for the side of Zeta Division, mga kaibigan. Meron pa siyang isang flash, pero yun nga, sabi ni Dep, pre, magpahinga ka na. Next game na. Haven na tayo. Yun nga lang ang problema. Pinili ng Team Liquid yan. Pero if ever na 2-0 ng Zeta Division agad tong game na to, makakapagpahinga palalo si Black and Blue.
Oo. Sugar Zero, parang nakatayo na ata bago pa matapos yung laro Pagpunta ng camera sa kanya, nakatayo na agad matik Sarap-sarap ng pakiramdam matalo ang mga idolo sa Team Liquid. Pero, pansin mo doon sa Soulgas, parang wala lang sa kanya. Alam nila na kayang-kaya nilang bumawi sa map number 2 pagpunta natin sa second map ng series na to, which should be Haven. Tapos kung umabot man tayo sa map 3, pero hindi tayo aabot dyan. Kasi syempre, Zeta Division.
Pero before ang lahat, gusto ko muna shoutout yung isa sa pinaka-special na tao sa buong buhay ko. Itatago ko siya sa pangalang King Balbi. Hello. Mahal na mahal kita, King Balbi. Alam mo. Pero, nakita naman natin talaga natin ngayon kung paano ba dinurog ng mga players ng Zeta Division ito. Hindi natin ito ine-expect sa kanila. We're really expecting that it's gonna be a 2-0 from the side of Team Liquid. And syempre, I just wanna point out, yung pang-iinis na ginagawa ng Sugar Zero dito with a shorty kills, mga kaibigan. That is a 3K. 3K on that shorty dun sa may tower no first half. And dun pa lang sa moment na yun, iisipin mo na talagang parang hindi na nag-uusap ang Team Liquid ngayon. Parang galit-galit sila no?
Sino ba namang hindi mainis? Sino ba namang hindi matitil sa gano'n? Ito, medyo pop-off play ni Idol Stream. Siyempre, respeto din naman. Idol natin yan. Pero, wala kayong tapat sa tatak ng Valorant galing sa Japan. Sila nagsimula ng pagko-computer.
Omsim. Kasi wala pang computer, talagang Gina sila. Rock na ito na talaga yung nangyayari dito, mga kaibigan.
Fairness.
And sa mga nanonood dyan sa mga bahay-bahay, yung mga nag-watch parties sa Discord, big shoutout to all of you guys. And syempre, huwag nyo kalimutan na mag-chat din sa ating comment section. Isabihin nyo kung sino ba ang iniidolo nyong team para manalo dito sa series na to. Pero before tayo pumunta sa Haven, which is pinili ng Team Liquid, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters, VIL and Black and Blue. Magbabalik ang VALORANT Masters.
The fairy tale continues for Zeta Division as they take down Team Liquid on map 1 in this elimination match. I've got Tom and Saisho back with me on the desk. We talk about fairy tales, but this really is a dream start here.
It feels like Cinderella got inside the pumpkin carriage and just ran over the ugly sisters in that one. I mean, that was a steamroll. It was just disgusting. Liquid must be picking themselves up like, what just happened to us? They got obliterated.
It's almost funny that we're talking about a fairy tale and expecting a bad ending, because at this stage it's just been running all the way through this tournament. And yeah, you get into the stats page, I think there was only ever going to be one man at the top. I'm actually going to stick a Sugar Hero.
Yeah,
fantastic.
He really is.
This game.
Sugar Hero.
And he was a Sugar Hero. He went 6-1 against Yampi, 5-0 against Link, who's playing Smokes on the other side, and 7-3 against Scream. How do you stop a guy who is just dominating you in the head-to-heads whenever he plays? Whether he's pulling out a rifle, whether he's hiding in his smokes, whatever he does. I mean, also, something that doesn't get talked about too much, because Sugar Zero does get a ton of kills, he's actually the only person here that has really effective Astra utility kind of across the tournament. Most people are abandoning it, and he is out here just having so much impact.
Yeah, everyone's getting shorted.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about going into these clips, is we'll start off with Laz basically just styling in the early rounds. They could not clear this man or Sugar Zero from this position, but we'll lead into it in just a moment. And they say in life, so, like, sometimes the person who beats you...
It's just the same clip, just over and over again.
The person who beats you, Sue, can sometimes be yourself. So what did this Zeta team do? They countered themselves going into the next half by having a way to deny anybody trying to shorty.
Yeah.
It's grotesque.
It is, but it's so good.
It is.
That's why people have been using the Astra and the Rays on this map. And it feels like as Astra's moved out of the meta, most teams have just gone, well, it doesn't seem that useful anymore.
Yeah.
We'll pick up the Brim, we'll pick up the
Slingy
Omen.
said it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But one of the things that has impressed me so much about Zeta is they found a playstyle that actually works with the Astra.
Yeah.
You don't feel like Sugar Zero's ever running out of stars. He's actually always got that tempo to be able to have impact.
Also, they know where he is. You know where he is. He's not
I think
hiding.
they're missing that raise. They said that in the interview as well. Scream needs to learn how to play a raise. Well, I think they needed it for that map.
It's not like he's hiding in any particularly extremely ratty spots like Laz
he's
almost
in B
was.
Tower.
Yeah, and he's always in there. And speaking of some of the players that were stepping up on the side of Zeta, we have an aim lab shoot around right now with another man of the hour at 10. Again, that raise, Tom, really showing why this is such an impactful pick 2 on the map.
Yeah, for sure. I think his raise individually has been fantastic this tournament. Like, his stats, even just before this game happened, bear in mind they actually lost a game dominantly in that sense. I think he had like 258 ACS. He was doing incredibly well in ADR as well. Like, he's just been a machine throughout this game, and also takes on a lot in terms of their opening kill statistics. So I think it's definitely going to be one of those interesting things going into the next map with 10, because realistically, he's no longer going to have this raise pick, or likely won't have it anymore, unless they're going to shift their comp significantly.
Yeah, I think that's really where you've got to start asking the question here about whether Liquid have a chance actually in this series, because you have to start thinking about the map pool overall. Yep. And Haven, we've only seen it once coming out from Zeta Division. They got crushed by DRX. that doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad team. I mean, DRX were just destroying them in that opening game, but it is one where we haven't seen those big picks. Laz isn't going to be playing on the Chamber. You're going to be relying on Depp to pop off on the Jet, which he's looked a bit shaky. So, yeah, I think Haven is a good pick from Team Liquid to put Zeta in more uncomfortable territory. And, yeah, 10 isn't really going to be playing the Raze.
Yeah, I think on the other side, you have a lot of comfort picks because you then have that Sky coming through for Soulcast. That was almost what revived his career. Like, we were talking about this player being someone that realistically could disappear soon from this Liquid roster, and then he came back with that Sky, and we were like, oh, no, you can't replace him now. Like, even individually, he was fantastic. You have Scream also on a Jet where it actually kind of makes sense for him on the map. He can be aggressive, he can take control, and Navira on Chamber again. Like, the other day, it was God tier.
Yeah, we've got some real comfort picks. And we know how that works out. When Liquid, they don't go too out of their comfort zone. It's good for them. But Tom and Saisha, you both mentioned 10, how impactful he was on Fracture. How much do you think him moving on to something like the Sky here, Tom, is a nerf?
Now, I will say, these stats are going to look brutal. They did lose that map 13-3, but I think even going back to some of the previous games before this tournament, 10 Sky didn't look particularly good. I think it was one that was a bit of a miss for the squad. So I think there's going to have to be other pieces that step up, and Depp is going to be my main focus there.
Yeah, I think Depp on the Jet has to be going crazy. And for me, Depp has either shown two things in this tournament. He bottom frags or he top frags. And there doesn't seem to be too much rhyme or reason to it. You roll a dice and you see what you get. But how incredible would it be for Zeta Division to win here and 2-0 Liquid? That's what Liquid are currently staring at, is getting eliminated by the Japanese team, who would have beaten 2 out of 3 of the EMEA teams. EMEA, they won champions and they won Berlin, and you are...
But this is a semi-finalist. This is a champions semi-finalist that they are 1-0 up against right now.
It's absolutely absurd what Zeta Division's been able to accomplish thus far. It just keeps getting better and better. But they are going to be up against a tough opponent here on Haven coming up.
It's over for EMEA. I hate to say it. I'm kidding. It's not over yet, of course. Liquid, they've been in this position before. They've had to bounce back quite a few times in the lifetime of this roster as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, Tom, Zeta wasn't great when we saw them on Haven last time. Do you think it lies into changing the comp here?
I don't know, because I think a lot of that was just a DRX that were incredibly well prepared and also just had players like Buzz absolutely popping. Marco also had one of the best performances we've seen in a long time.
I don't think Yuppie and Navera are both going to play Chamber here, but, you know, we'll see which one of them ends up being on that pick. Normally it is Navera, of course. And it looks like
they believe in this comp.
Yeah,
they really do.
Yeah. They believe in the comp, but it does put so much pressure on Depp. And Depp is a player that hasn't really turned up to this tournament except on a couple of maps where he suddenly looked like he did online. So that, to me, is the key player to be watching for Zeta Division to really step up.
Yeah, I think it's good for Zeta that they're going to be starting on that defensive side, because I think what we saw before from Liquid was an insane defense, just being able to deny any A control. So the fact that they start there is great, but they do have to be careful of just the sheer pace that Liquid would likely bring in.
Well, Team Liquid, they are one map away from being eliminated from Masters of Reykjavik. Let's see if they can bounce back on Haven. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa map number 2 naman dito with Zeta Division versus Team Liquid. At syempre, mga tropa nating taga-Japan, ang lamang 1-0. I'm Lucky Blue, kasama ko si Vil. Kamusta ka naman ngayon?
I'm actually doing great right now. And syempre dito sa games natin na nakikita ngayon, it's just kailangan makabawi ng isa ang Team Liquid kasi 1-0 na tayo eh. So, buti na lang ito yung mapang pinili ng Team Liquid. So, if ever they're gonna push it to game number 3, wala lang silang choice kundi tapusin ito ngayon. Pero syempre gusto nga rin talaga i-shoutout ang pinakamamahal ko sa buong buhay ko. Ikaw lang sapat na, Miss May Cabral. Ayan.
Ay, si Madam May.
Oh, sana narinig na yun.
Ayun. Okay,
Nagalaro sa tabi ko.
Nice one. Busy yata. Link, nakaisa dito kay Crow. At Sugar Zero at Laz na lang natitira. Mga idolo, mga tropa nating dumidepensa sa attack ng Team Liquid. Oh, huli ng alarm bot. Alam na lang, dyan si Jumpy. Muna. Huling-huli naman ni Laz. Sugar Zero makakaisa. Oo! Tapos makakatakas pa nga. Wala pang damage na nakuha. Sa pool nga lang ng paranoia.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a big mishap lang din talaga. At least lamang na ngayon ang Team Liquid, and pero Laz, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Soulcast right now, and yeah, nakabawi na ang mga tropa dito sa Team Liquid ngayon. So malay mo talagang makabawi pa rin talaga ang Team Liquid dito sa game na to. If ever lang din talaga natuloy-tuloy lang din yung mga yung mga solid strats nila. Pero yeah, big shoutout nga pala kay Ray Ray. Game number 2 na.
Hey, game number 2 nga pala.
Yeah, kasi umuwi ka na.
Big shoutout din pala sa mahal ng buhay ko, si Madam Isha.
Ayan.
Nata sa chat.
Oo, asa chat siya. Itatago ko rin sa pangalang Cons.
Si Luis.
Ayan, si Luis.
Mahal po kita, Luis.
Tsaka si Cons. Luis Cons. Or Cons Luis.
Si ano ba, Bill? Si May. Pangalan niya talaga, May.
Meika ang pangalan niya. Meika Bilyasaran.
Congrats.
Oh, naglalaro eh.
Madam Meika.
Busy si Maring May.
Okay, buti Maring yung sa araw man. Pero wag natin padam sa kanya baka.
Oy. Nagrereklamo siya daw, Maring May. Hoy, hindi mo ba narinig yung shoutout kasi ako kanina? Shoutout kita, ha?
Oo nga.
Uy, si Yampi, naka 3K na. So, go with the 4th one right now. Pero tama, nilabas ang klase, nilabas ang Spectre. Pero nag-iisip siya kalong terminal. Labas siya, pwede siya makapag-ace dito. Guess the 4th one. Pero ibigay na sa akin yung ace. Para meron ako pang hashtag mood challenge.
Ayun ba yan? Ayun ba talaga yung habol doon? Yung hashtag eh, no?
Oo, pare.
Oo, pare. Sayang yung clips eh. Pre, sisave ko na sana yung clip eh ng DVR ko eh. Jumpy. At sinong jumajump, sinong tumatalon papunta sa kanya. Makukuha pa din niya. Yumpy. Unti kang pamaagawan ng ace eh. Buti nilang naibigay. Kung hindi, edi sundukan sa likod. Zeta Division, gun round naman sa kanila.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa Zeta Division, mukhang magi-game 3 ata tayo, kaibigan Black and Blue. Pero sana hindi na. Pero sana nakauwi na rin si Dax at si Ray Ray dito. Pero bago sila makauwi, kailangan muna talaga natin talaga i-push tong game na to na mag 2-0 na rin din talaga para makapagpahinga. Ay, si Dax pala okay lang kasi wala pala siya ngayon. Okay lang pala. So, pwede siya mamahinga. Pero yung nga lang, Link, nakakaisa nga dito. 4v5 onto this game, and dito naman ngayon sa Team Liquid, wala silang enough na pera, pero there's a big kill already for the side of Team Liquid. Napatay nila si Laz dito, 1 sentinel down, walang sentinel yung mga players ng Zeta Division dito if ever, pero nga lang Crow 9, don't look up, because if you're gonna look up, you're gonna be dead. Pero yun nga lang, sabi ni Crow, nope, I'm gonna kill that guy, so it's fine, 4v3. And lamang pa rin ang Team Liquid dito, and mukhang gagawin ata ng Team Liquid ang ginawa ng Zeta Division sa kanila kanina. Pero dito naman ngayon sa si Rolling Thunder will be activated, depth with that smoke para syempre hindi siya makita dito, pero ito na, he's revealed already. Pero nga ng kill will gonna be in favor of Yampy right now. 10 missing that kills, pero ito pa yung isa, Nivera, which just that Sheriff mga kaibigan. Sugar Zero pushing in already, catches the head of these players na lang din. 2v2 onto this game. Tamang hilo din na ginagawa nito dito para lang syempre makapang-sure si Sugar Zero dito na maayos. Meron pa siya isang star, so pwede pa nang gamitin yon. Flash doon sa backside, nakakita isa. Pero merong tao sa lugs! And alam na ng dalawang players sa Zeta Division yon. 2v1, low yung isa. Catches mo talaga para sa akin naman. Yappy! With a big clutch! 4K! We really thought the Zeta Division pa rin makakakuha nun. Pero sabi ni Yampy, hindi! Men, naka 5K na kanina, naka-ace na kanina, naka 4K pa the next round. Ikaw na lang kaya maglaro.
Oo, buti na lang na low HP pa niya si Sugar Zero dun sa 2v1 para isang bala lang kailangan niya para makapag-back agad. Ito, isang bala lang kahit sa katawan. Kasi yung follow-up dito kay 10, naguluhan siya dun sa parang jiggle pick niya. Ang ganda ng kilos ni Jumpy dun. Talagang on fire. 9 kills na agad, 3 rounds pa lang. At breach pa yan, ha, partida.
Yun nga eh. Partida nga.
Oo.
Breach pa yun. And syempre, ubos pa yung utils niya doon, bro.
Oo, wala siyang ginamit na utility doon sa clutch. Syempre, pag breach ka, di ba? Medyo mas atras ka eh. Hindi ka nakabantay katulad ng Jet, ng Sky, ng kung sino man. So, the fact na nakaka 9 kills na siya dito, isa na lang, 10. Maraming bagay yun sa ultimate nila.
Yeah, sobrang laking bagay dito sa game na to. Pero, bawing-bawi naman dito, Black and Blue. Mawa naman sila dito eh. Hindi naman sila nagpapaka... parang bahala na kung ano mangyari. Hindi. Ano na to? Lahat ng mga rounds na to, may mga sari-sariling strats to. Hindi nila pwedeng gamitin yung mga strats nila na pare-pareho lang. Kasi if ever pare-pareho, tapos hindi naman gumagana, edi wala rin. Pero kung pare-pareho tapos gumagana, there's this round na talagang matatalo din kayo. Pero meron nga tayong kasabihan, di ba? Don't fix what's not broken. Pero hindi eh. Kasi once na nabasa ka na ng kalaban mo, you a GG, boy.
Don't break what is fixed. Don't fix what's not broken. Diba?
Oo, tama yan.
Kaya kung kayo broken, huwag yun nang ayusin.
Grabe naman yun, pare. Iba na yun eh.
Biro lang. Sports lang. Okay. Talagang isinugod nila ang C-site. Ibinigay naman ng Zeta. Hindi kasi balak masyado yung paglaban. Nag-aabang ng saktong timing para maka-retake instead. May mga naman sila, may mga utility, may ultimate sila dito, Cosmic Divide, Trigger Zero. Pero tingin ko, wag mo na gamitin. Uy! Hindi pa rin namatay si Link doon. Ay si Scream. Paano pa nila nabawian yon? In the end, Trigger Zero na lang mag-isa. Alam nila kung nasaan siya at ang hirap labanan ng operator na naka-stinger man lamang. Rivera. 4th round dito, pupunta sa Team Liquid. It's Zeta Division, finally on a gun. Makakakuha na ba sila ng isa? O sasagasain ba ng Team Liquid to sa opening half?
Yeah, yun ang magiging tanong dito sa mga susunod na laban. Pero 4-0, men. Well, walang pera ang Zeta Division doon.
Oo.
Talagang magiging 2-1 to. There's no way na baka maging 2-0 to, Black and Blue.
Oo nga. Kahit gustuhin natin eh. Pero meron naman akong kilalang caster na gusto 2-1.
Oo. Hayaan na natin siya magpakasaya muna ngayon.
Kailangan.
Feeling ko, iniisip na ngayon, sana mag-2-1, sana mag-2-1. Oh my God. Iniisip niya. Kasi pag di nag-2-1, GG siya kay Derek.
Oo, nagtanong nga eh. Tingin mo ba?
Talaga?
Check mo yung chat.
Oo nga. Oo nga, no?
Maasa nga. Para kay tropang caster. Sana umama. Uy! Ubos. Zeta.
Scream with a swing. 10.
Huli. Timing.
Laz, nakaisa na dito. Oh! Laz, nakaisa pa rin. 2v1. Scream. The headshot machine. Catches one with a dash! But Sugar Zero with a siwasang bandal. May oras siya. 4-1. And ang sabi ng TL dito, boy, hindi na kami maro 2-0. Hindi pa kami uuwi. Walang uuwi.
Buti na lang, na-clutch pa. Vandal versus Phantom. Pag yung kalapit, pag malapitan, lamang yung Phantom eh. One shot pa din yan sa ganyang kalapit eh. Buti na lang, Sugar Zero. Parang napansin mo doon, pati siya talagang ay, buti na lang.
Oo nga eh. Buti na lang, pare. Buti na lang ganun nangyari, pare.
Pero, Zeta Division kahit panalo sila, wala pa rin pera, men. Tabo.
Yun nga eh. Labo, di ba? Wala pa rin talagang perang nakikita dito, pero malay mo, makabawi siya kahit pa paano. Kasi hindi pa naman tapos to, diba? I mean, we still have a lot of games today and rounds to cast pa rin. So, dito sa nakikita natin ngayon, talagang medyo delicate lang din talaga.
Delicates.
Ang Zeta, kasi yes, nanalo sila ng isang round pero wala silang pera dito, men. Stinger, Sheriff, Operator kay Dep. Kay Dep, kailangan i-save to if ever kung medyo GG na talaga. Pero importante na patay na dito si Yampy. Yampy being down will take a huge toll on the players of Team Liquid kasi they need yung utilities dito ni Yampy. Kasi kung napapansin mo, sobrang utility dependent ng mga agent natin ngayon. With all these flashes, fault lines, everything na meron yung breach. Yung breach, yung isa sa pinakamalaking trabaho dito sa game na to. Pero yun nga lang, lockdown will be activated. Wala silang Hunter's Fury. Medyo malayo yung Aftershock, mga kaibigan. Pero wala silang choice kundi huwag na lang talaga mag-plant dito. Kasi na-chup-chup yung players ng Zeta dito. So napakagandang strategiya na ginawa dito ng Team Liquid na mag-out na lang din talaga. Tingnan mo, hindi pa nagpakamatay yung iba, di ba? Hindi pa kasi nagpakamatay, di ba? Isipin, natapos yung round na isa lang yung namatay, men. Isa yan sa pinaka-rare na instance sa mundo ng Valorant, mga kaibigan. Matatapos yung isang round na isa lang yung namatay. Napaka-easy, pare.
Lesson yan para sa inyong mga tropa. Huwag kayong susuko.
Oo. Okay lang mag-save. I mean, swear, mas pipiliin ko na lang mag-save kaysa delikado buhay ko. Ganun yan, men. Kaysa magpakabita-bita tayo na hindi, 1v4, di kaya ko to, pare, kaya ko to. Hindi ganun yun.
Zoom in. Boom! Uy, talo pa din! Grabe naman yung pick na yun ni Vera. And that opens up the site ito. Rolling Thunder, tinamaan ng kulob. And makakatakas naman, retake ang habol dito ng Zeta. Pero may
retake it
sila.
Is...
Ganda ng utility pa nila. May ultimate ito, Rolling Thunder, tas Cosmic Divide pa. Nako!
Uy, Diyos ko po, doon lang sa gilid, men. Napakabilis na pangyayari. Pero sa totoo lang, ang ganda lang ng ginawa ng Team Liquid kanina to, na hindi sila nakapag-plant. Na lockdown lang nila. At saka ayaw makuha ng Team Liquid. Ayaw nila makuha ng Zeta yung mga baril nila, 'di ba? Kaya din sila nag-push. Out na lang sila.
Out ka na lang. Kung hindi mo mapupush, atras.
Huwag mo nang pilitin.
Oo, huwag mo pilitin. Hindi naman napupush eh. I'm out ng Zeta Division. Ngayon versus Team Liquid, medyo nagulat sila sa pangyayari. Teka, dapat lamang tayo doon pero hindi natin na-clear yung kanto. At sa totoo kaya dapat mga pare, umiwas kayo sa mga kantong hindi nyo alam talaga. Daming abangers yan.
Oh, man.
Para
kumbaga, meron nga tayo tinatawag na huwag kang mabahala, may nagbabantay sa dilim. Nag-aabang sa sulok at may hawak na patalim. Yung mga ganyan.
Batman.
Share ko lang.
Share lang naman. Okay lang naman mag-share. Siyempre, dami ng rason para mag-ingat. Lalo na sa mga panahon ngayon na 2-5 na kayo.
Ano?
2-5. Ito. Zeta 2. Abang kalaban. Labang. Bill, may tanong ako sa'yo.
Ano para?
Ba't ang galing yung screen, pare?
Scream yan men. Napakatagal na lang naglalaro ng balo yun. Actually, hindi lang balo talagang nabuhay yan para sa ganitong laro.
Oo nga
Oo, I mean, tara mo. Palaruin mo ng BR game yan. Walang gagawin si Scream, promise. Hindi naman siya made for that eh. He is actually made for this kind of 5v5 tactical shooter game na katulad ng Valorant. Tsaka syempre yung isa. Pero Scream, shut him down. 6-2. I mean, ito na ang pinapakita ng Team Liquid. Sige, dinurog nyo kami kanina. Ha! Dudurugin naman namin kayo ngayon.
Yung aiming style talaga ni Scream pang one-tappers eh, no? Hindi pang spray control, pang one-tap lang talaga eh. Konting burst lang. Basta kung saan siya makakahanap ng mga advantageous gunfights, doon talaga siya magaling. Team Liquid, 6-2, lumalamang na ngayon. Attacker-sided, although to be fair, attacker-sided nga itong Haven na map. Pero tingnan natin kung maitutuloy pa ba nila. Looks like Team Zeta, once again, another bye. Pero kung natalo ang Zeta dito, ego na naman. It's not gonna be a good thing considering na napagastos nga sila ng operator na dito. So, kailangan talaga nila ma-convert yung round na to. Kung ito, pumunta pa sa Team Liquid, mas secure na nila ang advantageous first half na lamang sila at least 7 points.
Yeah. Pero dito naman sa round na to, they have the money, they have the utilities, at mukhang A na lang din ata ang didiretsohin ng mga tropa natin sa Team Liquid tsaka sa Zeta. They don't have any choice right now. Yung oras na yan, yes, they can go B, pero medyo delikado na rin. Pero yun nga, medyo hindi pa tumama dito sa Scream, mga kaibigan. Dito pa sa Frenzy. Nakapatay na nga na isa, pero Sugar Zero with that big trade of Sugar Zero with another one right now, pero hindi pala mangyayari because Lick will gonna take him down. Laz 1v4. Can he do this? I think that is gonna be really hard right now. Pero nga lang, Blinding Light will not gonna connect on to Laz. Wala silang idea kung nasa si Laz ngayon, pero probably kay Soulcast, pero baka meron siyang idea ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, napakaganda na posisyon ni Soulcast, mga kaibigan. And he just actually waited patiently. Talagang makakapita siya ng isa dito. And nung 1v4 yung nangyari, 1v4, 1v5, I don't know. Lahat sila is talagang, sige men, dito ako sa Heaven nakatingin. Sige pre, dito ako sa City. Sige pre, dito ako sa, dito ako sa Long, dito ako sa Short. Ganun eh, di ba? Parang, nag-aantay lang sila ng magandang call if ever. And it's really up to them if they're gonna engage Laz. Kasi pwedeng hindi, pwedeng oo. Kung kunyari nag-refund kayong dalawa, huwag ka na mag-second pick. Tigil mo na yan. Kasi kayo naman nilamang dito eh. Antayin mo na lang na pumasok yan kasi wala namang gagawin yung kundi pumasok lang. Kunyari exit frags ang gagawin. If kunyari papasok sa long, edi mag-city na lang kayo, di ba? Ganun lang yan, mga basic things lang din talaga in order for you to maximize your utilities and your pera. Dito sa sa Valorant. Ano yung fundamentals na yun? Yung mga basic stuff na yun.
Pag di gumana ang iyong pagkukulit, wag nang sumilip ulit.
Oo.
Diba? Hindi naman gumana eh. Parang mapapanish ka lang, bale. Mas lalo na pag operator ang kalaban mo.
Oo naman.
Okay. Execute dito naman sa Caesar Charlie side Scream. Entry frag talaga ang kanyang kinalakasan ever since kahit nung counter pa nun. Doon talaga siya nakagawa ng pangalan. So talagang entry frag siya sa mga one-tappers niya. Flash dito. 10 nakakuha ng isa. Uy, dip! Bumawi naman. 3v3 na ngayon. Zeta Division on the retake. Tignan natin kung mababawi ba nila. Link, he does get one frag. Dalawa na lang titira dito para sa Zeta Division on the back of the site. May utility pa rin sila magagamit. Ayun na nga. Dep! Makakakuha ng isa. His name is Yep. One frag na lang natitira dito. Dep gets a kill ni Vera. Last one left alive in the 1v1 but will not win out the clutch dito. Crow, 8-2. Expensive eco round pero sayang. Kaya pa sana ng Zeta.
Yeah, sobrang sayang lang din talaga. Really thought na makakapitas yung mga players natin ngayon na kahit isa lang. Pero nangyari na ang dapat nangyari na talagang nakuha pa rin talaga ng Team Liquid yung round na yon. And dapat natin sabihin na if ever nag-2-10 din to, it's like a deja vu of what happened a while ago. Yes, hindi nga nila na 8-0 to, pero score-wise pareho lang din talaga yung nangyayari. At kung ako sa'yo, Ray, mag-chill ka muna kung nasan ka ngayon.
Saya ka muna. Total,
Masaya ka naman.
masaya naman eh.
Pakasaya ka. Huwag kang titigil sa kasiyahan mo, Rere.
Don't stop having fun. Total, wala pa naman.
Wala pa naman, di ba? Sila ka lang dyan, man.
Total, masaya naman ng ano mo. Ang kasama mo din. Okay. Dep. Ultimate. Karamihan dito ng Zeta Division sa may C site pa, C-Link. So, ang karamihan ng retake nila, manggagaling lang sa C site. Si Sugar Zero lang nag-iisa. Oh! Kaso nag-line up sila ni Scream. Medyo inunahan yung flash. Ito yung problema ng Zeta Division. Parang umiinit masyado na hindi sila napapaisip ng disiplina. Isipin mo, Vil, kung ikinombo nila, sana yung flash, kasama ng stun ni Breach, kasama ng iba pang utility. Hindi yung basta-bastang basic flash lang. Di ba may naigawa pa sila? Pero ayun nga, parang masyadong, uy, nagpa-plant sila. Tara, go na natin to bigla. Problema, medyo kasabay nung flash na yung timing tuloy, gumana para sa Team Liquid. Nagpabor pa.
Yeah. Delikado lang din talaga. Pero, yeah, I mean, hindi na mag-gold if ever nag-2-10 to Black and Blue. Kasi yun yung next thing na pwedeng mangyari dito. Kasi in terms of armors, half lang ang Zeta. Half armor lang. I mean, saktong 400 pesos lang ginamit nila dito. Saktong 3T. 3-3 lang pera na, 3-5, ganyan, 3-6. Yun din mga pera nila dito. Kasi hindi naman yan mag-full on or full on Vandal. Tapos puro utilities. Hindi ako kinadudot. Pero ito kalapag ng papag from sewers to A. Pero last with that judge, mga kaibigan, miski isang putok. Hindi lang naman yan ang putok. Kahit isa lang, wala talaga nangyari dito. Pero Dep being affected by that paranoia will actually catch 1-2v3. Medyo mahirap to kay Dep, no? Alam nila kung nasa si Dep, pero yung nga ni Velo gonna shut him down. Pero yun nga lang, walang ace na mangyayari kay kaibigang Arevin. And 2-10, kung ano nangyari kanina, it's gonna happen again here in this game.
10-2. Nevera with the judge. Talagang inubos niya lahat ng site, malapitan, ini-spaman. First opening fake down with the 31st. Tapos alam niya, meron sa graffiti. No scope pa nga! Yung pangatlo. Yung pang-apat dito. Munting yung pangama-ace in the end. What a play coming from Nevera. Kapatid ni Scream yan. Bunsong kapatid ni Boss Lods. I'm safe.
Brother Buffett, pare. What are you doing? Real brother?
Buti nga, tunay na kapatid eh.
Same, diba?
Dugo. Kung step lang yan.
Hindi yan.
Medyo nakaka-alala. Same. That's the word.
Uy, si Coach Ansay. Coach Ansay ng Japan, mga kaibigan. Pati nga yung coach nag-makeup din. Nag-makeup. Nag-makeup ba sila? O hindi?
Possible.
Pwede, di ba?
Oo. Para lang, syempre, hindi makintab, di ba?
Kasi pag
kunting pulbosang. Ako men, legit, nung, syempre, lumalaki ako. Parang, hindi ko kailangan ng makeup. Tapos nung simula ako magtrabaho dito sa cast. Nung simula ako mag-cast, sabi ko, hindi ko din naman kailangan yan. Total, bakin niya sa tayo. Pero, eventually, naintindihan ko din. Yung,
kung bakit kailangan. Diba?
Kung bakit kailangan. Parang kunting bawas kintab lang, gupimpo lang. Yun lang. Simpleng ganun.
Diba?
Nakakatulong din pala. Mali ako.
Ba't ka mali?
Wala, ayaw ko ba?
Ikaw magkamali, men. Kasi ikaw lang ang tama.
Ako bang tama o may tama?
May tama ako sa'yo, pare.
Peace bump.
Walang halo. Totoo yun. Sorry, isa akong talaga. Sobrang dami namin similarities ni Nico eh.
Alam mo ba, Vil? Nung mismong event, nagkakilala tayo. Naalala mo pa?
Oo.
Huwag mo lang sabihin. Mismong
Oo.
event, nagkakilala tayo. Nakakilala kami ni Madam.
Talaga?
Oo, doon din yun. Oo. Sa ano? Sa nanonood.
Doon din eh. No? Saan nga ulit?
Sa may QC. High grounds.
Oo. Doon din ako.
Oo.
Andun ka rin eh.
Oo nga. Counter pa yun.
Oo, tama. Okay, magre-refresh lamang, kaibigan.
Okay. Go! Pistol round. Retake. Coming in from Team Liquid this time. Clean plant. Nakuha ng Zeta Division. May konting idea sila na baka nandun nga sila nakatambay sa garage. Pero yung support naman siya ni Dep. Kaya hindi na basta-basta may flash out dito. Dep! Ang ganda ng pitas niya gamit yung frenzy. Ang daming gumagamit ng frenzy dito. And 10 gets another kill. Tatlong pitas kay 10! And he gets the 4th. Zeta Division. Sumagot na naman dito. And they finally answer back. 3-10. And let's see if they're gonna go even further.
Mabilis na pangyayari ng ginagawa dito ng Zeta Division at saka syempre ng Team Liquid. And men, parehong-pareho lang din talaga. Ganun lang din talaga yung nangyayari dito. Walang pinagkaiba. Men, sa napanood natin kanina. It's just the same thing. Not all over again. Well, I think it's all over again. Pero just literally the same thing. Kasi walang lamang na lamang yung isa, tapos makakabawi yung isa. Pero yun nga lang, in the end, matatapos na ng players ng... Kasi didn't matter. Tama. Wala ka naman sa mali, kapatid. Tama naman.
In the end,
doesn't even matter.
shoutout pala kay tropa ang si paring Chester. Oo.
Ay, alam mo ba, pinanood ko yun. Yung
Live? Dito?
Hindi. Hindi ko kasi napanood eh. Nakakainis nga. Pero, napanood ko yung, nasa ko yun, nasa wall ko yun.
Nasa wall?
Oo, nasa wall ko yun, men. Kaka-post ko yun isang araw. Si Mr. Chow. Yung parang yung karaoke nila sa kotse. Yung carpool karaoke nila. Oo, nung buhay pa si kaibigan Chester. Ganda, men.
Si tropang cheesy Chester.
Popost ko dito sa GC na.
Sige. 11-3 nga pala. Nakabawi ang Team Liquid on Eco Retake versus Spectres ng Zeta Division. Saktong-saking paranoia, kabadong-kabado.
Grabe si Scream eh, no?
3 bala lang, 3 pitas.
3 bala lang, 3 na patay. Di ba? Hindi natin pinag-usapan yun, men.
Oo nga. May laro nga pala. Sana... Ay! Saan na pala ito eh? Si Chang. Mr. Chow.
Si Mr. Chow.
Siya si Chang sa community.
Hindi natin pinag-usapan yung nangyari kanina. Pero ito pag-uusapan na natin ngayon kasi medyo busy tayo kanina. Pero ito na, ni Vera patulong-tulong natin. Nakita yung Siko! Pero ni Vera, snapping his fingers to get out of the battle. Crow. With that stinger. Medyo mahirap to, men. Kasi, ano na yan eh. Kumbaga, ni-nerf na ang stinger tsaka bulldog eh. Kasi, tapos na ang age ng stinger and bulldog meta. Kasi dati kasi pag ini-ADS mo yan, quick ADS, yung mga first bullets niyan is super accurate. As in, sobra. Pero yung unang brut niyan is sobrang accurate. Pero ngayon, day na.
Dings, pare. Soulcast, nako. I-clear ba nila to? Ang hirap i-check to eh. Masalang nakaig. Uy, ini-spaman naman. Uy, Soulcast, muntikan pa. Parang alam ata ni Ten eh. Nakita nga ata yung yung baril ata.
30 seconds left.
Buti nakahanap pa ng isang baril. Sige, 5v4. Namang Zeta sa tao. Pero kulang pa rin sa baril. Hindi ata nakuha yung baril nga ni Soulcast dito. Link finds one but only 1-10. Sumasagot naman. Sugar Zero. Another kill. Scream holding down the line dito sa backside. Snivera tamaan ng Petray. 10 makakaapat. Zeta Division. Hindi pa nila ibibigay ang match point sa Team Liquid. Bakit? Ano?
Sorry na to. Ano sa general chat?
General.
Ano ba ito?
Ano pa na to eh? Boss OIB.
4K on the Zeta.
Bawal yan, Lods.
Inampas, pre. Inampas. Pero Scream. Blade Storm is on. Pero tingnan, makikita pa rin Sword. Opsim! Diba? Miski ako.
Di ako matatakot eh. Ay. Buti na lang. May mga nanonood.
Up! Uy! Walang nangyari mga kaibigan. Nakakita ng dalawa. Out agad. Tama ang decision mo, pre.
Oo.
Hindi ka bayani na pumatay pa ng isa doon. Kasi,
oo nga.
What if may mapatay ka? Pero what if mamatay ka? Siyempre, doon ka sa safer side, di ba? Pero ito na mga kaibigan, Scream! Lumilipad na.
Ibang adar na. Ayan. Let's go. Retake na ngayon ng Team Liquid. Pero Zeta holding down the line against yung retake ng Team Liquid. Soulcast makakadalawa. 2v2 na ngayon. Depth. Importante yung posisyon. Pero namatay. Sugar Zero on the retake.
8 seconds.
On the flank pala ka mo.
8 seconds on 8 seconds on the chup-chup mga kaibigan. Pero wala na. Stinger lang magamit kasi. Sayang 8 seconds on that second star sana. Pwede sana niyang gamitin eh. Pero wala eh.
Oo nga. Chup-chup pa niya sana.
Double chup-chup sana pwede gawin. Sana hindi siya nag-contest kasi meron pa siya isang star. Kasi dalawang chup-chup pwede nang gawin doon. And yung oras din, di ba? Sana sumilip jump pick ganun. Pero alam na nga niyang Stinger yung gamit. Mukhang we're going to game number 3. Ray, kung nasan ka man, huwag ka munang umalis.
Mamaya-maya na. Medyo malayo pa talakbay ni Boss Ray. Okay, 4-12. Match point C's taken dito by Team Liquid. Most likely. Malamang to, map number 3. Pero tingnan natin, baka matagalin pa muna ng Zeta bago tayo mabot doon.
Sorry, natatawa kasi napanood ko ulit.
Hindi, wag ka mag-sorry natatawa. Mag-sorry kung umiiyak ka, di ba, syempre?
No. Hindi pare, hindi ako mag-sorry kasi umiiyak kasi pag tunay kang lalaki, if ever umiiyak ka. Walang ganyan, man. Yung umiiyak na yan, pag okay lang yan.
Okay lang
kasi
naman.
If ever kunwari nasasaktan ka na, kailangan mo i-release yan sa pag-iyak and it's fine. It's natural to...
Okay lang naman umiyak.
Oo.
Okay lang iyakin.
Kung ako patalo dito, uwi na ako. Maraming ganun sa PH server, mga kaibigan. Maraming ganun sa comp, iyakin. Hindi nagkatamaan dito ng blade sword ng kutsilyo ng tinidor. Pero okay lang yan. Nakita na nga yung pet Chinese Sky dito. Pero Soulcast medyo delikado lang siya because of that na reserve. Pero it's fine, makakatakas naman siya dyan dito. Pero nilabas na nga dito si Arpod! Ngart! On to your face. Kinagat to 7 Lions. Soulcast with a spray. Pero dalawa lang nakita na ngayon. 2v2 skip with a big flick! Uy!
Oras, wala na.
GG! It's over! 1-1!
Defenders win.
Wala kasi sa kanya yung spike. And in that, Team Liquid bumawi. Map number 2, napaka-dominant. Kung lamang na lamang sa dulo ang Zeta after map number 1 sa Fracture. Ibinalik lang naman ang pabor dito ang Team Liquid.
Pareho talaga eh. No? Kung ano nangyari kanina, ito rin yung nangyari ngayon, di ba? So, pantay na lang sila. Pero mas malala yung kanina, di ba? Hindi, mas malala yung kanina. 0-8 yun eh.
Pero yung final score, mas dikit yung kanina.
Oo.
Parang 2 round lang naman ang pinagkaiba.
So, parang pwede natin sabihin na parang ganun din, di ba? Pareho lang din. Ganun. Hindi, walang naglalayo, walang nagkakalayo. If
1-1.
Pero, 1-1, yeah.
1-all pala, 1-all.
Yeah, tama. 1-all, and we're heading to game number 3. If ever na game 3 mamaya, Diyos ko, kita-kits na lang. Sa alas 8 na naman kayo matatapos na ito.
Oo, tapos si Ray pa yung kasama ko sa second series.
So, lang minsan lang to na mag-game 3 yung yung first game. Pero, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari talaga eh. Ito yung the best of the best sa buong mundo eh. So, talagang kung mag-game 3 talaga kayo. And nakita natin ngayon sa mga games natin na talagang sobrang galit na rin talaga ang Team Liquid. Kaya na-push na rin talaga yung game to a third game. And for Zeta Division, yes, they did it a while ago na nanalo sila na-stump nila ang Team Liquid na sobrang tindi eh. And it's just pagdating sa game number 2, that is a complete reset na rin talaga ng ginawa nila dito. Hindi sila nagpadala sa emosyon nila ano sa nangyari sa kanila ng game number 1 kasi nakahabol naman sila kahit papano. Pero yeah, third game it is, black and blue, and really can't wait for that. And once again, you are watching VALORANT Masters and we are casters. VIL, black and blue. We'll be right back.
Haven't been outside in a week again. I'm wearing out the same old t-shirt, 'cause I know I won't feel much either way. I'm staring at my phone again. When it gets a little higher, you understand. And I don't know, it feels so empty, but lying here with you will help me say it's all okay. So I'll hold on to you.
We have a game on our hands. Liquid, they bounce back on Haven, which means we are guaranteed the third map here in this elimination match. Of course, I'm going to reiterate it over and over again. The next map, guys, whoever loses that one is going home. And now after the first map, I felt like maybe Liquid, they could potentially be going. But after that one, though, Saisho, how much do you feel like the script has been flipped?
It's anybody's game at this point. It's not necessarily that Liquid have all the momentum and now they're going to win map 3. I think it just showcases that it depends very much so on the map which team is actually going to be able to get the advantage. And now everything is on the line for map 3.
Yeah, I think the main thing is always for Liquid right now is comfort. Like, you see the Sky coming out from Soulcast look fantastic, even individually. Like, you can see the confidence of him as a player. One of the other things that was definitely a bit of a worry for me is just the fall off of Crow and Laz. Now, to point out, Yumpy had more kills in the first 3 rounds than those two combined the entirety of the map.
Yumpy also had more kills in the first 3 rounds than he did on the first map. So
that is also true.
It does. You know, this series really has sliced both ways. You could argue map 2 was a bit more dominant towards Team Liquid, but I think these teams are fairly even. It just comes down to their comfort on the map itself.
I mean, we've seen Liquid bounce back already. I think, obviously, when it comes to Haven, the last time we saw Zeta, it wasn't really great. How much potential do you feel like Zeta now have to bounce back when it goes to Split?
Again, I think it's something where they can reset their mental. I don't think you're that worried about Haven, frankly. These guys know that they're not great on the map. They're under no delusions that they were going to finish this one out 2-0. And so I think for a team that's already succeeded at so much at this event and shown such patient, diligent play, it would be uncharacteristic for them to suddenly lose their heads in this final map. I know it's high pressure, and I know that the whole of Japan is really, you know, resting on these shoulders, but they've done so well so far. You're just so close to being able to secure yourself top 6 at Reykjavik.
Well, I think the other thing as well is, like, both teams have come in with this kind of sketchy map pool for this event. So to end up on the 3rd map is not really a surprise for either side. This is a map that Zeta have been trying to pick twice in this tournament already. So it's not like Split is this map that they really don't want to play. It's something they're comfortable on. And sure, it hasn't gone great so far, but they can lean into it.
Split is going to be a really interesting map too. You've heard Jess on the desk actually talk about how fast Zeta Division is. Well, that was when they played online. And actually, they've gone from being a pretty quick team. Now they are averaging. They're planting the spike in the final 20 seconds of the rounds. I mean, that is incredibly slow. And so with that comes, of course, risk involved. But I wanted to show you a round when they played against G2 on Split. And to start things off, right, you're going to be watching them play a very passive 1-3-1 default. They're not taking map control for the first 40 seconds. They find where Mixwell is, and they use the dog. There it is in B main. Mixwell doesn't break it, and that means that he gets stunned, and it pulls the players away from B heaven. It opens up mid, and now Nookie, as the IGL on Raze, thinks, I've got to peek. I've got to try and find some information here over to A. Are they here? He gets punished for that. And suddenly, it's the go signal for Zeta Division. They initiate, get onto the site. There is 5 seconds left when they get this plant down. And this is not the only time it happened. It happened in round 9, right before this too. I think there's a few crucial things here to think about with Zeta Division, right? How do you find where they're leaning in the map? Because they want to group up at about, I don't know, 40 seconds on the clock and execute somewhere. But if you peek for the information, they're going to punish you for it. So Liquid have to be so careful about making those decisions, but they still need information to group up on the right side.
Yeah, I think as well, when we get to compositions, which I imagine will be coming in just a moment, this is one of the first times I think we're going to have proper head-to-heads. Like 10 versus Soulcast is going to be a storyline I think we have to focus on. The map where Soulcast wasn't, I guess, the primary duelist was the one that they've just performed best on. And then you're also actually going to have the Astra matchup, which could also be very exciting because Link has been avoiding it on most maps, but on this one, he becomes that almost Sentinel player.
I mean, we talk about the comfort picks benefiting both sides. You know, obviously, Laz not being on that chamber last map, kind of, it was a little bit uncomfortable. For him, 10, Sky, again, you spoke about it already. Going on to this one, how much do you think the agent select is going to benefit both sides? Because it does look like there is a lot of comfort picks here. We're even getting Scream on the stage.
Yeah, but I think the comfort picks make more difference, in my opinion, for Zeta Division. I think you've seen 10 going crazy on Raze in some of these maps. And Sugar Zero's Astra impact is going to be amplified by the way in which they play. I think they've come into Split games before with an amazing game plan, and I think it's one that's really difficult to work around too. I just don't see that level of discipline with Liquid, where they're going to be able to get away with it. I think Zeta Division are looking primed, maybe.
Ooh, okay.
To win this
I don't know. Tell that to Yumpy's Breach. Like, that's about to come in. Operator on the attack side.
Didn't turn up map 1, Tom.
But you know, the second one he did. And Split is actually a map that they pick into as well. Like, Fracture is not something they've particularly been wanting to play. I almost don't think they expected it to come through in this series either. I imagine they were expecting the Icebox to come through first. So I think now, all in all, going into Split, at the beginning of the day, I would have favored them at Liquid, and I think I do now.
I mean, it's not easy to bounce back, though, right? I know we just saw Liquid do it, but they've always been kind of good on Haven. They kind of revamped a little bit, and they looked confident on Haven. But do you feel like Zeta look comfortable enough on Split, you know, after losing to G2 the way they did, that they can snatch this out of Liquid?
Yeah, I do. And here's the reason. G2 are the only EMEA team here that are actually playing at full strength. I mean, you've got Liquid, who have been all over Wonky Town and coming into this event just like trying to patchwork things back together.
They also lost to NIP.
Yes, but at the same time, NIP are a really good team on Split. This team is good on this map, and I think they're good enough to be able to take some serious scalps. And I'm not saying Zeta Division have hands down got it. It's going to be a dominant map like the previous two were. This is going to be a real scrap fest. It is winnable for either side, but to me, Zeta Division have more to play for, better game plan, and they're on their comfort rolls. I'm excited here. I think there's a serious chance this Cinderella run could continue.
They're going to the ball? They're going to the ball?
They might go to the ball.
Who's Prince Charming? That's the real question. It's got to be Laz, right? It was a loaded question, Sideshow. It was a loaded question.
Yeah.
I like this. I like how you both are kind of sitting on the opposite end of what is going to happen. We are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select soon, but of course, this is the last map for one of these teams. Are you ready for this? Are you prepared, Tom? Like physically and mentally prepared for this?
No.
Whatever happens here, Zeta Division have had a historic run. So even if they lose to Team Liquid, they've already accomplished so much. And it's the kind of thing that you can build on for future events, because they're probably going to come back. They're the best team in Japan right now.
And with the points going into Champions as well, I think they've got the best chance by far.
Absolutely. But Zeta Division are not willing to end it here. They have this chance. It's right in front of them.
Ooh, I feel like you were, in the beginning of the day, Josh, you didn't believe as much as you are believing now. I like it. We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now, so far, it's pretty much everything we've seen them play already on this map.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything mind-blowing going into this one. I think both teams are quite confident in their compositions. My main worry for Zeta is just the fact that they really struggled versus these sort of aggressive, fast plays that were coming through from the side of NIP. Like, you look at how they were challenged in Heaven and consistently pushed. I think Soulcast is actually someone who can do that. And if he can get off to a good start, okay, we haven't seen the best in this tournament from him, but I do think it's got to come at some point.
Yeah, the NIP composition, though, has double duelists. It's really fast, really aggressive.
Scream Sage as a duelist. I don't care what you say.
I mean, we shall see what's going to happen here, because there's no more second chances. The loser will be eliminated.
Let's go, mga kaibigan, na naman dito tayo sa map number 3 naman dito. Zeta Division versus Team Liquid. Zeta, tinambakan yung Team Liquid ng map number 1, pero bumawi naman ang Team Liquid sa map number 2. So split tayo, mapupunta. For now, I am Black and Blue. Kamusta ko na? Kasama ko naman si Vil. Kamusta naman, Vil? Nandito naman tayo sa map number 3.
Everything is doing great. We shoutout nga pala sa Tumblr ko. Ano sa gilid?
Yung literal Tumblr o yung website mong Tumblr?
Oy! Meron akong Tumblr na website dati, pare. Legit yan.
Ano kaya pinagpo-post ni Boss Bill?
Meron pa ba? Wait lang. Wait. Check ko nga.
Uso pa ba yun? Baka may MySpace ka na rin.
Meron ako. Wait, ito, pinuntahan ko yung Tumblr ko ngayon. Ay, not found na. Wala na.
Disabled na.
Sayang. Ito, meron. Andito pa rin, men.
Nice.
Dito pa rin.
Okay. Pistol round. Team Liquid versus Team Zeta Division. Magagawa ba nilang addition to?
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on if ever naman talaga mangyayari dito mga kanya. Pero ito na talaga naglalaban na talaga sila dito. Napakadaming utilities na talaga lumalabas dito sa may B.
Anong wall to? Nauntog si Soulcast pagpasok niya.
Hindi ko alam, men. Hindi ko alam kung anong wall yan. Pero
bago yan, ah.
Hindi ko talaga alam kung anong wall yan. Bago yan, eh. Ewan ko ba, mga Japanese lang talaga nakakaalam. Pero Diyos ko po, Black and Blue, delikado. Alam mo kung bakit?
Lang. Bakit?
Split to. Mapa ng hapon to, men. Oh my God, Step! Wala pa siyang bawal sila makakapag-heal pa nga siya. Oh no, mapa ng hapon to. Pero alam mo ba yung isang malaking problema?
Ano?
Hindi pa sila nananalo dito.
Miski isang beses?
Oo.
Yun lang. Pero now is the time. It is the key. Ooh! Dep! 1v2.
Grabe, matindi si Dep. Galit na galit si Dep, men.
Kaya pa ito maklatch link. Huwag makakampante.
10 seconds. Lamang sa tao. 10 seconds. 4 seconds. Pero yung kalendar sa double pick na ginawa nila. Dep, the man of the game, na ginawa niya. Tamang dalawang right click lang talaga dun sa dalawang players ng Team Liquid and wala silang nagawa. Pero hindi ko talaga alam kung bakit. Ano yung wall na yan, men? Ano yun?
Ano nga yun? Paano? Bagong strat kasi, men. Tayo yung caster. Wala
bago ba yun,
tayong alam sa pero ayun yung meta ngayon, pre. Lagyan mo ng gap ang wall para mapasilip ang kalaban, di ba?
Ganun pala.
Para mahirap.
At least alam.
May tinatiming ang cipher cam. Yung pwesto kasi nyo, pwede mo lagyan ng cipher cam sa simula ng round para makita mo yung aim-in. Kaya inis pa
Doon sa may billboard pwede.
Oo, pwede rin. Boom!
Diyos ko po, 10. Nagwawala. Pero correct me if I'm wrong. Alam ko wala pang panalo dito. Ang Zeta Division sa mapa. Kasi this is one of their strongest maps sa totoo lang. Pero...
Sa Japan.
Let me check.
Pero dito ata sa event na to.
Sa G2 split, talo sila. Sa NIP split, talo sila.
Durog.
Sa Fnatic split, wala. Sa DRX split, wala. Yun nga, wala pa silang panalo dito.
Wala nga. Pero pagdating sa Japan, kalaban Crazy Raccoon, Reignite, okay yung split na. Talo nga nila. Ang Crew Esports din dito nung huling beses, nung huling Masters.
Ang huling panalo nila sa split, yun nga, kalaban nila ang Crazy Raccoon. Yun na yun.
30 seconds left.
Sad. Okay.
Magandang pangitain ito sa side ng Team Liquid pero malay mo, ito na yung magiging deal breaker. Ano sinasabi nyo lagi mong talo sa split ha? Babawiin namin to, baby boy. 13 seconds in, hindi pa rin nakakapagaw ang Team Liquid dito. Napakaganda lang hold na ginagawa ng Zeta Division. Sinasabi nila, this is our turf, this is our map. Taga-Japan kayo, taga-Japan din kami.
Din?
Hindi. Never mind.
Never mind.
Nung oras na.
Okay, Jumpy. May sinasabi. Hindi niya papabayang maubos sila nang wala silang kontra. Wala silang sagot. Zeta Division, naging addition na ngayon. 2 rounds. Tignan natin kung may dagdagan pa ng pangatlo. 2 Sheriff, 2 Spectre, at 1 Judge. Ano bang judge sa Tagalog?
Di ko alam
Di ko din alam
Tagahatol.
Legit?
Ba?
Parang alam ko sa korte, judge ang din tawag ng mga tao ata.
Tagahatol in English.
Boss.
Judge, tama!
Judge.
Tama, judge.
Okay, tagahatol. Ipit dito ang YouTuber.
Tama, direct pero Soul kasi makakuha siya isa dito mga kaibigan. Pero one tap to the head ang ginawa ni Dep dito sa second one ni Vera super low. Catches one! Oh my god, Dep is doing it. Pero just ko po, nadruan nga si Nevera dito ng snake bite. Pero 2v3 onto this game right now. Kahit halos walang pera ang Zeta Division, sila pa rin talaga ang panalo. Pero napakagandang page sa sinabas dito natin para mas madali pa ang pag-push ng Team Liquid dito. Mag-wall sila! Tamang boost lang din. Pero si Kubasan kayo silip, man! 10! Wala! 2-3-0!
Sinubukan nyo pa,
sayang yung 400 pesos ng wall mo, ha?
Hindi nyo ba alam na sa split tayo? Home court advantage, mamen.
Home court advantage nga, pero wala pa silang panalo dito Yun ang mahirap Pero ito na, boom. Ubos, pati mo.
Alam ko namang malamig sa ibang mga lugar sa Europa. Pero iba pa din ang tinding lamig ng Japan.
Grabe, no? Nice in Japan is yoy. Yoy!
Balita ko, si Rere, madaming alam na Japanese words
yan.
Mahilig mga
Yummy.
kultura.
Tama. Kultura ng mga Hapon. Yan, si Rere mahilig dyan. Weeb siya, men. Ano siya? Veteran weeb.
Otaku.
Veteran otaku siya. Otaku.
Si Asuray, may panahong ganun din Pero,
may panahon.
Pero, matagal na yan.
Saktong otaku lang. Si Ray, veteran otaku yan.
Long standing. Okay, 4v4. Kadalasan sa 4v4, kung patas ang baril at lahat medyo nakakapabaro yun sa attacker side. Pero, go. Wait lang, sabay na wala. Sige! 3-0. Pero tingnan natin kung makaka-retake dito ang Zeta Division. Medyo nagpo-pause pa sila. Naghihintay ng oportunidad na makambakan, ma-retake. 2 kills. Res pa nga ang makakuha ng Zeta Division ni Vera. Sumasagot gamit ang Sheriff! 1v2! Kala ko makaklatch na ni boss ni Vera.
Grabe si Johnny Depp, men. Matindi. Matindi yung galawan ni kaibigang Johnny Depp, mga pre. Diyos ko, anong meron dito kay Johnny Depp? Talagang galit na galit.
Ano ba naman?
Sorry.
Okay Good retake dito ng Zeta. Medyo magastos, pero they'll be happy to walk away na ipanalo na pa naman nila ang round na yon, considering medyo may mga ibang baril din naman yung ibang miyembro ng Team Liquid. Pero now, full buy coming from Team Liquid and looking to take mid control na si Laz dito ang unang top-up sa kanila.
Pero dito naman sa Team Liquid, mga kaibigan, just the same thing all over again. Parang ito na lang ulit yung nangyayari kanina, men. Parang talaga hindi pa talaga sila makascore dito. Paano ba sila makakabawi dito if ever? Medyo wala sobrang ano na nila dito, lubog na naman ang mga boys sa Team Liquid.
Tignan mo, sobrang ganda ng control na talagang dinedelayin muna nila sa mid. Ngayon, sige, magagapangan na nila itong papuntang heaven sa B. Pero winolan nga ni Depp. So, pagbato nila ng either stun or yung rolling thunder, yung ulti ito ni Jumpy, magugulat na lang sila, teka, may pader, hindi na nakita. So, magawa pa nila, tumalsik naman! Tumalsik yung kakampay si Soulcast. Tamaan ng rolling thunder ng kakampay. Sayang lang din, nag-rolling thunder sila, pero hindi naman sumugod, kaya nawala din yung epekto kung sino mga natamaan sa loob ng site. Soulcast, makakadalawa at the very least.
Napakabilis sa mga pangyayari dito, pero ito na yung mga side ng Team Liquid ngayon. At least nakabawi naman sila kahit papano, paunti-unti na pagbawi dito sa mga games na nakikita natin ngayon. But for the side of Zeta Division, na talagang itutuloy lang nila yung mga itutuloy lang nila itong mga series of wins lang din na talaga to. If they really wanna stop their side, I mean, their opponents na makakuha pa ng kahit anong movement, na kahit anong pagkapanalo, na kahit konti man lang, they need to do it right now. Kasi wala na silang ibang choice Kailangan talaga nilang tapusin din at talaga agad to para hindi pa makapag-isip ng bagong strategy yung mga kalaban nila. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng Team Liquid, mga kaibigan, they need to think of something new in order for them to shut down Zeta Division. It's gonna be really hard. Mahirap. Yeah.
Yun yung mga round na parang medyo nagkamali yung Team Liquid pero gumana pa din. Medyo pangit yung timing pero okay pa din. Hindi yan. Nanalo pa din. So, tayo masasabi. Ulti ng Zeta Division dito sa way B long sa garage, yung B main na yan. Dahil dyan, parang talagang sakop na sakop nila, kontrolado ang B main entrance. So, itong Team Liquid, alam nila na they're gonna have to find some other entrance para makapasok ng B kung sakali. Pero, 40 seconds na lang. Actually, 35 seconds na nga lang. Wala pa rin silang nag-go. Wala pa rin silang naisusugod dito. Ang ganda ng slow orb para mapigilan ang momentum dito ni Soulcast. Nakababa nga lang at mukhang baka mapatay pa si Jeff. Oh, hindi na naputok!
I know exactly where.
Malaking problema yan, mga kaibigan. If ever talaga hindi natin napupunta sa mga baril natin kasi sobrang delikado rin talaga sobrang nagpapapo si Depp dito, pero nga Soulcast with a kill onto 2 with that judge. Soulcast super low on HP. Cronin tapos spray and pwede rin talaga Yampy mag-isa dito. Si Sugar Zero naguyong kasi may taas na chup-chup na nga, pero ito na nga natamaan na nga dito, na nakakongkas na nga siya dito. Wala siyang oras!
Enemy remaining.
Patay siya pero wala siyang oras, men. Wala rin siya 300 pesos.
Magastos naman ang round para sa Zeta Division. Should be able to buy up dito. Pero medyo tipid pa din ang buy nila. Tingin ko last second niyang naklik eh. Pero hindi na ilabas. Oo, medyo split second too late para talagang maiputok niya ang kanyang macho gun.
Ano?
Macho gun.
Macho gun? Oh, buto na lang. Macho si kaibigan Blacken.
Sa ibang parte. So, utak sa pag-iisip.
Oo, lako pa ba?
Huli. Huling-huli. Ang huli ka mo. Olivera, gabang muna.
Careful.
Careful daw. Ingat, Slods. Alam nilang posible na may may lumapit. May nakadikit. Mas lalo na't low buy. Siyempre, kailangan i-expect nila na may naka-judge. Tama itong judge. Yung skin niya, naka-raise skin.
Oo,
Pati siya,
nag-raise. Ito nga, yung
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Parang hindi Valorant, parang hindi Riot account yung gamit nila eh. Oo, walang skin eh. No? Kung ano talaga yung mas okay na skin. Sige, yung less effects, pwede na yun, man. Okay na yun, gano'n na yun.
FPS.
Oo, di ba? Kung saan kayo komportable. Pili ko kung anong gamit nila sa main nila, yun din yung skin nila eh. Kasi dun sila komportable kasi kahit skin lang yan, malaking factor din yan. Pero at least 5-2 already and Team Liquid, medyo delikado sila dito. Pa rin, kahit nanalo sila. Well, walang pera ang side ng Zeta Division ngayon. So all they gonna do is just probably gonna save up. Hindi naman nila need mag-force buy dito. Kasi ang importante, pantay-pantay lang din yung pera nila. Yun ang pinaka-importante dito. Sayang lang talaga yun na nabawasan pa si Nevera ng konting armor. Pero ang tanong, bibili pa ba siya ng armor? Mag-upgrade ba siya kahit nabawasan lang ng 12? Yung armor niya. Ikaw ba sa SB ba? Paano mo ba sinasabi? Like kunyari, 38 yung armor mo, bumili ka ng full. Tapos sa round na yun, nabawasan ng kunyari 10, 12. Di ba? Hindi ka nabibili, di ba?
Depende sa pera. Kung mayaman, kung talagang madami kang pera, edi sige, secure mo na, bili ka ng gastos ka ng 1K para lang full armor. Pero kung para mga 2K, 3K lang pera mo, edi huwag ka nang bumili. Galingan mo na lang.
Kasi pag 2K kasi yung pera mo, hindi ka makakabili ng pag 2K pera mo, hindi ka makakabili ng full armor and vandal next round.
Mahal yung 1K kahit anong sabihin nyo. Ako nga, wala yan sa bulsa eh.
Ako rin eh.
Tipip lang pera ko eh.
Oo nga, kaya kami katrabaho para magkaroon man lang kami ng 1K sa bulsa eh. Pero sana nga may sweldo.
Ano nga eh.
Kasi balita ko, ano lang daw ito eh, good job tsaka appear. Pwede na.
Oo nga eh. Konti ka na lang. Bati lang.
Bas na, sige. Okay na.
See you next time na lang. Shout out sa mga nanunood. Yan pala, si Games Read.
Ayun, diba?
Lakas ng trip.
Man, shout out nga pala kay Games.
Oo. Madaming inilalaro.
Tama.
O pinaglalaroan.
Aroy, napakasakit naman nun, Kuya Eddie. Pero kahit nadurog ng Zero Division ng Team Liquid dito, bumabawi pa rin sila. And syempre, take time. Just taking their time. You don't have to be that aggressive. Pero that's a good take already kasi sila nabawasan na nga na sobra-sobra and will force that heal onto kay Lance. Pero ang problema, wala na siyang armor dito. Men, kahit ghost na lang yan, one tap to the head, type pat sa Silas. Kasi 105 yan sa ulo. Pero ito na ang kalapag ng papag nagkatalsikin na nga, pero nagkalabasan na nga dito ng showstopper mga kaibigan, pero wala pa rin talaga mapapati yung raise. Pero ito na nga si Caroline, nakaisa pa nga dito, pero meron tao sa may helper nga Yumpy. We're gonna get that kill all to 10, pushing ito a 3v4 situation right now. Meron tao sa may garage, pero Nevera ang nakakuha ng kill dito. Nasa na yung mga players dito ng Zero Division, kailangan nilang bumawi rin kahit papano. Tamang set lang ng smokes dito sa may B, para syempre hindi mahirapan pa sila makapag-retake if ever. Pero nga Diyos ko po, na-dig si Sugar Zero Akala natin mapapatay niya, pero yun nga lang, biglang nauluhan siya. Biglang tumaas yung crosshair niya. And Team Liquid bumabawi na from 5-1 now down to 5-4. Ito yung inaantay ko yung sa taas, yan yung scores na yan. Yan, buti nga lumabas ulit yan.
Para makita natin syempre paano yung mga pangyayari. Yung round history. Buti pa yung rounds. Meron. Peace pump. Zeta Division calling a tactical timeout. Usap muna. Anong pwedeng i-adjust? Medyo momentum nasa side dito ng Liquid. Sasagasaan na sila. They have to find a way na maipigil na ngayon ang sobrang taas na momentum ng Team Liquid. Yeah.
Pero napakadami pa ang pwede i-consider dito. Right, 5-4 sila is meron pa ring baon ang Zeta Division dito if ever. Once again, sino to? Sino tong ano na yan? Player na to? Wait nga lang, check ko.
Hindi ko nakita eh.
Kasi yun ang gusto ko makilala kung sino man yan. Hanapin ko lang. Once again, ang matalo dito uuwi na.
Hindi. Uwi na ba?
Oo. Lower
Ayaw nga, lower back. Oo nga. Mismo.
Kinabahan ako. Kala ko mali ako. Baliw ako.
Ako pala. Akin.
Oo.
Happy...
Zeta Division.
Nga pala. Sunday. Mga kaibigan.
Si Laz pala yun.
Oo.
Ogi ni Laz, men.
Oo, men. Ano eh. Ang senpai.
Oo, pogi ni Laz. Promise.
Daming mga Laz fanboy dyan, fangirls.
Oo. Sana ako dyan.
Sana kami dyan. Ego round ng Zeta Division. In fairness, nalo naman sila. Nakapanalo naman sila ng mga eco round na to.
Yeah.
Pero hindi ako sure kasi this time parang mapapa-retake sila ng medyo late. So talaga makakontrol dito ng Team Liquid. At least hindi nila may bibigay yung libreng pitas. Para sayang lang din yung ultimate ni Soulcast. So wala namang mangyayari doon. Wala namang papala.
Nasayang lang. Sorry. Grabe sila, no? Napakadami ng first place. Isa sa pinakamalakas na Japan, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon. Last, nakaisa nga dito. Tamang one tap na sa ulo ni Soulcast. Showcase here with another one, but that's Fleck! Coming in from Link. Precision at its finest. Hindi nagkatamaan, pero just po Sugar Zero. He knows exactly where you are.
Alam na alam.
Nivera knows exactly where you are. Natama ko lang yung sentence, man. Pero, Nivera, si Bunso. He stopped fragging, What is happening to the kuya? You know, bam! Nivera. Alam na alam niya kung nasan yung mag-isa eh. Natag ng camera, bam! Tinan mo, oh.
Bam!
Wala, alam na alam eh.
Iba talaga ang bang.
Parang sinabi ng Sentinels, man. Read you like a book!
Ibang klase.
Oy, kaibigan Lionel. Hey, hello?
Okay. Seekers out. Depp and Crow. Ooh, big picks. Big picks dito for Zeta Division. Sige mga kabawad. Laz finding another kill. Nivera and Link. The only last two remaining player dito ng Team Liquid. Si Nivera na makakanap ng pitas. Link. Tignan natin kung ang legend ba ng Link pupunta sa kanya. Hindi. Zeta, at the very least, secure an even opening half. 6-5.
6-5 indeed. And let's see if ever we're gonna see a 6-6 or 7-5 dito if ever. Pwede mag-drop si Nevera. Yan. Okay, pwede siya mag-drop. And everything is even actually. In terms of ultimates, Laz can actually close out one site. Si Nevera, meron siya neural theft, meron din siyang revive. Ang pinaka pwede mag-ultimate dito is si Link. Meron siyang ultimate as well. Let's see if ever makukuha ba niya yung ultimate orb. Same goes with Yampy. Pwede rin siya mag-Rolling Thunder dito. Pero yun nga lang, alam ng Zeta Division kung sino ba yung mga ultimates. So, for the side of Laz though, asan ba siya? Nasa may Heaven? Together with Depth. Pwede siyang mag-Viper Spit dun sa pupuntahan nila. Pero hindi pa talaga niya ginagamit. Ano yan? Pwede nilang ipang-retake yan. Sa kanila kung paano nila gagamitin yan. Pero if ever na talaga nagkapasukan sila sa B, poporma si Laz dito kung saan niya ipapapaf yung ulti niya. For sure. Ultimate Orb is actually free right now. Pero nakita nila. Look at the rotation of the side of Zeta Division, mga kaibigan. Nung nakita ng Trailblazer na yun, bigla sila nag-rotate sabay-sabay. Pero ito na yung Asal divide na nila boss dito, Sugar Zero, mga kaibigan. Soulcast gets 2 already, pero si Ten nakaisa pa nga. Pero yun nga lang, Sugar Zero 1v3 situation right now will gonna be shut down by Soulcast. 6-6 lamang sila pareho. Good morning, Lionel.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen, my friend.
Guten Morgen. Sa'yo.
Oh.
Sino pa ba nasa chat?
Sila lang naman.
Salamat sa bate. Really. Ako, magtatagal pa ako dito. 6-6. At ang Tamix naman, nandaro. Back to back. Tingin ko, ang simoy ng laban ay nag-aamoy overtime.
Ayaw muna tayo. Halftime muna tayo.
Ay na naman yung mouse. Yung magandang mouse. Ang daming nagamit yan. Yung Logitech G Pro na pink.
Oo, man. Di ko nga alam eh. Feeling ko, konti lang akong gumagamit ng mouse namin ni Asaray. Naka-ano kami eh. X-Lite kami. Pulsar.
Siyempre, maganda yung magaan. Yan ba may butas-butas din, Bill?
Yeah.
Yes, let's go. Butas mouse. Ako din. Daming butas.
Pero gusto ko matry yan. Super light. Sa tao lang.
Super gun. Ilang grams yan?
48.
Hindi siya sobrang gaan, in fairness. Merong mas magaan pa eh. Pero magaan na rin siya sa 48. Pero alam ko, may mga ibang umabot ng parang 38. Yun, di ba?
Grabe na yun eh.
Mga 30s. Mga mga big high 30s, mid 30s.
Gusto ko matry, sa totoo lang. Final mouse.
Huling mouse mo na ba yun? Ang tanong.
Yun yung gusto ko. Yung gusto ko talaga matry, yung final mouse. Pero mahal eh. Kung magkano ang super light, ganun din eh.
Pero magkano yung 48, sobra. Mouse ko nga, legit walang biro. 69 grams. Hulaan mo ng mouse. Yan. May butas.
And, ano ko yan?
Butas.
Model? Anong model yan?
Oh.
Ayan, di ba?
Glorious.
Glorious yan. Model. Kasi ang D kasi medyo may model D, di ba? Pero medyo maliit kasi ang D. Ang O talaga yung malaki.
May minus din version siya para mas maliit.
Oo, tama.
Uy, huli ka. Uy, kala ko may iwasan pa yung gagat eh.
Kinagat ng 7 Lions, pero Diyos ko po, Link, delikado ko dyan. Natamaan. Oh my God, man. Walang malakas sa 5. Diyos ko po, nung nakita nung nangert-ngert.
May alon eh.
Walang ginawa eh. Nag-wave sa kanila eh. Tumalon lahat. Sabay-sabay eh. Tipong 1, 2, 3, jump!
Alam mo yung tipong kunyari nasa beach ka, may kasama ka. Tapos may nandun siya sa dagat. Tapos nakatalikod kung saan nanggagaling yung alon. Tapos may nakita kang alon na malaki na parating. Pero hindi mo lang sinabi sa kasama mo. Tapos biglang sa pool, tinamaan. Gano? Anong gagawin mo dyan?
O yun nga, di ba? I mean, anong gagawin mo? Walang malakas sa ganong klaseng push, mga kaibigan. Kahit naka-Odin ka, men, wala kang gagawin doon.
Kahit naka-judge ka doon, baka ubos ka pa din.
Oo, kahit naka-judge ka, wala kang gagawin sa ganun. Napakasakit nun. Yung tipong all eyes on you. At saka yung tipong alam nila yung eksaktong posisyon mo.
Oo. Puro classic,
lang sa gilid.
Classic pa naman yun.
Tapos puro classic lang yun. Tamang right, yung iba right click, yung iba left click ang ginagamit doon. Wala kang magagawa doon kapatid. Pero ito na yung left click na inaantay natin. They talk about my one taps and ito na yung one taps na nilalabas ni Paris. Pero nga ito na yung kapatid. Nakaisa din pero Soulcast andun lang din sa may default decision. Pero Soulcast nakapatay ng isa pero nga link katabi niya. Pero ito na nga ang Spectre na nilalabas nila sa mga kaibigan. Pero delikado kayo si Yappy. Natamaan ata pero no scope na ginagawa mo dyan kapatid. 8-6 in favor of Zeta Division pero ito ang tunay na gun round.
Pwede ka naman mag-zoom. Pero, sige. 8-6. Lamang na ngayon, Zeta Division 2 rounds. Can they convert a third para makuha ang 9-6? Nice. Team Liquid, Bulldog, Judge. Puro rifle na ang iba. Attacking side ng Zeta. So far, opening 2 rounds, good. Pero, ang hirap na manalo ng attacking side dito na ganito lang yung gamit mo. Ghost, Frenzy, dalawang Spectre at isang Baki lang.
Pero, I mean, kailangan nila mag-save pa rin ng barrel dito kahit papaano kasi kailangan nila makabawi next round lang din talaga. So, free round for the side of Team Liquid pero if ever manalo pa Baki to the face! Nasaan yung ID mo, kabatid? Pero ito na, nakakuha na rin sila ng ibang barrel dito. Si Dep nakakuha ng Baki. Pero ito na yung rotation na ginagawa ngayon ng Team Liquid from A to B. Pero sila magandang posisyon na dito. Diyos ko pa, nakakuha pa ng isang with that Bulldoggy. 3v4, they have the utilities, they can actually get the spike done, pero someone is crawling dun sa may taas. Spectre on the side of Yampi will take down one, pero ito lang nga si Judges with Sugar Zero will take down one as well. 2v2 onto this game right now. Phantom and Bulldog dito sa side ng Team Liquid, mga kaibigan. So paano nila babawiin to dito sa Phantom and Spectre? Parang pareho lang din naman talaga, so okay lang yan. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Zeta, all they're gonna do is just wait patiently lang sila din sa may loob ng smoke. Pero the time is ticking. They need to defuse the spike right now. Link na sa iyo yung bola, kapatid. Pero yun nga lang, just take that time lang din talaga, men. Paglalaroan lang ng Zeta Division etong si Link. Nawalan na nga dito ng bala. Wala na siya magagawa. 6-9.
Nice! Zeta Division converting the bonus round versus Team Liquid. Scream, nakaisa dun sa vent. Gulat nga ako, kala ko si Scream pa mamatay dun sa Baki pero na-trade din naman agad. At ang talino din ng Zeta Division dito, alam nila na hindi dapat sila may paglaban ng malayuan at ng maaga habang nakaplant yung spike. So anong gagawin nila? Naglagay ng smoke, nagtago sa smoke at naghintay. Pinatagal yung round kasi habang tumatagal, mas pabor yun sa attacking side na naka-plant na. Kasi syempre, yung oras nababawasan.
Yeah. Nababawasan na nga lahat dito. Pero ito na ba ang pangalawang timeout ng Team Liquid? Mukha, no?
Ata.
Hindi yung kailangan nila consider. Kailan tayo magka-timeout? Diba? Kasi sa buong game, dalawang timeout lang naman na meron tayo. So, kailan natin gagamitin yan? That is the question that needs to be solved and answered.
Yan ang tanong. Pero ang sagot, malaman pa natin dito sa resulta ng laban. A good team kadalasan nakakabawi after tumawag sila ng timeout. Pero mahirap pa din to. Although, naka-sheriff na nakita naman natin, kayang-kaya nila makipaglaban na naka-sheriff. At kung may players na pipiliing mong mag-sheriff man lang, edi bakit hindi pa ba si Scream? Bakit hindi pa ba si Nivera o si Solgas, diba? So, Liquid, kayang-kaya nila. Dalawang judge. So, kung mapilit nila na yung mga laban dito ay malapitan, edi baka magulat ang Zeta. Baka mabawian pa.
Pero Scream with the judge doon sa may likod. Pero yung isa lang napatay nga sobrang side kasi napakita na pulisyon na dito. Pero napapansin naman natin ngayon sila sinihilan din talaga ng mga players dito ng Zeta Division. Mga kaibigan, eto na ba ang magpapauwi sa EU? Parang napag-usapan nga natin, di ba? Ang Zeta Division ba ang EU Slayers? Ang mga kaaway ng mga EU teams. Zeta Division. Makikita natin yan mamaya kung ganito ang mangyayari dito.
Crow, half HP na lang.
Pero fault lines into the side of Sugar Zero right now. Natamaan na nga siya dito. Pero yung nga delikado siya because Soulcast. We're gonna get that head. Pero tamang crossfire lang dito kasi sa Valorant mga kaibigan. Pero ito na nga si Crow na nakaisa pa. Walang pera ang Team Liquid ngayon. So kailangan talaga nila makabawi kahit pa paano. Kahit siguro dalawa lang mapatay ni Soulcast dito pwede pa. And they need to push it na rin agad kasi wala na siyang oras eh. I mean, at tatlo pa kalaban niya. Sus, baka.
Nag-stun nga sila dun sa backside, nag-fault line kay Jumpy. Pero hindi nila na-timingan na sabayan agad. Sayang to, si Scream. Isa lang ang napitas. Dapat patay na yung Viper doon. Which means, kung napatay pa niya yung Viper, edi wala na silang smoke, wala na silang wall, pantawid para makapasok dun sa site. Pero nagawa ng paraan. Zeta Division. Phil, 3 round na lang para ipauwi ang Team Liquid. Isa sa number 2, number 3 teams ng EMEA.
Ito ba ang tunay na EU Slayers mga kaibigan? We're gonna see that later on if ever. Pero nga lang 10. Meron pa siyang Hunters. Hunters. Meron pa siyang Showstopper dito if ever. Pero Diyos ko po, nakapatay pa ng isa. What?
Kala ni Soulcast, EFAS na.
No way!
Kala niya EFAS na, men.
Pero dili pa siya EFAS, Lods.
Dili pa.
Kala mo makakaisa ka pa. No peace. A prank! Pero ako bahala sa'yo, pre. Mabubuhay ko ulit, pre. Got you. Na-force out na nga yung isang ultimate dito. So, it's a fine Scream. Pushing in already dito lang sa may Gedli. Pero kung napapansin nyo, kalmado lang naman siya with that Sage. And they have an idea na probably talaga nag-vents lang din sila. Pero they need to be really quiet dito. Oh, nagkarindigan. Narinig yung isang... Oh, nagkarindigan na nga. Wala silang idea kung nasan ba. Alam nila nasa ali yung isa. Rumba, papasok ng elbow. Pwede. Oh! Nice trade-off sa ginawa nila dito mga kaibigan. And they're gonna go there in B. Oh no. Maraming tao dito. Delikado to sa side ng Zeta Division mga kaibigan. Kahit 4 sila. Pero si Steph nakakuha pa rin ng isa dito. Pero nga Soulcast with another one right now. 10 nakaisa naman ng Sugar. We're gonna shut you down. It's all up to Rivera. It's all up to him. Oh my God. Napakagandang wall. Pag umakit ka dyan, taipats ka! Delikado ka, pre! Diyos ko po, tatalunan ka lang yan! Malamario ang galawan! It's a go!
It's a go! Takbo!
It's a me! Mario! Ganun lang ang gagawin nila dito. Oh my God, mahirap to. Nivera, wala kayong pera! Tinan mo, 0! Humingi ka muna kay mama!
11 rounds. Zeta Division, 11-6. Isang round na lang. Match point na. Isang round na lang. It's malapit over na nilang ipauwi ang Team Liquid. Okay. Nice one, Asia.
Mahirap.
Nice one, APAC.
Mahirap ang nakikita natin dito. Pero malay mo makabawi, di ba? It's not over till it's over. Tandaan mo yan, kaibigang BNB.
Hindi pa tapos.
Oo,
Wala
hindi
pang
pa
halabos.
tapos. Oo, tama. Ano?
Hindi pa tapos. Kung wala pang
Oh.
halabos.
Kuha naman yan. Tama.
Kung hindi kayo pinaghandaan, baka may pinagdaanan.
Yeah. Tama ka dyan.
Usap-usap po na. Alam mo, yung na-miss kong jersey ng Team Liquid, yung nag-collab sila ng Marvel. Legit. Nakita mo ba yun? Dati may Spider-Man silang jersey eh. Tapos may Avengers din silang jersey eh.
Oo, tama.
May Iron Man din, may Captain America, gano'n. Okay yun eh. Gusto ko na gano'n. Siguro,
maganda ang tulog ng Zeta Division ngayon.
Oo nga. Sana all.
Di natin ini-expect na makakalayo ang Zeta dito.
Siyempre, expect natin yan. Kasi, ng Asia, walang Malaysia. By Malaysia, I mean Malaysia ha. Nagawan ko lang ng prime. Siyempre, kasama ang mga tropa nating taga Malaysia dyan.
Okay ka lang ba, pre?
Hindi. At least, di ba?
At least umaamin ka, di ba? Oo, hindi ka nagbibida-bida, di ba? Hindi ka ganun. Maamin ka.
Mahal naman natin yung mga tropa nating taga Malaysia. Sabi ko lang.
Mas mahal kita.
Nating Malaysia. Mahal din kita.
Popsi.
Alam mo yung mahal dito? Ang ticket na ng pauwi.
Oo. Hindi.
Ayun eh, malapit lang pala.
Oo, lapit.
Na isang 2 hakbang lang ata. Sa bahay na sila. Kaya, alam mo, itong Zeta, maano naman sila eh, mapagbigay, di ba? Mabait naman sila. Alam naman nilang, total, yung biyahe niyong pauwi, eh, malapit lang din naman. Kaya alam nilang mag-iingat yan. Kaya, sige na, uwi na kayo habang maaga pa. Total, malapit lang din naman.
Yeah.
Uy!
Napakabilis. Pero,
napang napatay.
Dito naman ngayon sa ginagawa ng mga players natin, talagang Zeta Division nakapalit sa ng dalawa dito si Yampi trying to play close with that judge. Meron silang idea. Yampi! Hindi pa nakapatay dito pero Yampi, kailangan mo tumakbo dyan, baby boy. Because of that snake bite, mas madidelay pa. Pero kalad ni Vera! Huwag ka na shutdown! Super Crow 9! At least nakapagtingin mo sila. Pero kalad Yampi, hindi siya titigil with that judge! Pushing ito 1v1! Sheriff versus Vandal. Nakasilipan pa nga pero Diyos ka balik! Team Liquid is still alive!
Buti na lang, low HP si Crow na kahit body shot man lang, eh napatay niya agad. Team Liquid stays alive. Hindi pa nila ibinigay ang match point. What they were hoping for dito, ang inaasahan sana nilang mangyari, eh nangyari nga. Yan. Nice one daw. Please pump. Sova Station.
Napakabilis ng pangyayari dito. Pero wala eh. Tapos na eh.
Okay. 11-7. It's up to Team Liquid. Try and find even more ways na makabawi sa laro na to. Zeta, hindi pa nila na-secure ang match point. If they lose this round, may parang medyo light buy sila and then an eco.
Ano kasi na makakabo? Is it just me? Or lumaki yung font ng 100?
Yung
mukha, no?
Baka?
Yung mga digits, lumaki, no?
Baka? Parang 5 plus 5 font size. Yan.
Oo. Iniba nila yung ano, yung
baka nag-iba nga yung
visuals.
font mismo.
Oo. Talagang mas ginawa nilang detailed. Kasi Hindi naman ganyan yan dati. Walang numbers yan dati, lalong-lalo na sa armor eh. Full armor lang, off armor lang nakalagay dyan. Uy, Diyos ko, positin! Nauntog!
Sumabit.
Naka-amnesia ata, pero
ang ganda!
Step from the backside. Intentional kaya yun, block and do?
Sadya yun, men. Sadya yun. Para, syempre, timing, hesitation, step balik kung sa basketball.
Oo, tama.
Kulang nakatingin sa elbow.
Elbow, scream, maganda position mo pre. Pero yun nga lang, ang daming nakatingin sa elbow, men, dalawa. 1v4 Link. We're gonna fall down.
Match
Zeta
point.
Division, mga kaibigan, sila match point already.
Match point taken, seized, secured ng Zeta Division. Okay, one more round for Zeta Division to win, to send Team Liquid home. And one more round they need to win para makaabante pa sa lower bracket. Ang posible nilang makalaban after nito ata is yung matatalo sa G2 versus Loud.
Yeah.
Oo.
Yeah, so medyo delikado din talaga ng position dito ng Team Liquid if ever kasi this is actually their last game if ever, last round dito sa buong tournament ito. Pero nga ni Vera, napakaganda ng position nung kanyang camera. Pero nga ni Vera gonna push in already. Pero that shot will actually gonna connect onto these players until like Nevera and Solkas doing a good job taking down the two remaining players of Zeta Division right now. 5v3 onto this game. Sugar Zero, 2 more orbs for that ultimate though. Pero napakatami talagang pera dito ng Zeta Division. If kahit matalo sila dito, they still have money next round. Yung kinapapansin nyo, dito sa side ng TL, talagang pinusya rin talaga, sige, Marshall na tayo, wala na tayo mag-frenzy if ever. Just gonna go in Sheriff. Wala na talaga one tap to the head, hindi na mangyari. Pero nga napakaganda na talagang edit na ginawa dito ng Team Liquid if ever. Dun sa may A. Pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever makakaya naman nila. Yampi, we're gonna fall down. Sugar Zero, that is a big collateral na ginawa dito and that kill is huge! Sugar Zero with a 3K! Is this gonna be the end for the players of Team Liquid right now? Pero nga lang, let's see if ever makakaisa pa rin. Soulcast, the only man remaining. Is this gonna be the end of Team Liquid or meron pa silang isang buhay? Soulcast, hindi ka pwedeng magkamali dito.
Hinihintay niya mawala ang Cosmic Divide. May oras, makakita ng isa. Gets the 1 kill. 1v2 na ngayon. Soulcast has a Phantom in his hand. 24 HP na lang. Isang bala na lang. Tutumba na siya. And Sugar Zero ends the game with an ace. Sugar Zero and Japan. Zeta Division move forward, eliminating Team Liquid.
The perfect way for you to end an elimination match, mga kaibigan, is end it with an ace. And that is the thing that Zeta Division did. The pride of Japan. The EU Slayers, mga kaibigan. Zeta Division is still alive here in this game. Team Liquid, really good run. Uulitin ko, hindi naman sila dapat nandito. Dapat FPX yung nandito. Nabigyan sila ng tsansa, pero sobrang ganda pa rin ng run nila dito sa tournament na to. Napunta sila sa playoffs and that is good already. And bawi na lang tayo sa stage 2.
My goodness, what a performance from Zeta Division. A team, nakala ng lahat, underdog. Isang team na nanggaling pa, by the way, dun sa group stage. At umabot sila dito. Nobody was expecting them to get out of group stage. Nobody was expecting them na umabot dito. But they got this far.
Grabe. Check ko lang yung odds Gusto ko lang makikita, men.
Para mapanginayan ka lang.
Oo. Ito, check ko
Okay
Parang maganda ata.
Props to Team Liquid. They showed up here. Isang
oh
team
my
na
God.
nakapasok from default, but
4.08.
In fairness, meron na akong nakita mas mataas dati para mga 6 pa kaya.
Oo, grabe. Sarap.
Okay. Zeta, once again, being the underdogs, pero hindi lang tahol, pati kagat masakit.
Oo. Dip. Depende din talaga. Pero, yeah, we've seen it all. We've seen it already. Zeta Division just took down one of the teams sa EMEA, mga kaibigan, Zeta Division. Well, sa totoo lang, this is one of their best runs so far. Because back then, sa Berlin, ang pangit ng ano nila doon. Sobrang pangit ng performance nila doon. Kasi nag-0-13 sila doon eh. Tama ba?
Oo, nahirapan sila doon. Pero this is by far the best achievement of Japanese Valorant ever. And possibly one of the best performances of Japanese PC FPSs ever. Aside from, they may mga magandang sila ng performances in other games, yes. But this is up there as one of the best, most historical moments for them. Kung gaano kalaki yung pagta-top 8 ng Team Secret sa atin last year ng Champions. Ganun kalaki din for this Japanese squad.
Yeah, that's true. And talagang for the Japanese Valorant scene, mga kaibigan, they really proved na kahit sila lang yung naglalaro, like sa VCT nila, na ito lang yung time na pwede nila makalaban yung mga players sa iba't ibang bansa, mga kaibigan. They still did it. Sila pa rin nanalo. And yeah, for the players of Zeta Division, they're still alive here in this game. And dito naman sa kabila ng Team Liquid, big GG sa rin talaga. Pero Black and Blue, hindi lang naman ito yung laro ngayong araw na to. Kasi meron pang isa. The Pride of Asia Pacific, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be Paper Rex versus The Guard. Medyo mahirap to. Kasi ang Paper Rex, sila yung top 1 ng buong Asia Pacific versus the top 1 of North America. APAC versus NA. Parehong top 1. Mga kaibigan, sadly, one team will be eliminated dun sa laban na yun. And later on, makikita natin kung sino ba ang mananalo, ang mag-advance. Pero hanggat hindi pa tapos, hanggat hindi pa tapos tong tournament na to, mag-hi muna kami sa inyo. Hello, big shout out to all the people tuning in right now. And matagal pa to no? Hanggang next week pa to. Hindi, hanggang next week pa to. Itong tournament na to. So medyo matagal pa. And syempre, this is the time that talagang makikita natin talaga na we are actually looking na mga teams na talagang fina-funnel out natin kung sino ba talaga yung karapat dapat na mabuto sa Grand Finals din talaga. Well, alam naman natin na double elimination to. So if ever you're in there dun sa winner's bracket, you still have one more chance to redeem yourself dun sa lower bracket lang din if ever. Pero this is actually one of the toughest fights if ever. PRX versus The Guard. Bakit?
Saglit lang bago tayo mag-break. May nagtatanong daw. Buhay pa ba yung gumapit sa'yo?
Si Joseph. Si Joseph ng Bruno's Barbers, mga kaibigan. Buhay pa. Actually, nagustuhan ko nga yung
din naman
Presko, di ba? Presko siya, man. Wapsi. Pero yeah, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, VALORANT Masters will be right back. We are guys for today. VIL and Black and Blue. Don't touch your browsers.
What are you guys doing after? Can I come? Can I bring my friends? It's mostly girls, 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 girls.
No new booze in the crew, welcome to the queue.
Well, we've heard a lot of nice from Zeta so far, but Team Liquid, they're not here for the pleasantries. They are here to kill dreams.
And it's done. Zeta closed down map 1. The fairy tale is not over yet.
One enemy remaining.
Make it 4. You're ready, something. Let's go. Let's go.
13-4. We are going the distance. All the maps now to be played out.
Nice.
Zeta Division making history once again, as you guys saw there from the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I've got Tom and Josh back with me
They're
on
writing
the desk.
the book. They're writing the damn
all
book
I'm
at
gonna
this
say
point.
is Cindy's going to the ball. You're not going to stop her.
Yeah, it's actually incredible what this team has been able to accomplish. Japan has always had insane viewership. Kind of since the start of Valorant, it's had really high viewership. And we've heard reports that the salaries are good and it's competitive and they're bringing in other players. What they've never had before are results. And that has changed now. This is a massive accomplishment, and it just keeps getting better. And they're not stopping, and they're top 6. And where does it end? It's not ending.
The most exciting thing about this squad, for me at least, is we saw Crazy Raccoon here before. They were one of the teams that managed to win themselves a series, but they kind of cheated a little bit. They had some Korean imports. They were a squad that kind of mixed it in, whereas this is a pure Japan team. This is Japanese talent. This is Laz and Crow building it together, and honestly, they were superb throughout this game.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting the crew flashbacks where, you know, after the first couple of upsets, we're kind of like, oh, something is happening here. But at what point, Tom, do we stop calling it upsets and start taking this team and looking at them as a serious contender?
I think we've already got there. I'll be honest. Like, when they made it to the top 8, that was an achievement. But I think people have now got past the point of calling this, yeah, sure, it's a Cinderella story. It's fantastic for them. But they've beaten out some top squads. They've beaten out some teams that realistically we could have seen challenging for the title. So we almost have to put them in their bracket because we're starting to run out of teams that we can say they're upsetting.
Yeah, I don't think this was an upset. I don't think the win over Fnatic with their subs or NIP was an upset either. I think this team has improved dramatically since they were playing online. They have just come into this tournament with something fierce. The coordination, their discipline, the patience that they show in a lot of these situations, and then the individual player form is just through the roof. What was this from Sugar Zero? What was going on here? An ace to finish things out, and he was just insane throughout the rest of the series, and he's the only person really playing Astra at the event too.
We have to just call him Sugar Hero now, I feel like. I feel like there's no other way, but also his stocks, they must be astronomical now.
Why'd you have to ruin a good moment? Why'd you have to do it? What's the reason?
Because Tom is leaving soon from the desk, and I want him to get the full experience.
Now?
Actually, you can go now if you want, because we've got Mitch filling in, actually, standing by the telestrator right now.
Well, I'll do my best to pick up Tom's slack on this one. You know, I'm taking a look at a round way back on Haven, where we actually saw some pretty decent impact from Sugar Zero, but not like the replay you just saw. This isn't going to be a flashy ace, no headshots to be found. Instead, it's going to be a very bizarre round for Team Liquid to lose. We'll take a look at exactly why. Let's get right on into it. The first thing that I need to address before we dive into this is that this is a bit of a weird setup. Now, Zeta are on the defensive side, and there's 4 players stacked up on A. As you can see, it's not like there's a ton of pressure coming in. You're also going to see a dead body outside of the A site. The reason for this is that we've already had depth push up with the operator. Now, while he might have an operator on the jet, they had 3 sheriffs and a stinger to back that up. Obviously, content to make a little bit more of a stacked up play on the back of that. Now, Team Liquid have rotated after already losing one and realizing these guys don't have a lot of cash and they've got an op, so maybe go to the other side of the map. That's where there's a Killjoy setup waiting for them. We're going to see them take control of Garage with some utility, push forward, and then run into the turret. As at this point they freeze, knowing that they haven't cleared out the utility on this side of the map. They're about to start hearing Astra stars coming down, and they're realizing these guys haven't pushed through the spawn because they still have this trap to cover it, and they know that there's a pretty decent chance that at this point the rotation is coming around, they're rushing to the C site, and they're maybe even going to use the lockdown that is currently in play for the Killjoy. What ends up happening instead, though, is that we get this rotation again from Liquid. They're going to go back towards the A site, pop a flash, and keep these 3 players in position. That even drags somewhat of a rotation up and around as the players start to second guess themselves. But here's where there's a huge advantage. They can afford to play retake on the C site, thanks to still having that lockdown. But Liquid know that, and they've still got plenty of time. 32 seconds on the site. The lockdown could be a pain, but surely not something to cost them the round. You might think. But take a look at what happens. We've had a star right now come back online. It's the only one still available for Sugar Zero, and he holds onto it until just the right moment. Lockdown comes into play. This is going to force Liquid to move quickly to the site, try to get the plant, and at just the right moment, there is a star coming into play. You can see the plant is almost secure. Now, more than likely, if they secured the plant, Solkus would end up being detained, and maybe he even goes down. But they've got players to cover from long. It's not the end of the world. But that star right there pulls him off being able to get that spike down. They have to run all the way through long, and then there's practically no time. They're up against a low buy. You've got your op maybe in position already. You've got stingers and all these annoying weapons to deal with, and they are now on the site. Look how quickly they retake control, took into the corner. You know you're not going to get a plant at this point. And with it still being quite early in the game, Liquid decide to go for a save. This was a round with an operator, as I said, 3 sheriffs and a stinger. And they managed to win it without really taking that many fights. It was unbelievable to watch, and another highlight for Sugar Zero that maybe wasn't as clear to see in the moment, but he was able to hit the headshots as well. Let's toss it back over the desk to keep it going.
Thank you very much, Mitch. There, I think that kind of circles back to our discussions of, do you need to absolutely play a Brimstone and an Omen to be keeping up with the times and just ditch the Astra? Exactly.
No.
We
Evidently
don't.
not.
No, you simply don't.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making it work all over the place. This isn't like other teams where they'll throw an Astra in every now and then. They've actually managed to craft a system where they are mitigating the nerfs to Astra, and they're not required to throw utility all around the map at all times. Sugar Zero's got a perfect understanding of how to use every piece of utility to help his team.
I think a lot of that comes down to, as well, the calling and communication. I think Crow had a great series, but also just the fact that those stars are always utilized at the right moment. Even just Sugar Zero himself maneuvering around sites and holding on for clutches, that all comes down to timing, and it takes a lot of skill to do that. And he can aim as well.
Yeah, well, Zeta, they're guaranteed a top 6 finish no matter what happens. Liquid, also, they finished this tournament in the top 8, and they did give us some pretty hype moments today, and let's revisit one in the Verizon high-speed moment. Of course, it's going to be Scream. Who else other than Scream, I feel like, Tom?
Yeah, it was just kind of popping off here. It's almost funny that it's with a scope, because the man isn't really known for that. He's known for his one-taps, and he decided just not to utilize it in this round.
Yeah, he was certainly trying to keep his team in it towards the end as well, from a leadership perspective too, but it just wasn't quite enough. It's a great pop-off moment, but unfortunately they're going home. There is some level of cosmic karma though, I think, here with Liquid too, because they end up getting the same amount of points towards champions as FPX, the team that weren't able to attend.
That's about right.
It's top 8 for both of them, so I think that's actually worked out quite nicely for the EMEA scene in general, even though G2 are the only team left in it. Zeta Division have beaten both of the others.
There's still hope. There's still hope. Even
there's hope the G2 might lose to Zeta Division again. That's the hope. That's the hope.
I mean, it would be crazy if that happened. I'm looking forward to seeing that, if we do get that. But before, let's take a look at the poll results for Player of the Match. You guys at home voted on Twitter.
Thank
wow!
God. Thank
okay,
God.
I cannot believe people actually, they turned up with some brain cells today, Tom.
No, if anybody, all the other people, like what, the 14.4%, I don't know what you're voting for. Like, that is atrocious. You have to vote Sugar Zero.
I mean, Sugar Zero was unbelievable today, but I also think from Zeta, it's such a team effort. I think some of the pieces that aren't being credited very much for this run are Crow on the IGL, and then their coach as well, who's wearing the most dapper turtlenecks I've ever seen.
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
he's swagged out.
But they've done some serious work with this team because the whole system functions. They don't need Sugar Zero to hit an ace every round. They've actually got a functioning system to beat some of the greatest teams that we've seen last year.
Yeah, a lot of that system that you speak about comes down to the leadership, of course, of their in-game leader, Crow, who is currently standing by with Kakuka in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Jinsu. I love that we talk about the IGLs, and I have Crow here with me. First of all, congratulations on the win. Now, it looks like we're living a fairy tale with you. You came into this tournament, you know, thinking if we win one match, it's enough for us. Now you're guaranteeing the top 6. What is the next goal?
まずはおめでとうございます。もう我々はおとぎ話の世界にいるような感覚で、まずは1勝っていうところをみんな望んでいたと思うんですけれども、気がつけばもうトップ6に入るというような状況になっています。次はどのようなゴールを目指しているんでしょうか。
そうですね、もう本当に1勝してからは自分たちはもうなんだろう、吹っ切れた感じでプレッシャーから解放されていけるところまで行きたい、もう本当に勝ちたいっていう一心でなんだろう、修正してきたので、もう本当に優勝する気で頑張っていきたいと思ってます。
Yes, so after our first win, we were sort of freed from the pressure that we had. So after that, we were able to act on our full performance and being able to adapt and to every team. So now all I want is to just win the whole tournament.
Okay, yeah, we like that. I think we're all jumping into that train. You had a pretty dominant performance, especially on that first map, but I want to talk a little bit about Haven. You know, starting with that down 2 to 10, you know, not actually having much response. Some people say that it might be because of the Astra, but we know there's Sugar Zeros there. What is your take on that situation?
最初のマップは好調に進んだものの、平分では、10対2から、始まるというような、苦しい展開になりました。ある人はこのアストラ構成というところが要因だったんではないかというかもしれないんですけれども、シュガーゼロさんが、かなり活躍していた中で、そこについて、黒さんとしてはどういうふうに考えていますか？
そうですね、今、ヘイブンでアストラ構成っていうのは少ないんですけど、自分たちは十分に戦えると思っていて、ただ、アジアの、メタとかとやっぱり戦い方が違くて、そこに苦戦させられちゃいましたね。
So we understand that the Astro comp is not so popular anymore, but we believe that we had confidence that we can win with this comp, but we did struggle again with the Asian meta. I mean, having the Asian meta and trying to adapt to the rest of the world's meta, it was the hard one for us.
Yeah, I want to ask one last thing before I let you go. Your next opponent is going to be decided between DRX and Optic. Do you want revenge against DRX for that first match, or do you want a fresh new opponent in Optic?
次の対戦相手は DRX または Optic のどちらかになります。DRX とのリベンジマッチを今望んでいるのか、Optic という新たな敵に立ち向かいたいのか、どのようにお考えですか？
もちろん DRX にはリベンジしたい気持ちでいっぱいなんですけど、やっぱり同じアジア地域のアジアリージョンのチームとしてやっぱりどっちも上に行きたいので、 DRX にはオプティックを倒してもらって自分たちがそこを上がってまた戦いたいですね。
As much as I want to make revenge to DRX, I also want to cheer DRX as coming from both of us coming from the Asian region. So I want DRX to defeat Optic, and we will defeat Optic.
Okay, on their behalf, well, thank you very much. Congratulations again, and thank you for making us part of this journey. Now, for everybody that is watching at home, we are not done just yet. We're going to give you a little breather so you can grab a snap, but we'll be right back with Paper X versus the Guard.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Welcome back to Masters Reykjavik. We've had one elimination match already. It's time to see our second one. I'm your host, Yingsu, and we've given the eggs a little break. You know, they need it. And we've got a beautiful head of hair on my left and right. Mitchman and Kakuka, welcome to the desk.
Oh, lovely to be here. I really enjoy my time here. Welcome, Mitch. This is your first desk in this event, so really happy to have you here.
First desk in quite a while. Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's going to be some fun.
Yeah, you're here for a good game as well. We've got an absolute banger. Of course, the guard taking on Paper Rex. If we start with the guard first, we've seen them now. They've answered a couple of questions here, Kakuka, regarding maybe the inexperience, and they looked good.
I mean, it's good that they have like a first test against Optic, but still we want to see what they can do outside of their region. And even though they got the loss, I feel like they felt pretty, confident and actually overcoming some of the bumps that they were finding on their way.
And if anything, it's got to be one of the most difficult things, facing a team like this on an international stage that you fought again and again and again. So I think up against Optic, we saw them struggle off of familiarity.
I mean, we talk about this team being a little bit inexperienced, but if you can see this quote on your screen right now, this is from their coach, MCE, who I like to call the Godfather. Even though the players are a lot younger and they don't have those LAN experience, Kakuka, you can see from this quote, MCE, he knows what he's doing, the knowledge he's passing on.
And I think that was also translated into the pauses that we were seeing yesterday. You know how he was able to talk to them and actually tell them, we're going to do this trial. We know that this is going to work. All that experience, that it is exactly what they need. And especially, I think that for debut, I think it was great.
Yeah, on the side of Paper Rex, Mitch, they were coming in this as the APAC first seed. Again, struggled a little bit, but again, they still look really good despite being in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen so much coming out of this, but no one was more surprising to me than Jing. When this guy pulled out the Reyna, we didn't expect to see it happen, and he dominated on that map. I think that, honestly, we could see a different face from Paper Rex, more centered around him today. But other than that, the entire team has had their moments stepping it up. This is a hungry team from a region that is out to prove itself, and I think they've already done that here.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Jing, especially you were casting that game, but us that were watching from the other side, it felt so crazy that actually both these teams managed to win yesterday on Haven. I really hope that we get to see that map.
Yeah, I really hope so too. But if you look at this head-to-head, Scotia player versus Forsaken, Mitch, talk me through this.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Forsaken is a player, when we saw him take the Yoru, for example, his first death rates were actually insanely high. You rarely see a player as involved in early duels, but also you rarely see a player who is going to consistently go for them, but also consistently lose them. The difference here was the fact that he was still opening space. He was still getting his job done. If you look at how often the trade comes in after he goes down, I think the only exception to that was maybe the Yoru, which didn't quite connect in the way that we expected to see on Bind, and the way we've seen it connect regionally for Paper Rex.
I completely agree. I also think that Saya player it's not only experience in himself, I think that the rest of the team support him so well, especially when we talk about maps like Haven, like I was mentioning, and looking at Valin, just enabling so many plays for him. So of course you're having a good day, you're hitting the shots, and you know that your team is playing for you.
How much of this do you think is going to come down to that raw firepower fight? Because it felt like against Optic for the guard, it was a lot about that.
I think that they have a good duo between Jet and Chamber. I see the guard being really strong on that. I think it depends a lot on the performance that Jink is going to be bringing amongst Forsaken, and if he's actually going to be pulled up to put the same performance on Jet as, he was not really having it yesterday.
I think regionally, nobody uses the Chamber better than the North Americans. Yeah, and I think, you look at Net yesterday, he was unbelievable. His Haven clutch to close out the map, it was a 4K. If he's able to come through with the same level of damage here, then I'm going to have to look on the other side and say Forsaken, he's going down a lot in those early fights. When he's playing the Jet or something like that on defensive side, I need to see him have a little bit more success in those opening duels than what we saw from them so far. And it's worth mentioning as well for Paper X, they still haven't got a win on the board internationally. They've been to 2 international events now, and they've only had 3 games total, so it's not that bad. But the other interesting thing is you've got Vision Strikers, Supermassive Blaze, and then DRX again, right? They're playing the Koreans, they're playing the Turks, but now they have an opportunity to take on the North Americans, who bring a completely different brand of Valorant.
I mean, they've also said it in the past that they felt like they would do better when it comes to playstyle against a North American team, so it'd be interesting to see if that is true. But of course, Forsaken, the Yoru didn't quite work out yesterday. Do you feel like he's going to be able to play the Yoru again today? Will we see Bind?
I don't think so. Probably Guard is going to be just going on that ban, and maybe it depends a lot. We haven't seen that much of these teams because, of course, they were the first seed, so we didn't have that experience from the group stage. And actually, you know, the guard is going to decide to, you know, take down Breeze. They don't have a lot of experience in it. They do have a win, but maybe.
It's open.
Okay, this is something that we expected. I'm really looking forward to what is going to be that first map. What is the guard going to go with? Okay, it's Haven. I love this. I completely love that we get this as the starter.
Yeah, I mean, 13-7 over Optic, right? This was where they found the success in that series. It makes sense that they want to go back here, moving to Comfort and somewhere that works for them. Not too much of a surprise, but Paper Rex have gone for split. Now, they had Bind open, and their signature Yoru play regionally, as we said, has been something that has spread throughout the world. People have heard whispers, but we really didn't see the maximum potential, so I don't think it's that much of a surprise. Even though the guard banned Bind versus Optic, it maybe doesn't make sense to try risk it.
This looks pretty good for the guards so far, you know. They're getting a couple of maps they like to play, but I will say though, Kakuka, when it comes to Haven, I know you're very confident. They've never faced an international team yet. This is a little bit newer for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only just a random, you know, team. It's a team that is going to pull up a composition that you have never seen, that you have not used to playing against. Are you going to be, you know, down to fight against a double duelist with Jing being extremely aggressive all over the map? And if Forsaken is having the day, as I was mentioning earlier, is probably going to be harder. I think it also comes down to if is Net going to pull up the same performance.
You know, this first map for me is going to be the swing, because when you look at, okay, we said that the guard have had success. They beat Optic on this map, so that's fantastic, right? Paper X are on a 14-win streak, and the team that they just most recently beat was DRX. So it's not like this is a punish pick coming out of the guard. This is them saying, we're going to play to our comfort. We're going to play the way we want to play, but that also means giving Paper X something that they are very happy to play.
This is going to be bloody. This is going to be very, very bloody. But of course, elimination is on the line here. It's time to see the guard take on Paper X. I'm seeing a theme here. Benka, he's really fitting in with Reykjavik, with Iceland, you know, blending into the background. But today, the guard could be sending him home. This might not be a very long stay for them, Mitch.
You know what? This is actually the first time in a while that we're going to see Paper X in that lower bracket. Regionally, they've just been dominating, winning all their games, going through the upper bracket, winning the finals. Haven't really had to face this kind of pressure before. And now, on the international stage, well, they did face it before one other time when they went down 2-1 to Supermassive Blaze. A series that they definitely could have taken back then. That will have haunted them to this day.
Yeah, and that was actually the only map that they gathered in the entirety of last year against international teams. So it's really sad to say that we just saw these teams yesterday, and today we're going to send one of them home. Now, for the guard, of course, they want to try it. They want to see what it's like to actually, you know, go against a team that is completely out of your comfort zone, that you're actually going to see for the first time. So really excited and also very happy for the Haven.
Well, if they could stop Jing on the Reyna, Kakuka, it feels like half the job is already done.
But that depends if Forsaken is out, because I think that one of the reasons why the guard was having, you know, an easy time is you're playing against a Neon and a Chamber. You don't have that exclusivity that the Jet is going to bring into the game. That is something that they already knew how to play against. The Reyna is on the other side, and if they manage, if Forsaken is on top of his games since minute one, it's going to be a really tough one.
And that's assuming they stay with that comp. Remember, I mean, I was speaking to Nikhil before. He was saying that like that was a kind of last-minute decision to swap over to the Reyna based on the fact that Jing was feeling it. Now, he certainly was feeling it when it came to it. They had a little bit of prac there. They had some set plays, but I know for a fact these guys have got backup comps that we could see come out.
Oh, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. Yesterday, we were a little bit surprised by that first Reyna pick. Let's see if they're going to be, well, they are going to be locking it straight in. But Kakuka, okay. The guard is the one that's going to want to change things up on their side by the looks of it.
I was saying, you know, how strong the Jet and the Chamber were going to be, but Net decides to go for the Killjoy here. So the player is going to decide to be on that Jet, and probably, you know, one of the reasons is trying to block all that entrance. I love that guy with the nose like that. Block that entrance and not making it so easy for PaperX to take that space. But yeah, I mean, I like the adaptation. Maybe coming in too fast. It's definitely just a matchup dependent.
It's kind of funny because Jonah P's Omen has actually been something to write home about a lot, but obviously coming into this map, we're going to see Valen taking it a lot. You've got Trent on Sky, you've got Jonah P on Breach. This is all making sense. But yeah, that net change is huge to me because, like I said, Chamber was a big part of this game, and now they're not going to have that to work with.
You know, it against PaperX, the guard has so many flashes. I'm really, you know, looking forward to what is going to be that. How is that going to be translated against PaperX? But we'll see.
Well, this is the #1 seeds of NA and APAC, but only one can survive. Let's see who is going to be the one to do that after this series. Over to your casters for this.
Welcome back dito. Ako din. Yeah. Welcome back mga kaibigan. Nandito naman tayo sa isa na namang match dito sa VALORANT Masters Reykjavik. Ako si Black and Blue, kasama ko naman si Ray Red. Magsisimula tayo sa PaperX versus The Guard.
Uy! Best in NA! Best in APAC!
Oo nga.
Number 1 pala yung maglalaban ngayon, pero sa lower bracket. Pero...
Paano kayo napunta dito?
Ayun. Siyempre kakagaling lang namin sa prayer meeting. Kaya, nakita natin. Ano yan?
First time natin magkakas sa VCT.
Ay! Parang isang taon na rin mahigit. Since nagkas tayo, pero ibang bang-bang.
Ibang bang-bang.
Mobile bang-bang. Dito, ngayon lang tayo magkakas ng Tagalog, Black and Blue. Kaya, supremacy. Ang gusto nating mangyari, syempre. Uy! Ano ba naman yan? Ano nangyari kay Forsaken? Nang hina ata ng una na eh. Kailangan lang yan ng prayer meeting.
Natamaan agad siya eh. Parang nabawasan nung alarm bot. Tas, hindi ko alam kung paano siya nabawasan legit. Pero alam ko lang may alarm bot. Anyway. Uy! Nabawian naman agad ni Jing. Sugod na sugod. Uy, saan ka nakatingin, man, Trent? Nandito ako sa likod mo. Si Jing, puro heal. Walang dismiss.
Uy! Uy! Sabi na eh, 2-0 to ng PPRX eh.
Oo nga eh. Legit.
Oo, men.
Oo, men. Wala nang civil.
Oo. Wait, Black and Blue, kamusta pala prayer meeting mo kanina?
Okay, medyo napaaga akong dumating, pero mas napaagang umuwi. Kasi, syempre, ito, may cast pa tayo, may laban pa, Masters. Kayo, ikaw pala, Kamo.
Ay, oo, masaya yung prayer meeting. Napagdasal ko tong PaperX eh. Sabi nila mananalo daw sila. O, tignan mo, sabi ni Jing, oo.
Diba?
Oo. Nag-text sa akin si Jing kasi magka-iMessage kami niyan. Sabi niya, oy, papanalo namin to para 2-0, tulog na kayo ni Black and Blue. Sabi ko, thank you ah. Na-appreciate namin yun. Pero sa tingin mo, Black and Blue, between The Guard and PaperX, honest opinion, sa tingin mo sino mananalo?
Ang esports answer ko, gamit utak, The Guard. Pero gamit puso, PaperX.
Yeah.
Siyempre, mga tropang papel.
Papel.
Papel Rex.
Ako men, next time, balita ko VCTPH yung kakas natin next time eh.
Oo nga eh.
Ayan. May hashtag now was the time yan.
Ang tanong, ako ba mapupunta sa Tagalog? O si Ray Ray ba mapupunta sa English?
Oy, magaling ako mag-English kanina, nagulat nga ako eh. Kasi galing nga tayo sa prayer meeting, syempre, minemorize ko lahat ng mysteries. Pero ngayon, Jing, pag yan nakarena, malulugi talaga ang mga taga-The Guard. Triggered, yung pangalan ng The Guard. Triggered, pero oy, Jing, inispray yan lang oh. Ang dali. Ginawang aim labs ang mga taga-The Guard at net na lang together with Saya Player ang natitira. Si Saya Player galing sa OW eh. why? Ganon.
Saya Player, matagal ko na rin yung pinapanood, yun nga, doon galing sa OWs. Ever since, talagang impacto talaga siyang doon DPS ngayon, duelist. Jing! Puro, napansin mo Ray, ang dalawang runs na to, puro sagasa style ang ginagawa niya, Jing. Dire-direto, sabay heal.
Grabe si Jing, ginagawang kabilang bang-bang eh. Ilang taon na to?
Bata pa lang yun eh.
Mommy buff yan, men. Mommy buff. Ba, supported ng mama ni Jing? Akala ko nga kapatid niya lang yun eh. Ito ako sa Twitter eh. Siyempre, marites ako eh.
Mm.
Pinopost naman niya. Si Jing ba yan?
Si...
Alam mo,
Oh.
sino?
Oh, si Jing.
Si Jing yan. Alam mo,
Yung pogi
si
ba? Oo.
Benkay kasi may bebe buff. Kaya,
Oo nga eh.
lugi talaga kaming mga single eh. Ang tanong, single ba ako?
Ang tanong, oo nga. Depende sa oras ba?
Depende kung nakapag-prayer meeting o hindi.
Hindi, mismo. May nagdadasal, minamahal.
Shoutout nga pala kay Will Ashley, siya kay Ishan na nanonood sa amin ngayon sa PH Broadcast. Diba? Sabi sa inyo, nagtatagalog si Black and Blue, basta kausapin nyo lang sa Tagalog eh. Oh, kita mo, ginagawa na namang aim labs ngayon ni Jing tsaka ni Forsaken. Kaya kapag ako nagkukuha ka sa Radiant, unrated, ayoko makakita eh si Forsaken tsaka si Jing. Ang lakas si para win streak parati pag sila. At kita mo yun, minamama na lang mga taga-Dagard. Pero alam mo, mas maganda, Black and Blue. 2-0 para Sweet Dreams.
Sana all. Matamis ang pagtutulog. Pero post-plant ng PaperX ha. Bonus pa to ha. Mukhang maging 3-0 pa nga. Nice flash. Wala nga nahuli. Pero si Saya player. Sumagot naman Ray dito. Alam niya, nandito sa platform. Pero nahuli ni Terence Davai. Last one left alive si Mind Freak. Naka-Spectre man lamang. At nabawian pa ni Kuya Guard.
Natalo lang tayo kasi iba ng time zone.
Oo nga eh. Antukin na yung mga manok natin eh.
No, inaantok na to. Uy! Bakit may nagpapaputok? May fireworks dito sa amin. Sana di niya narinig. Saya player, palong-palo. Kamukha niya si Courtesy sa side view. Pero pag nakita mo na yung buong mukha, iba pala. Kaya naman si Courtesy from Oasis.
Oo, si Boss Igop.
Oy. Boss Igop mapagbat. Ay, oo, may iba akong napapagdiyan. Kailan mo ba sino, men?
Sino ba?
Si Foxy. Kailan mo ba yan? Friends ba?
Si Foxy, oo.
Ay! Oy, Jing! Inasim! Tapos magdi-dismiss! Tapos mag-heal! Diba? Napakadali mag-rain ako! Magaling ka eh! O, kita mo kagad si Mantic sinundan na kagad pero nga lang si Trent. Takes down 2. Trent! Oy! Lahat o! Si Mantic ginawa na namang bata yung mga taga-the guard, triggered. 2v2. Benkay na lang together with Device. Si Benkay may bebe buff to. Pag may bebe, malakas. Pag walang bebe, mahina. O, kita mo, di ba? Na-trade niya, 1v1. Pag ito na-clutch ni Benkay, idol ko na siya. Kasi si Wolf yan eh. Caster na nga, pro player pa, may bebe pa, cypher pa.
Oo nga. Kamukha pa nga eh. Yun, sakto. Bumalik yung camera. Dito, may pang snapshot na dito si Benkay. Yung insta niya. Sige, game. TikTok muna. Tingin. May lumalapit ba? Pwede siyang mag-plant. Fake plant. Tingin camera. Wala na naman. Sige, dikit nga natin. Meron siyang camera dito para sa short. Buti na lang! Buti na lang may camera. Alam niya kung nasan si paring Trent. Naikutan pa nga yung... Uy, kaso nahuli nung turret. Alam niya ngayon. Ni Ten dito. Ni Net. Na nagtulong siya sa may aiming. Panalo yan! Kasi may bebe
advantage. May bebe ba? Nakita ko yung alam mo kung anong shirt nung bebe ni Benkay. 69 nice ata eh. Alam mo, kung ako magkakabebe sa Valorant, no? Na nice one baby ko pa yan. Pero wala eh. Sabi ko sa inyo, kung magkakaroon man ako ng bebe na pro player sa Valorant, mag-i-English panel ako. So, kung nagkaroon nga, Black and Blue. Mag-i-English panel ako.
Ako, gusto ko yun.
Ay! Gusto ko rin yun. Sana all. Mapapasana all na lang ako. Pero kay Saya player, blinak lang siya ngayon with that paranoia coming in from Mind Freak. He tries to take them out. Pero nga lang Forsaken. Nice one! Forsaken, nice one! Nice one, BB Cakes, Cupcakes. Wala na kasi yung wala na kasi yung mga taga-Foxy. Oo, wala na eh. Wala na magiging matatawag na baby cakes eh. So, ito na lang. Mga taga-PaperX para manalo talaga. Alam mo kapag yung PaperX nanalo sa Champions, ay sa Masters, ng as Champions, iiyak talaga ako. Pero buti lang, may neural theft mula kay Benkay.
Uy! PaperX. Nice one, Jing. Alam mo, Riri, ang daming nagsasabi na doon sa mga analyst, sa mga caster panel na bad pick daw yung Reyna. Ang hindi nila alam, Kasi dyan sa EMEA, dyan sa NA, may magaling kayong player. May Trent kayo, may Yay, may Scream, kung sino pa man. Pero wala kayong Jing. Wala kayong Forsaken. Kaya kami, okay lang sa amin yun.
Kapag APAC, normal na lang na double duelist parate yung picking sa mga teams. Although this is very basic, it started sa first stage, diba? Usually, no last year. Puro double duelist. Pero as the meta changed, tapos nagkaroon ng Sky, ng Astra, hindi na needed ng dalawang duelist. Pero yung PaperX, andun pa rin sila sa form na ganito eh. Para silang mga taga Sersha, na very basic yung foundation nila, yet effective naman. Unless yung team na yon sobrang lakas mag-KO. Diba? That's just how you punish APAC teams. You have that KO, it's over already for them. Pero sa side ng PaperX, we're still getting the upper hand. So, why will we settle sa ibang bagay? So, ayan. Pag nanalo PaperX, magkakajowa ka na ba, Damari? Sige, manifest mo yan.
Nabasa ko nga eh.
Sana all. Sana all. At ito, magaling si Jing sa arena sa event. I think Jing is really one of those players that needs growth. Pero ngayon, na nakarating sila sa Masters, nag-improve talaga siya all along. Pero si Net, mukhang gusto lang niya i-deny kagad itong PaperX sa pagpunta nila sa A-site by getting out with that lockdown. Pero I think that won't be really hassle sa side ng PaperX. They can just ping the spike all along and they can just spray through it. Oh, yun na nga. Nag-empress na kagad si Jing dito, black and blue.
Okay, nice flash yun. Para lang medyo mas madelay dito ang The Guard. Doesn't really hold them back for too long. Ang plant hindi pa ma-defuse. Forsaken, nice pick dito. Joe na naman sasagot kay Jing. Napakalaking bagay yun na napitas na si Jing agad. Kasi siya ang isang tagabuhat dito para sa PaperX. Goodbye mga kaisa. Classic ang lalabas. Benkai finding 2. Napaka-importante ng posisyon ni Benkai. And he gets the round number 5 para sa PaperX.
Flumank lang! Black and blue! Flumank lang si Benkai. Natulungan pala si Dabay kagad.
Baby buff yan.
Badly needed. Oo, baby buff to. Ikaw black and blue Matanong lang kita. Yung Haven, sabihin natin APAC favored yan. Pero yung split, sa tingin mo ba magaling ang mga katulad ng PaperX dito?
Tingin ko, oo. Kasi isa din sa magandang mapa ang split para sa PaperX. Magaling sila sa split eh. Icebox din, magaling sila.
So,
may konti lang talaga yung maps na hindi sila well known for, parang Ascent. Isa yun sa mga isang mapa na. So,
I think yung weakness ng mga EMEA and NA teams against APAC is that ang mga APAC teams mechanically skilled talaga sila. And when they start to pop off, hindi maalam ng EMEA how to shut them down. At especially ngayon sa composition ng The Guard, this is not anti-APAC eh. This is actually favoring Jing together with Forsaken. You don't have a KO? Okay. Yun na naman weakness ng APAC team sa ata so far eh.
Dun talaga nahirapan ng APAC team. Nahirapan sila pag kunyari hindi naman ko yung timing, itong mga APAC teams or parang na palaging nahuhuli, natatrap dito ng mga kalaban, gito na ginagawa ng DRX. Pero even though nanalo yung nanalo yung DRX versus PaperX, tingin ko, although maganda yung laro ng DRX noon, wala lang din sa laro yung PaperX eh. May mga easy shots silang nagwi-whiff, hindi tumatama. So, and sobrang uncharacteristic yun para sa team na PaperX. Kasi pinagsama mo yung dalawang pinaka magaling tumutok sa isang team sa buong Asia, pinagsama mo si Jing at si Forsaken na tas yung tipong mag-whiff sila na hindi talaga tatama. Sobrang uncharacteristic yun. Kaya pagkatapos nun, alam kong hindi na mauulit. Kasi PaperX nila papabayang umulit pa yon.
Invite ka ba mag-watch party sa Singapore nito, Black? No.
Ano?
Tignan mo! Si Jing! Poggers. Poggers lang. Pinapog lang niya together with Forsaken, no? How to shut down NA teams. Double duelist comp, very basic, like since season 1.
Diba?
Benkai! Get the third kill!
They were blind.
Oh basic. My goodness, PaperX. Binasican na naman na mga taga-APAC ngayon.
Ano bang kala nyo? Basic lang ang APAC?
Di ko alam bakit nila binibasican yung APAC eh. Alam mo kung nandito yung SBE, tsaka yung Naos, tsaka yung APH. Nako,
Naku.
Mahihirapan sila kay Georgie, kay Ja, kay Ja with the collab.
Oo. Pag yung kinulat ni Ja, edi, ako, malaking pasabog na naman ang mangyayari.
Memories bring back memories, no?
Oo.
Pero may nagkakas ka lang, bigla may nagsabi ng Ja. Actually, Colat, the kills, di ba?
Okay Forsaken, attacking side up, gumagana dito para sa PaperX. Si Saya player, mag-isa lumalapit dito sa... Uy, sakto na lang, buti lang, may seeker. So wag niyong unahan. Alam na nila, may operator, napakalaking bagay yon. Alam na nila kung paano lalaro ito kasi alam nilang may operator. So wag tayo mag-overpick. Buti na lang, tumama. Mind trick lang, medyo sumablay. Yun lang.
Yun lang. Kapag sumablay nga lang yung PaperX, yung the guard, napakadali lang sa kanila. Ito actually retaliate. Pero wala na pa. Pag na-clutch ni Forsaken, naamin na ako sino crush ko pero wala eh. Wala eh.
Ano? Crush ka ba?
Ay, crush ba ako ng crush ko? Hindi ko alam eh. Nasagot naman sa mga nanonood. Mahirap na umasa.
Hintayin mong umamin bago kumain.
Umamin na nga eh.
Okay pa na.
All will be alright in time, sabi nga ng Ben and Ben. O, ito na. PaperX. Si Jing, 12-4, 4-8, 3.0 KD. Tignan mo. Mababawasan niya na ni Benkay. May bebe buff to. Diba? Yun si Saya player. Si Saya, ang problema, alam mo kaya medyo skeptical ako about the guard together with PaperX. Kasi PaperX, they can actually, the guard, they just take their time. Nagwa-warm up to, tapos biglang ma-reverse sweep nila yung PaperX, pero hindi nag-work yun against Optic Gaming earlier. So talagang baka land buff is up there, pero always check your corner. Saya player together with Net. Ina-anchor lang kagad ang garage. At wala na nangyari. Benkay na lang kagad natitira. Si Wolf casts. Sisilip yan. Tingnan mo, patay. Diba?
Wala, NT.
NT. 9 triggers.
Tayo, syempre, tayong mga SCA, di ba? Tayong mga taga-APAC. Mapagbigay. Hospitable. Mas lalo na pag yung mga bisita natin galing sa malalayong lugar. Katulad itong The Guard, di ba? Taga-NA, taga-Amerika. Syempre tayo, gusto nating masaya din sila. So, papagbigyan muna natin. Para mamaya, pag natalo, edi mas malulungkot pa. Mas heartbroken pa.
Edi happy.
Edi happy.
Prayer
nice.
meeting puno.
Okay, go time
Uy, nabulag. Uy, kinagat kagad si Net. Mag-push na kagad Ay! Ang kalat nun, PaperX. Buti na lang si Forsaken, pumapalo pa rin 2v2. Benkay, maganda to posisyon niya. He can actually cut off, but he just need to take care of Saya player. Ayun.
Yun lang.
Pag na-clutch ni Forsaken, aaminin ko na talaga kung sino talaga ang the one. The one and only. Oo. Pero nga lang, si Forsaken ready din yung Blade Storm niya. And sa PaperX, ba't din sila nagtitrade? Ginagawa nilang Pog style na dapat hindi. Dapat gamitin nila ng utak kahit kakonti. Dahil it's the guard we're talking about. Number 1 in NA scene. Uy, nakita niya. Yun Gumagalaw gumagedli. Oy, sumayaw, sumabay sa aking paglalaro. Ang bilis gumalaw ni Forsaken. Ganyan talaga pag number 1. Pero Saya player tries to go for a defuse. Hindi na nga niya kinontinue. Pinaglalaroan ang mga taga-PaperX. He takes one! Oy! Forsaken! Ayun na nga. Oy, naglabas.
Siya din daw. Anime battle! Oy!
Jet dip! Kirameku! Asega! Don! Oh my God! Forsaken masibo to clash it! 7-3! Aminin ko yung crush ko.
Umamin ka na, Rere! Itago mo na lang sa pangalang.
Ano? Black and blue.
Ano ba?
Okay. Kailangan na natin umamin. Nung catch si Forsaken, dapat pala hindi ako umano pag si Forsaken. Kasi hindi posible. Goals ako
Oo nga. Si nakipag-usahan ka pa kay Idol.
Sino kaya? Ano kaya magandang clue, Black and Blue, na hindi halata, pero may idea?
Masarap.
Ayan. Okay nga yun, oh. Masarap.
Diba?
Premium rare steak, bro. Mamink-mink.
Oo.
Yan. Masarap.
Moving on.
Baka nanonood ng kas na paghalataan. Uy! May trade pero si Jing pumapalo. But there's just net. Net. Alam mo yung kabaliktaran ng net? 10. Si 10-10 mula sa Naruto. Yung namatayan ng asawa sana si Neji. Pero uy! The buy! Ay si Forsaken di nag-check ng corner sa sakit sa ulo. Ay, nako po. Hindi man lang nag-mark sa garage. Alam ko yan eh. Isa na lang kagad dito na mind. Talo to. Diba? Si Jonap. Si Panoj.
NT. Nice try.
Ito. Forsaken best jet in Asia. Depende. Sino, as a VCTPH Black and Blue, no bias. Sino sa tingin mo yung magaling talaga mag-perform bilang jet?
Bilang jet? Si Pinoy Jet.
Yeah.
Diba?
Tanangin mo ako, sino pinakamagaling mag-controller?
Sino pinakamagaling mag-controller?
Adi si Pinoy controller.
Ay.
Sino pinakamagaling mag-raise?
Pinakamagaling mag-raise? Si Pinoy Raise.
Hindi. Alam ko kung sino pinakamagaling.
Sino?
Si Super MJ. Pero balik tayo eh, Forsaken. Uy, ginawang mama. Pero nga na-trade lang kagad ni Valin. At sinabayan na kagad ni Jonap.
Let's go.
Uy, pero always yung Beka gets the flank! At si Trent na lang together with Saya player na titira. Ano ba naman tong PaperX? Ginawang pang-rank. Si Jingo, ginawang rank ko. Dumidismiss.
Pinaglaro, ano?
Pinaglaruan! At hindi rin naman Genova. 8-4 PaperX! Supremacy! Let's go!
Let's go. Paper Rex. 8-4 versus the guard. Number 1 ng NA. Napakalakas ng idinuturing ng team na to. Ng pagpasok nila ng Masters. Pero now, ano kayo? Paper Rex, let's go.
Men, yung mga papel. Gumaganon eh.
Alam mo, torotot yung papel eh.
Saya-saya nila eh. Gumaganon eh. Umuuwo. Black and blue. Yan. Next time, pag may APAC din dito, ultimate unbiased casting ever for fur. Sheesh! No cap ka, no cap.
Okay.
Grabe, di ba? Nagtatagalog si Black and Blue. First time lang yun.
Napadpad ako dito.
Ba't ka ba napadpad ng PH Broadcast? Na-miss mo kami sa PH Broadcast.
Oo, men. Oo, syempre.
That's right.
Nagiging vil na ako. Syempre, nakakamiss din. Mag-cast dito. Huling cast natin. Ano ba? APAC.
Hindi.
I mean, in general, tayo.
In general.
Hindi tayo magkasama. Pero, huling cast J-Pack. So, sabi ko, tapusin ko na. Masters. Para naman makompleto ko lahat. Naging host na ako. Naging panel. Nag-English. Kulang na lang. Mag-Tagalog. Doon na ako. Dito na ako. Para naman din magkasama tayo rin. Magkakast tayo. Tsaka si Vil din. Hindi ko pa nakakast ng matagalan na. Kaya...
Ay, si Vil. Nako. Alam mo ba nung nag-cast kami ni Vil, akala ko mapupunta kami sa impyerno eh. Kasi daw, kapag si Vil, ang tawag daw niya sa mga kapatid. Oo, men.
Oo, men. Naalala ko yun, pagpasok ko sa channel, wala akong narinig na goodbye, wala akong narinig na cast, puro tawa na lang eh. Hindi makasalita.
Oo, men. Hindi ko din alam eh. Si Aso rin nga, nagkakas kami kanina, nireplyan na ako ng, oo, men. Nakaka-bad trip eh.
Ang tagal-tagal lang pag i-explain mo eh, no?
Oo, oo, men.
Alam ko na pakiramdam ni ano.
Sa prayer
yung dalawa ni
meeting
Taylor.
kasi, pinagdasal ni Black and Blue yung paper eh.
Oo.
Ako pinagdasal kay nandun yung RRQ, yung Defy, tsaka yung Nawos. Sila kasi present eh. Pati yung Bren. Mga present sa paper, sa prayer meeting. Pero si Jonap, si Panoj, Uy, si Forsaken, nandito. Sana naabot ng mga taga-paper. Sumabot na ata hanggang Berlin na. Naghihintay. Itong triggered ng early pickoffs at hindi imposible para magkaroon ng comeback ngayon ng mga katulad ng The Guard, ah. Uy! Alam na. Sabi ni Forsaken, makakatikim ka. May kasama pang bonus ngayon. Bekay, Banfic, Davide, Forsaken, Jing, buhay na buhay pa rin. Pero kailangan na lang ito i-force. Pero in The Guard, ang layo naman. Jonap nakarinig. Ayun na, flash out. May trade galing kay Forsaken. Pero isa-isa. Trend na lang. Oy! Uy, si Forsaken, di na binibitawan. Oh. Mabatch na lang ni Bay. Okay, got you, fam! And PaperX is able to win this time for! Let's go!
Let's go! PaperX 9-4. Natambakan ang number 1 ng NA. Ang sinasabi nilang number 1 team. Papasok dito sa Masters. Iceland, Reykjavik. Winasak lang yan ng PaperX.
Outs.
Outs, Lods.
Outs, gege.
Outs, gege. Bounce.
Bounce na. Sish! Muling nagbabalik. Uyun. Sabi ni Jonap, masyado kayo makulit, but Jing and the Vi is up there. For the frags. For the kill. At walang nagawa ang mga taga, ano? Diba?
Ala nyo. Petiksang, ha? Patlan daw, ha? Yan. Babawi yan. Huling-huli. Sa huli cam, inireporta. Fine break, nag-aabang. Isa! Dalawa! Oh, teka lang. Sila. Wala pang pangatlo.
Isang ihip na lang kaya na kay Valin, tapos Pag na-clash na to, iaaminin ko na talaga ang pinakatunay kong crush. O, diba? Hindi. Ayaw, amin.
Alam mong hindi ka pupusta sa patadong laban, no?
Siyempre, matalino tayo doon, Black and Blue. Alam ni Black and Blue kung sino talaga ang ultimate crush ko.
Siyempre naman.
Cutie daw yan no? Cutie.
Oo, sobra.
Paborito mo nga. May meme ka nga dun nung kinast mo siya.
Tasty. Anyway. Wala naman nanonood
Wala naman nanonood. Wala naman sa tao. Grabe ka naman. 139 nga Walang PH. Wala. Next act.
Good morning sa'yo, boss.
Uy! Bengkay, minama. At panalo ni PPGL dito. Uy, Forsaken. Wala na to.
GG na?
2-0.
2-0.
Oo. 2-0 to, men.
Tanggal EMEA. Tanggal NA din.
Wala to. NA supremacy.
Ano kasi sinasabi? Ray, kung nanalo yung PaperX dito, legit seryoso kong sabi. Kung nanalo yung PaperX dito, tag top 6 yun sila. Ibig sabihin nun, kalahati ng top 6 ay galing sa Asia. PaperX, DRX, at saka Zeta.
Oh.
Ibig sabihin nun, ang Asia ay number 1 region na sa mundo.
Pero mo, Black and Blue, tinuwan ng Zeta yung Team Liquid. Palong-palo sila, no? Kamukha kasi ni Sasuke mukhang anime, kaya nanalo
Paano ka palalaban dun? Bawat galaw mo, huli ng Sharingan. Bawat sundot mo, kidlat ka ng ano ba sa hindi Rasengan Ano bang kay Sasuke? Nakalimutan ko na. Ang tawag sa kanya. Sa move niya.
Basta yun? Men, alam mo yung mga taga-Zeta? Kamag-anak to ni Naos Blurred
Bakit naman?
Kasi Blurred.
Ray. Buti na lang banal tayo. Buti na lang.
Sinasabi namin yan ni Vil parati na si Blurred ay import galing Japan. Kaya ang lakas maglaro, di ba?
Kidori, tama. Salamat, Mike.
Si Blurred, kamag-anak niya talaga yung mga taga-Zeta. Sinabi ko nga kayo, nagkita kami sa player meeting. Uy, Blurred, kamag-anak yung mga taga-Zeta, gagaling maglaro eh.
Oo nga. Buti Hindi lang kikibo. Baka may masabi pa ako.
Ba matanggal tayo ng trabaho?
Oo, matanggal tayo ng trabaho.
Alam niyo ba kung sino totoong import?
Sino?
Si Jalicious talaga. Galing Qatar yan eh.
Bakit Qatar?
Di galing talaga siyang Qatar.
Legit?
Oo, legit to. Prefer. Prefer to.
Prefer. Ibang player naman. Uy.
Ayun.
Si Kev, si Kakarot, saan galing? Dragon Ball?
Si Kakarot, Oo.
Dragon Ball.
Galing sa Zambales. Sa Olongapo City.
Alam na alam manager?
Manager pa ako ng kadiliman.
Yun pala.
Si Super.
Kailan daw maglalaro si Berg?
Ay.
Na narinig natin.
Wala eh. Tanongin niyo na lang siya, di kami close.
Okay, sige. Real talk. 4v4 retake dito ng Paper Rex. Medyo napatigil dahil nga na Rolling Thunder sila. May konting oras pero kailangan na lang i-go to. Kung naghintay pa sila, edi baka hindi na ma-retake. Ang ganda ng shutdown dito. Wala, ipit na ipit. And Paper Rex goes down. Pag ganun, pipili ka na lang. Save ba tayo o go pa din? Pinili nila yung pangalawang option. At ayun, ginawang action.
Ginawang action PH. Action
PH.
Uy, nag-ano ba din ba sa'yo? Yun, 5-11. Dalawa na lang, Paper X. Beke naman.
Auto win daw sa Paper X pag Haven talaga yung map. Kasi nga, balal sila. Kasi si tropang Bengkay, IGL nila. Ka-prayer meeting ko yan.
Ay. Uy!
Oh, di ba?
Ginawang poggers, di ba? Ni Forsaken, ginawang rank game.
Oo nga. Nagawang highlight lang pala kayo eh.
Ang mga taga-Paper X ay gumagawa ng highlight! Mind Freak! Grabe to si Mind Freak mag-isip. Alam mo na, namiss ko si Shiba, pero iba din talaga ngayong tong roster ng Paper X, pero 3v3. O yun, ginawang mama na naman ni Forsaken, lumayula-yula, pero buti na lang si John up. Na-pick off siya 2v2. Si Jingboy pa, may dismiss, may pang-heal, healing galing, pero pinaglalaroan pa sila ngayon ng triggered.
Okay, maglala. Jing is the key. Magtiwala lang.
Oo.
Kaya yan. Ito na yun. Si Forsaken nagpakita ng 1v2 clutch kanina. Si Jing naman. Natin. Huli si Mindfreak
Ayun! Pag naklat si Jing to talaga, aamin na ako eh.
Yun lang, mahirap.
Mahirap na to. Ayun lang. Aray.
Agoy.
Alam niya. Ay, hindi alam ni Jing. Babay.
Ayun lang, timing. Timing. Hindi, partida. Pinagbigyan.
Pinagbigyan dahil forgiving ang mga taga marunong magpatawag ang mga taga APAC. Marurupok ang mga APAC.
Mas lalo na mga caster ng
Hoy! Hindi ako marupok.
Oh, ba't ka affected? Wala namang sinabi ikaw.
Sorry. Akala ko. Medyo natamaan.
Bato-bato sa langit.
Matamaan? Revealing area. Uy, nagsasoba yun.
Sino yun?
Oh, nagulat siya, di ba? Alam ko yan. Siyempre ako.
Uy, huli si Bengkay.
Uy, Bisaya player, wag nyo hintayin mag-init yan. Pag yan, uminit, 11-11 yan.
Oo nga eh. Medyo delic. Sige. 6-11. Kung makakuha ng pilas dito yung Paper X, sige, go. Pero kung hindi, edi ewan na lang. Tingnan natin. Kaso bulag na bulag si Jing. Sakto pa naman, Forsaken. Sobrang consistent sa mga entries niya ngayon. Makakakuha pa nga ng isa. Labang na ngayon ng Paper X at si Jing. Makakakuha na ng patay. Here on the swing though, Valin, ina-hold niya. Talagang dinedepensahan nila ang lockdown. Alam nila kailangan na lang i-stick to. Wala nang oras. Kailangan niyang tumakas. Pero pwede pa niyang i-stick yung defuse. May oras pa ba? But Zaylin will somehow clutch the round. 11-7. Bukas ang tindahan.
Men, 24 hours kasi. Kaya palupa-lupa itong mga taga-triggered.
Oh.
Ay, nako. Mabawi pa. Good day, manager. Sayang to kay Forsaken. Kay Jason. Close kami niyan eh.
Si Boss J.
Oo. Pag J ba talaga, totoo bang mangiiwan?
Bait ako. Pag J, 50-50. Ray. Kala ko, hindi nakamit eh.
Hindi.
Buti na lang. Ray, bibigyan sa akin eh. Alam mo, tingin ko talaga ang totoong buff dito is yung penguin.
Ay,
Di ba si Benkay pagpasok niya, nakasuot siyang penguin. Si Dubstep, nung lumayo ang Team Secret, nung Valorant Champions last year, anong dala niya? Anong baon niyang laruan? Di ba penguin din? Kaya may penguin buff din yung Paper X. Alam mo itong si Benkay, nung kinakausap ko, sabi ko, anong handaan niyo ba? May handa ba kayong entrance? Kasi syempre, yung last time, di ba, yung nagtutoothbrush siya pagpasok. Sabi ko, Benkay, kailangan mas gagalingan mo. Syempre, tinatagalog ko siya no? Sabi niya, pre, mag-abang lang kayo. At ayun nga, lahat ng pagpasok ng Paper X, lahat ng entrance sila walk-in, talagang memorable.
Oo, men.
Oo, men. Legit yun. Legit na kwento yun.
Basta ako. Paper X, panalo niya para 2-0. Malakas ba the guard, black and blue para sa'yo sa split? Alam mo, hindi.
I mean, siguro sa lahat naman malakas sila. Pero statistically, pag tinignan mo, ang pinakamalakas na mapa nila is either Icebox or Haven din. Talaga. Split, okay lang. Pero hindi talaga sila kilala doon. Actually, parang 50-50 nga lang win percentage nila doon. Kaya, kayang-kaya sa split. Pero itong mapa na to, parang talagang attacker-sided
Oo nga, men. Mahihirapan na ata itong Paper X We have Benkay, pero napakadali kasi sa that side ng the guard to actually, to actually know where he is. No Cypher, they can easily tackle on to a side with that double initiator, with that Sky, with that Breach. It's really easy. Especially na sa side ng Paper X, wala silang Sova. So, magalaking question to. How will Jing and Forsaken actually win this? How will they anchor aside? Pero ako, sa tingin ko, Black and Blue, mas maganda kung si Jing tsaka si Forsaken magkasama na lang. Lalo na't double initiator itong the guard.
Parang kayo lang. Sana mag-isama din kayo.
Magkasama naman kami. Iba lang ng lengguwahe. Sikat.
Sana magkaintindihan pa din.
Wala na.
Hindi mahirap.
Nagkaintindihan naman Uy!
Okay.
Exit
Sige.
lang si Dabay.
Exit. Kaso, yun.
Nahuli.
Patay yung ibon.
Ay, shoutout ka pala kay John Lawrence Anito. Ang dami nanonood 138? Bago to
Ano ginagawa nyo? Ba't kayo nandito?
Ata.
Buti na lang. Salamat.
Ay, salamat, thanks.
Salamat, thanks. Hindi naman sa inaway ko kayo. Nagtatanong lang naman.
Magaling kami magtanong Ano kami? Questioner.
Question mark. Ang sarap naman ng ulam ni Dax. Gabing umagang-umaga.
Ay, ako nag-order na ako ng burrito.
Okay pa ba daw tayo?
Okay pa. Ayos na nga namin magkasi. Pero si Dabay, aggressive lang. Yan hinihintay ko kay Dabay Oh my God! Together with Jing was able to take that. Tapos yung follow-up pag galing kay Dabay muli. Nilabas sa mga repolyo. Na agad, ginawang sinigang sa Samisu. At ngayon, si Jonap, trinayos to. Ba't sa'yo, Dabay? Okay ka na sana. Idol na sana kita. Pero mas idol ko si Mind Freak. Sabi niya, Rrrr! At sinet na lang kagad na dito.
Uli. Benkay, ingat ka. Ingat ka, men. Delix yan.
Watch point. Paper X, let's go!
Paper X.
Bilis lang ng match ngayon eh. Parang ano na tayo nag-cast black and blue.
Siyempre, actually, medyo tumatagal din ang laban. Kanina nga, best of 3 talaga eh, 3 maps. Pero, mabilis lang, pag masaya.
Ayun.
Uy, I love you daw.
Uy, sana all nakakatikim ng I love you, pre.
Ayun ang bromance.
Iyo.
Rere, humuhugot.
Ay, sorry. Siyempre, iniisip ko lang ang mga kahalagahan sa buhay.
Pa-shoutout daw, Madam Rere.
Yun. Shoutout sa'yo, John Lawrence. Stay strong sa inyo.
Si Kendrick daw kasi.
Ay, kay Kedrick sa'yo. Kedrick
Ayan.
go. Shoutout sa'yo.
Ayun.
May nagpa-fasting ngayon? Oy!
Oo nga pala, no?
Jing.
Easter.
Oo, kasi ano ngayon eh. Easter Sunday. Maghahanap sila ng itlog. Pero, Jing!
Si Rere, may binubulong sa akin eh. Tungkol daw sa itlog eh.
Check your corners for a second. Magalit si coach. Pag ito na kasi mind freak talaga.
Uy,
ay!
nice one, Bengay.
Oh my goodness.
Winnable.
Bebe buff! Bebe buff! Ay, naku po. Kapag naklasyon si Bengay, idol ko na siya. Ay, si Valin, ginagalingan.
Kaya pa yan, kaya pa yan.
39.
Sayang lang, hindi nagka-timing. Kung saktong pag-sit ni Mindfreak, dun sakto bumaba si Bengay. E de baka na-clutch pa nila. Pero hindi na nangyari. Ito si Forsaken, hindi rin natulungan eh. Parang nag-solo lang paglabas eh. Kailangan, hindi pwedeng ganun guys. Kailangan syempre, medyo magsama-sama tayo. Teamwork is the key.
Keep up. Oo. Naniniwala ka ba sa comeback, Black and Blue?
Oo.
Ako hindi. Ayoko na maka-comeback na yan. Oy, check your corners for a second. Nasayang. Huwag ka mahilo. Hindi ipak yung kalaban nyo. Pag yung kalaban nyo taga-ipak, pwede pa yan eh. Pero hindi eh.
Oo. Nasa talagang international, global, worldwide, solar system, universal. Ano yun? Uy, buti nilang bulag. Nag-ulti.
Ay, nag-ulti si Jin.
Ang kapal. Ang tapang.
At tapang nga tao, no?
Ang Spectre mag-ulti.
Tapusin niya na Paper X. Sumasakit na yung ulo sa inyo ng mga tao. Lalabas sa konti. Patay to. Pag na-clash si Ben, kaya aaminin ko na talagang cash ko sa
Kanina ka pa eh. Dami mo lang inamin.
Alam ni Black and Blue yan. Black and Blue, kaboses mo si Chamber. Isa kang bravo daw. Ay mga Black and Blue.
Paano ba yung... Nagba-bravo ba siya, no?
Bravo ba si Chamber?
At bravo.
Try mo daw kabos si Chamber.
You want to play? Let's play. Paano ba gawin?
Parang hindi.
Hindi pa rin eh. Hindi, malayo men. Baka Omen.
Omen, try mga sa Omen.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
Pwede
pa.
May halo pang plema yan eh.
Okay.
Oo, men.
Balita ko, jet daw boses ko eh.
Ay! Oy! Nag-ulti for second! Nag-buy one, take one sa Jollibee! Oh,
Okay
sige,
yan,
silip lang. Okay.
Value min.
They're champions! Paper Rex! Palong-palo. Uy, wag nitro ha, wag nitro. 3v1 yan.
Pag ito na-clutch, A1 na lang.
Uy, alam niya. For second, ayusin mo. May stress ako sa'yo.
Tapos ang boxing!
Tapos! Hey, Paper Rex! Si Privacy, let's go!
Pero...
Yung ilok ni Bengkay, si Wolf talaga. Ang kulit.
Yan, palaka.
Ay, palaka. Kaya naman pala. Paper Rex, palo-palo.
Wait, sabi no, wait yun Hindi tayo nalo dun Pero nakita mo na hindi sobrang tuwa yung Paper X. Alam nila, dapat kanina pa lang, tapos na yon. The fact na kinambakan, nadikit pa ng the guard, nakakatulong din yon sa momentum nila para sa map 2.
Ba't ganun ilong niya? Bengay.
Pumasok nga siyang naka-penguin. So,
Nice
pati yun
jersey,
ang camo niya. Oh. Pati yun ang costume niya.
Wala.
Sabi daw ni sino ba to sa chat? Si Dathan Rosales. Mag-gas ka nga, Ray Ray.
Report nyo nga to, ban nyo nga. Toxic eh.
Okay.
Dapat hindi nga
Ba nandun yan? Galing yan. Joke lang, love you bro. Salamat sa...
Overall, I think the fact that it was 8-4, and this is Haven we're talking about, I think next to Icebox, the teams ng APAC are actually good also in Haven. I think Black and Blue overall si Haven talagang pinaka best map ng APAC eh.
Kung hindi Haven, para sa akin, Icebox.
Di ba?
Icebox at Haven. Yung dalawa.
Icebox at Haven. So, let's see. If PaperX will be able to continue the momentum that they have on the first half, it's just gonna be the same lang na pinerform nila sa first map. So, it's not impossible na ma-clean 2-0 nila to at pauwi ng the guard. Dahil momentum-based ang team na to. And si Jason, tsaka si Jing. Palong-palo sila ngayon, Black and Blue.
Pag Jay talaga, ibang klase yung laro. Ibang klaseng kagalingan ang inalalabas, di ba? Yan. Si Jason, si Jing, si... Iba ba? Si Jay and Sanity.
May kilala din ako magaling na letter J eh.
Sino?
Si Ja! Si Jelicious!
Si Ja,
Yun!
Yung mga, controller, Astra, di ba? Pero, guys, wag muna kayong pa-Astra. Kasi, mag-almusal pa tayo. Kasi, may map 2 pa tayo. At babalik tayo dito sa Masters Reykjavik. Ako si Black and Blue, kasama ko si Ray Ray. We'll see you guys after the break.
APAC's #1 seed PaperX just showed everyone why you shouldn't let your guard down around them. I'm very sorry, but that's my maybe one and done for this map. But regardless, PaperX, they're here to play and really showed up on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really set the tone from the very beginning. These guys were just not stopping. We had the halftime break where we talked about Jing just running it down. But before the game started, we mentioned this guy here, Forsaken, and we said, you know, he's not really having a good time in the early rounds. But it was a big change this time around.
Yeah, and I like to see, we barely talk about the Vi just swapping from the Sova, just going on this guy. And probably that was one of the reasons for that, is that knowing that against the guard, probably Net was going to be on that chamber. You know, we didn't expect the change. Probably they didn't expect it either, and they wanted to have some direct counter onto it. But the way that, especially on that second half, it felt like it was literally a race to see which team got to the other spawn faster. It was just amazing. And I love the fact that it was also after a timeout off the guard that they realized that they only need to explode and just play for post plan as much as they can and just give them a little bit of their own medicine and just trying to keep pushing and taking all the space that actually PaperX will give.
I mean, with Forsaken, we spoke about in the beginning of the match that he had the first death, the highest first death out of everybody. And Mitch, you mentioned that it was a bit of a change there, and I really stepped up this time around.
Yeah, you know what though? I'll say that the reason we gave him a lot of credit for even dying was that he's going in first and he's being traded. This time he wasn't really going in first, was he? Jing was just running it down, or if not, he was distracting for Bankai to come up behind them. It gave a lot of issues over to their opponents.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Net as well, because that was the one change that came into this. Were you a fan of it?
I mean, I understand the intention. I just think that sometimes the execution when you're playing against such a strong and fast team is very complicated, and we're seeing here on the graphic the difference between playing on Chamber and playing on Killjoy. I think it's also very difficult from going to, I'm going to pick, I'm going to support Saya, I'm just going to be there at the beginning of the round to just go and be like, yeah, I'm going to make sure that we have space, that nobody's taking our backs. It's really complicated, and it also sets the ground to what are we going to see on Split? Are they going to just, you know, keep the change? Is he going to be back on the chamber? I don't feel like they need it.
Yeah, it's a pretty big point, because I was talking to Bren before the game, and he was saying how, you know, way back you had this team of the guard play against C9, steal their comp, and then look fantastic with it, and they have up until this point. That change was a big risk, and we had to question, you know, what value is it bringing? My theory was defensive side stopping power will be a little bit better. Looking at that attack side out of PaperX, there was no stopping power whatsoever. So then you fall back and go, okay, well, did it bring any value? Sure, in some moments, but overall, I think the Chamber would have done a lot better for them there, especially in being able to contest those angles that little bit longer and have the escape out of there. For Net, I think coming into Split, we'll see him go back to the Chamber and play the confidence off the bat.
He needs to feel comfortable.
One guy we can always expect to stop any team, of course, is Saya player. We have him right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he's warming up for the next map. Oh, I love the mouse pad.
It's not only the mouse pad, it's also the stand. We were actually seeing them when they were getting out of the van.
Wait,
and we saw them. He has a stand. He has like a box, and he actually brought it from home. He felt like we had it ready for him. He actually brought it from home, and it doesn't matter because you see his aim is as sharp as we see on the server.
I assumed he asked someone in production, like, "Hey guys, I need a box, couple inches, just give me that elevation." But no, he's bringing it from home. He's taking no risks here. He's like, "This box is reliable." My only concern is for his shoulder blades, man. That's cannot be a comfortable angle to play on.
I want to know what Redgar thinks about this. I feel like he's the only person that could give
of weird positions.
Yeah, but then again, you know a lot about boxes, Mitch, given how many you've stood on in your lifetime. But let's take a look at the next map. We spoke about it a little bit already. It's going to be Split. Actually, PaperX's pick. And Mitch, I know you were surprised with this.
Yeah, you know, coming into this one, there were a lot of options for PaperX, and we'd seen them with the preference of Bind. Obviously, with the ban from the guard coming in up against Optic, this was somewhere it could have went, but I think they probably suspected there would be a trap set there, combined with the fact they didn't look too comfortable previously. Split, though, definitely isn't a poor map for them, and we saw them up against Xerxia playing a pretty decent comp. I think especially Bankai's Cypher here could be insane, because with the value he brought on Haven was nuts.
Do you think that we're going to have, because you said that probably Jing going on the Reyna was more like a feeling thing. I don't feel like yesterday, he's supposed to go on the race now. Do you think like after how yesterday was on Bind, he's going to feel more comfortable to go on the Reyna? Because then I have a theory of why they picked this map.
So let me say, if Mind Freak is coming through and he's playing an Astra, then it would make sense. But he's playing the Omen typically. So I think that this raise is pretty expendable. And when you just look at the value Jing brought, yeah, I expect him to play Arena. I'd be upset to see this man play anyone other than Arena at this point.
Okay, I'm happy. So my theory is, and after you were mentioning that loss actually against Serbia, is that was the only time that they lost this year.
Yeah.
5 times played, and there is something very characteristic about it, and it's the only time that they face against a KO. They know that is not likely that the guard is going to pull that KO, so probably they felt that as the direct counter to them because they were not able to execute their plays. Now, if that is the comfort pick, probably is one of the reasons why.
I look forward to seeing if that is the reason. We are heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing both of these teams in this tournament play this map. So in the past, when teams have come into this tournament with a map they haven't played, they do make changes.
Oh my god!
And right off the bat, we won't see the chamber again.
Why? Like I'm looking forward to asking this question of why. I understand that, you know, from NA we expect the chamber, we expect this. It's just so I was actually kind of expecting. Okay.
No. Sorry, I'm out of words because yeah, this is also more changes. Paper X, it looks like they stuck with the same comp they played last time, Mitch.
Yeah, so Jonah P obviously coming in on the Sky typically, so a huge change. I guess having that Omen in there, you've got flashes already. If you're playing a Breach, it can definitely make sense, but that's a big change. Although when you look at the history that the Guard have here, losing to Optic twice, a very close win over C9, regionally, it's been a tough map for them, so I'm not surprised that they decided to make a change.
Well, the Guard, they have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Doug and Bala, let's see if they can.
Happy Easter Sunday sa inyong lahat at nanonood pa rin kayo dito sa Valorant Masters. Ako si Rayrick, syempre. Kasama ko ngayon si Black and Blue at hatid namin sa inyo ang Tagalog broadcast dito sa second map, which is going to be in Split. At nakita natin na Black and Blue, nagugulat yung mga panel natin kung bakit pinili ng PaperX ang Split. Pero all I know is that PaperX is really good in Split.
Oo nga, hindi ko din alam kung ba't nagugulat pa sila. Isa nga to sa mapa na alam talaga ng lahat na malakas ang PaperX. Kami nga, legit, amin ko na, SBE. Alam namin malakas yung PaperX sa Split, kaya pag nagmamap dito ko, parang, sige, lalaroin ba natin yung Split o di muna pagkatapang PaperX? Kasi it's a known thing. It's a known fact. Pero titignan natin. Kasi the Guard, 50-50, oo, yung win rate na dito sa Split. Pero sa NA yun, tignan natin kung makakapalabas sila dito sa Split. Pero pukhang walang laban. Kasi PaperX, 2 pitas agad. Galing kay Forsaken at Jing.
Grabe ka naman. Uy! Sila lang pala dalaman, 2v5.
Pag-asa eh.
Wala to.
Kala ko naman,
and your
dagad.
champions here in Valorant Masters Stage 1.
Magti-tweet na ako, 2-0, 2-0.
Oh, Black and Blue.
Total, gawin din naman eh. Papatagalin pa ba natin? Alam naman natin doon naabot.
Wala to. Kita mo na kagad, first pistol round pa lang. Si Jing, tsaka si Forsaken. Siya na lang ang team. Na makakita ka ng double duelist, Black and Blue.
Bakit daw pick yung double duelist? Huwag daw kayo mag-Reyna. Hindi naman sa natin yung opinion ng, siyempre, mga magagaling nating analyst dan. Pero, legit. PaperX is split. Hey. Oh. Forsaken, puro pistol lang, oh. Yabang, 2 Spectre lang. Yung iba, ayaw pang bumili.
Matalino dito yung PaperX. Sasabayan nila eh. Sasabayan nila sa next buy pa rin yung KRX. Ay, yung triggered. Sa guard.
Alam naman nila, sige. Kanina nga, classic lang. Ubus kayo sa amin eh. Ngayon pa kaya.
Camera taken out.
Walang initiator tong PaperX ah. Wala silang flasher. Isa lang. Paranoia in the house. And if they don't get the perfect timing against Forsaken and Jing, it's over. I promise you! Oh my goodness!
Uy! Classic lang yun ah.
Wala na to.
Wala na yan.
Okay. 13-0, PaperX. Let's go!
Oh, kaso na ko yung Spectre. Pero di din tatagal. Naputin nyo. Siyempre, sayang yan. Diba? Sukli pa. PaperX. Kanina talaga, actually napapansin ko dito sa PaperX is, sila yung isang team na talagang hindi sila nahihiya na either walang initiator or isang initiator lang na hindi mo expect solo ini. Kanina, nakita natin sa Haven, Sky lang initiator nila. That is very uncommon. Madalas ng mga team, kung may solo ini dyan, Sova, o baka nga Breach eh. Pero Sky, tas gumagana dito sa playstyle nila na talagang sagasa, aggressive. At tignan mo, sabi ba naman natin aggressive si Jing? Simula pa lang ng round, tas sa Heaven na agad.
Sa
diba?
APAC, hindi na ako magugulat eh. Diba? Black and blue.
Medyo masyado
Na wala tayong initiator comp here in Split. Tama ba ako? Diba? Stage 1 pa lang last year. Walang nag-initiator comp dito sa ano. Sa Split.
Common
It's
siya.
weird as you may take into it. Pero it's actually effective with Paper X. And now that it's 2v2, we only have Bekai. That's just it. Pero good eco pa rin. Aside. Good morning nga pala sa aso ko na si Johan na nakalabas ng kwarto ng kuya ko. Hindi ko alam paano ka nakalabas at nakapunta sa kwarto. Pero good morning sa'yo.
Ano pangalan ng aso mo?
Si Gohan.
Ay,
Gohan
kaya
means
pala.
rice in Japanese. Itong chow chow, pom chow kasi ang kanyang breed at hindi ko alam paano siya nakatabi. Labas sa kwarto ng kuya ko. Pero ang galing mo in fairness. Hindi ko alam paano ka nakalabas ng kwarto, pero idol na kita. At inaantok pa siya ngayon. Gusto niyang kunin yung burrito na kinakain ko kanina.
Ninja pa yung burrito mo.
Oo, ninja niya. Nakaabang eh.
Ang baya. Abangers.
Abangers. Marami akong kilalang ganyan. Abangers.
Abangers.
Sa makabilang X.
Talagang inilapag ni Ray Ray.
Ang mga X.
Ang mga X.
Oy, tatandaan niyo hindi ito yung X na X Yung letter X, diba? XYZ. Letter.
1, 2, 3.
Uy! Sinabayan ni Jing, oh. Natakot eh. Back ka agad siya sa may...
Oo nga eh. Takot ka pala eh.
City eh. Takot ka pala. Wala pala to. Oh.
Uy, sayang. Sayang. Back.
Pero at least,
ayun lang.
ay, naku, na-judge. Tinuruan ni Super MJ to si Saya player.
Sayang, muntikan pa. Dapat pitas na ni Benka yun. Hindi lang tumatama. Ang karakteristik si Jing, hindi tumatama. Simula lang yan. Ay, kaso nabawian nga ni Jonah. Ang hirap mag-hold dito na naka-operator lang. Malapitan pa naman. Kailangan ni Mindfreak na mag-pop off dito. Pero hindi darating doon. Davai. Last one.
Wala na.
Madadabay-dabay ba nito? 1 kill. Pero hindi niya mahahabol ang defuse. Save na lang. The guard. Patay pa nila. Pero okay naman pa rin pa sa Paper X.
They just need those necessary adjustments. Seems like they've been playing defaults all throughout Black and Blue. Oh. Kinda get it, but di nila makuha yung pickoffs against the guard. Napakadali kasing i-dictate na yung pacing na ng raise ni Jing all throughout. So, kailangan the guard dito is to actually kailangan PPX dito is to actually just maybe gawin, kung 8-8, gawin na lang 4-8 yung tempo nila. Yun.
Okay kill muna, Uy, nice one. Marshall lang yun,
Oh.
Put down. Uy, so sinet na ako na magandang timing dito. For a second, duduin niya talaga to kahit Marshall lang. Alam niyang kayang-kaya niyang humedshot sa ulo. Dalawang engot pinagsama.
One brain cell. Ay, advantage sa baril.
Nagbigyan. Partida.
Black and Blue.
Yo.
Habang nananalo ang mga The Guard, anong masasabi mo sa raise ni Jing?
Magaling.
Magaling.
Magaling mag-raise si Jing. Kasi, madami siyang suot na bling. Kasi, madami ding minamahaling.
To be honest, minsan lang makita na sobrang galing mag-raise sa APAC. Kahit sa VCTPH I think there's just only one na sobrang na-impress ako.
Sino pa ba?
Si Wild Warrior.
Akala ko si Super.
Super MJ. Magaling na si MJ. Pero I mean, Sa VCT. Kay Wild Oreo talaga ako na-impress mag-raise. Other than that, wala pa. Si Blurred nandun eh, pero hindi pa rin. I think I like Blurred when he's with the Jet. But with that raise, I'm not yet a big fan. Pero kay Wild Oreo, yes. Ikaw, sino ba notable player na nakita mong napakagaling mag-Jet? Para sa'yo, Black. Ay, Jet, para mapakagaling mag-raise.
Kung hindi si Super Michael, o kung hindi si Wild Cremo, dami din magagaling eh. Siguro para sa akin na no bias. Magaling mag-raise si Jeremy. Magaling siya mag-raise.
I like that again. Actually, I gotta agree with you. Ganun nga si Jeremy mag-raise. Siguro, I just want more of Team Secret siguro. This coming stage, Black. Nakulangan ako sa kanila last time. Hopefully.
Di din sila nakaabot kasi. Pero, syempre, tayo, alam naman natin sa lahat na sa puso natin, number 1 pa din sila. Kaya, hinihintay lang natin na umabot ulit sila sa international stage. Kasi kayang-kaya nila pa din. Babawi lang yan. Yung last stage 1, partida lang yun, pagod. Diba?
Napagod na. Napuyat.
Puyat
Kulang sa
kasi.
internet.
Kulang sa internet. Oo.
Hopefully. Sa APAC naman, all in all, kanino ka nagagalingan mag-raise kapag APAC, hindi na VCTPH? Ako, I gotta agree with Jing.
Si Jing magaling. Madami talaga Madami talaga. Pag tingin mo, lahat ng mga team na naglalaro, halos lahat sila may at least isang magaling na race player eh. Na hindi mo talaga masasabing basta-basta. Si Monyet magaling. Galing Onyx. Ayun. Uy! Galing naman ng Bunny Hoppers nun.
Nag-satchel in, satchel out, plant to spike. Ginaya si Super MJ. Tinuruan daw to ni Super MJ, balita ko. Pero nga lang, as for Benkai, goes for a plant. And I think just because of they missed out in taking down Jing,
it
became, big sa side ng Paper X, and they can actually get that good control here in A side, and one of the members ng the guard is just gonna go down. Saya player is just gonna be it. Net takes down the vibe, but the post plant, they can just wait along with it, but Jing! Nag-whiff! Buti na lang si Mindfix Winea, nakakagad nilabas ang neural theft mula kay Net, mula kay Benkai, at ngayon, Valin was able to take down 2, at we only have Benkai with the clutch. Along with it, he was able to take down Threat at 1-1. Low on HP.
No time!
Oras. Hindi niya niris. That's it. Good game coming in from Paper X.
Nice one. Medyo risky, medyo delikado. Ginawa nila, nag-plant sila para sa Heaven, para ipaglaban ang Heaven. At nag-boost si Divide dito, doon sa ramp. Hindi nila na-expect na nandun si Divide, kaya nila nakahanap ng butas doon sa raise ng itong si Saya player, doon sa raise ng The Guard. So, nice one din. Galing dito sa Paper X. Delikado nga kasi may smoker pa din. Itong The Guard. So, masasmokan nila ang Heaven, which is ang power position dyan. Pero nagawa naman ng paraan. Kaya wala din masasabi. So, nice one, Paper X.
Yung mga plan for Heaven, oh my goodness. Yung plan for Heaven para natin Black and White, it's always a crucial one,
Mahirap siyang ipagana, pero pag gumana, malakas.
And with the comp ng Paper X, actually, mirror match ba? Mirror match, no?
Hindi, walang breach yung Paper X.
Double duelist. Yun na medyo natatalo.
Ubos.
So, kailangan dito ni Jing together with Forsaken is to really contest yung mga tutok. Kasi mechanically wise, they can do it, but
nice!
Mindfreak takes them out! Forsaken gets that hold against Jonah. At isa-isa na nauulo ng mga miyembro ng The Guard. Paper X does the work. Akala natin sa The Guard na. Yet they were able to make that. What a play and impact coming from Jing together with Forsaken specifically. Pero si Mindfreak talaga. Nung nabawasan yung dalawang miyembro, alam mo nang mahihirapan sa retake ang mga taga-The Guard.
Alam mo, Rere, sa buong APAC, yung spot na yan, si Mindfreak ang isa sa pinakamahilig na nakita kong gumagamit ng angulo na yan. Ba't ko naalala? Kasi pati kami sa
Kalaban ni
SB, nadali ka din kami din sa angulo na yan eh. Kaya alam na namin yun eh. Pero yan, isa yan sa isang pinaka-paboritong spot ni Mindfreak. Tinitipihan niya yan sa mismong execute talaga para ma-overwatch siya yung rampa at maharangan niya talaga at maabangan. So, very, very big thing na makuha nila yung round na yon. The guard forced on an overtime. Alex, sabi niya, buti na lang. Medyo kinabahan ako doon.
Sino ba coach ng Paper Rex yun?
Yan, si Alexon.
Si Alex.
Boss Alex. Ever since kahit nung counter pa, siya yung coach nila. Actually, itong team na to, nung counter pa, ito pa rin ang team nila. Yung nag-iba lang is si Jing. Pero yan, Devay, Benkai, Forsaken, saka si Mindfreak. Silang apat nang galing sa team ng CS nila. Tapos si Alex pa din yung coach nila nun. Tapos ngayon, lumipas silang lahat.
So may foundation na talaga tong team na to.
Oo. Kaya, dyan dalaw ng SB, parang, uy, nandito kayo ulit. Kayo na naman. Nakita mo ba yung dating post nila? Yung parang Bren versus Nasa yung pa din yung mga tao.
Funny, no?
Pinagkaiba lang nandun si Wits.
Shot nga pala by Wits.
Ha?
Tropa natin si Wits. Alam mo ba guys, sa mga nagtatanong, kami mga taga VCT, kami yung casters siya mga team. Tropa-tropa namin lahat din eh.
Oo nga.
Nakakatawa nga eh.
Gusto mo bang shoutout kay Scream? Sige, mamaya, PM ko siya.
PM mo nga. Masabi pa follow na rin.
Sige.
Oy! The guard! 350 ah! O yun nga!
Yun lang.
Ay di, nag-force pala sila.
Force, bye. Gumana. Bye. Okay Valen sailing to the 4th round.
But the fact na itong Paper X, they are actually earning a lot of rounds in their first half. This is pretty big, black and blue
Attacking side.
mo, itong breach comp na to, here in, well, it's good naman in both sides, pero hindi kasi makuha ni Trent yung perfect timing, to be honest. If he only gets the perfect time to shut down Forsaken and Jing, then siguro it could have been different. Aside on the guard. Pero hindi. Diba, nakita ka naman sa mga teams natin, kapag magaling tumiming ang bridge, it's gonna be okay. Pero uy, may heal lang. Healing galing mula kay Davay. At ngayon ang Paper X. Oh, they tried to play along with Saya player. Takes down the satchel.
Uy!
Pero, Jonap, sabi sa'yo, nakakatakot talaga pag si Forsaken nakatatapat mo. Mechanically wise talaga si Forsaken is really something. And that's the big thing about when you have a young roster. You have two members na super young. Ganito nangyayari. They're able to take you down. And Forsaken gets a trade once again. Takes down Saya player. A big opportunity once again sa Paper X to actually get into a 50. Pero may dalawa pa kagad. At si Jing, parang kanina meron siyang showstopper. Meron ulit ngayon.
Oo nga. Uy, Jing, mahanap pa niya to.
Oh my goodness, he was able to take him down! And we only have net on the flank. Kailangan mag-ingat ni Mindfreak to get rid of Forsaken.
Worth it. Kaso, naghiwalay sila. Ayun yung mahirap, Rere. Pag naghiwalay, pero walang nakaalalay.
Ay.
Boom! Uy! Timing! Malas naman. Up to Mindfreak na ngayon. 1v1. Ay. One-way smoke.
Mauulol si Net dito. Mauulol! Oh my God. Mauulol nga siya.
Lang. Huwag kang mag-pick, Mindfreak. Alam mo namang 8 seconds in defuse eh.
Ay!
Ginagawa mo.
May oras siya?
Meron.
Ay,
sayang.
Asim mo doon. Sakit mo sa ulo. Bakit?
Bakit? Alam mo namang 8 segundo yung defuse eh. Bakit pa?
Dapat di na niya pinik yun. Hinayaan niya muna mag-half siguro.
Shoulder pick ka lang.
Oo.
Tapos kung pa-half na, doon ka lang kipick. Sige, antay ka mga 3 seconds.
Mali din ni Forsaken to. Medyo nagmali kasi. Ayun, no?
Diba?
Diyos ko po.
Sayang.
Spectre na nga lang, naging bato pa tong sa side ng paper. Next, nag-lead tuloy yung
Kung ako yan,
Tagal.
wala, talo pa din.
Natatandaan ko, Black and Blue. Yung yaban nyo sa naos.
Oo. Sa split din yan, di ba?
Puro sheriff no?
Ba,
Ang laki ng laban no? Sa split lang.
Oo, sa split lang. One map lang. One map.
Lahat sila, sheriff lang dapat kada round, di ba? Sakit tumutok kaya anak siya
Oo. Pero... Laban. Pero naka-sheriff na lang sila. Pero in fairness, di din namin setup. Kaya, alam mo yun, hindi komportable.
Siguro ko naglaro na si Ilu,
Siguro kung parang Ilu, Asoray ako,
Raph.
Bim, tas Raph. Oo.
Nakakamiss din yung mga dating pang-master natin.
Oo.
Shoutout nga pala, Vime na rin.
Vimes.
Nakakamiss. Doon talaga guys, ang panahon,
Paramdam ka
nagbabago
naman?
lang. Parang nagre-roster lang kami. Sa stage 2, I don't know.
Baka kayo, gusto nyo madagdag.
Malay nyo, Tagalog na pala si Black and Blue dahil sa
Oo
Masters,
nga.
naging Tagalog caster siya. But, si John Up!
Ang sakit naman.
Pumalo! For second, gets a check!
Nice,
gets a
bawi.
2!
Nice!
Nice, bumawi! Nice one, baby kicks, cupcakes! Ayun!
Oy!
Oh my God! He was able to take that swing! Walang heal yun! Galing kay Dabay!
Oo nga, dabay. Huli pa. Nice one. Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng pangyayari dito. Somehow, naibawi ng PaperX. At yan talagang kalakasan ng PaperX. Dahil sa sobrang impacto ng tutok ng dalawang duelist nila. Pag magulo ang pangyayari, may chance talagang maibawi. Kasi i-aim labs lang nila yan
Grabe kapag may young roster ka talaga, Black and Blue.
Oo nga. Yang na nga, madami pang experience. Kasi yung si Forsaken, parang 14, 13 pa lang. Pro na yan.
Parang bata pa lang ata ito, computer na
Legit. Kasi ba naman, ang kapatid niya, si X-Curate, siya yung Forsaken ng Apex sa CSGO. Kaya sumunod lang siya sa kapatid niya, sa kuya niya.
Sino ba yung mga bata na roster sa PHC? Si di ba?
Madami. Naos.
Naos. Si Blurred ata. Bata pa lang. Kasing edad lang yan to si Susanto Si Jason.
18.
Alam ko Oo, 18. Pero ngayon, si Trent, he tries to play it aggressive. He takes down Jing. Jing has been eliminated. 4 left all to the side of PaperX. It's not impossible for these guys to actually win this. Pero, si Forsaken mas gets so active. Alam mo But he can pin them down anytime. But Trent takes him down. May follow-up that kills. Maktatrap ang mga taga-PaperX ngayon sa ramps.
Pwede namang bumak, pero ang PaperX kasi, hindi talaga sila team na talagang slow down, tapos babak, pupunta sa kabilang side. Talagang ihintay lang sila, tapos i-go na lang nila ulit walang rotate, di sila pupuntang B. Kaso iniikutan na silang the guard. Delikado to.
Masa-sandwich sila ngayon. They take care of the flank, they can go into A side. Pero if no, that's just it.
May trap, buti na lang may trap.
Pag wala, GG ka. Okay, buhay pa si G. May pag-asa pa.
Inesmokan yung city. Makakatawid sana papuntang site. Nice pick, Jing. Dito para ma-open up na nila. Isa na lang natitira dito si Valin. Will he be able to find even more mind freak? Masya-shutdown. Kaso the fact na namatay si Benkay, ibig sabihin nun, nakalusot tuloy dito si Trent. Wala silang malay na nanggaling siya sa A-main. Sakto na huli pa nga si mind freak. Here comes the fault line. 2v3. Kaya-kaya pang panalo.
Pag na-clutch si Dabay talaga, kamukha na si Wits. Fur. Alam na niya. Ay, mahirap to. Patay to. The card takes this against PaperX. Diba? Ang daming young roster sa... Actually, pinaka-young na roster talaga na nakita ko sa VCT Stage 1. Si Naos, tama ba? Oo, young roster lang yun
Balita ko, Team Secret daw, tsaka SBA, pinakabata.
Ayo. Nagkita si Tito Pro, nakita ko yan.
Si Batang Pro.
Si Tito Pro Oo, si Batang Pro. Sa tuwing may karaoke, nagkikita kami niyan ni Tito Pro.
Kung
Sabi ko,
gusto
"Tito Pro."
nyong, guys, bisitahin kayo ni Batang Pro galing SB, edi magtayo lang kayo ng karaoke.
Oo, grabe. Ang galing kumanta niya, Tito Pro. Tapos, sabihan nila, Tito Pro, nagme-maintenance ka ba talaga?
Araw-araw yan.
Grabe, may pa-lineup. Ang ganda ng lineup na yun,
Oo nga, pati slow orb na line-upan.
Oo may lineup na rin slow.
Uli.
But no, don't disregard! Jing with that one! He takes down the third kill. Maglalabas makakatala. Sino tumakbo? Tatakbo. Yun, nakita niya. Ayun, natatakas. Sinipia na lang. Ang pambabastos na lang ginawa eh. Dahil alam na lang si It's Jing, we're talking about, he can eliminate them. Just press W. At hindi talaga matapatan ng mga taga-guard. Yung fog style ng mga taga-APAC. And now he will be able to get the ace! Natuwag pala si Chet and Valen. Paper Rex, oh my goodness, 6 all!
Ilang beses nang naka-ace si Jing dito sa buong Masters. Parang pangatlong ace na ata niya yan eh. Nagawang RG lang, na-rank game tong mga international
Mama buff eh. Mama buff.
Ba't mama?
Mommy buff. Mommy buff. Diba? Tama ba ako? Si Jing yun, diba? Ang supportive ng mommy niya. Akala ko ang ate niya yun eh.
Talaga? Nice.
Good. Kasi yun ang mga like tweets or kaya mga RD. Napaka-supportive ng mother niya ni Jing.
Mother. Father.
Baby. Sister.
Baby. Sister. Aso. Pusa.
Pero, black and blue overall, this is a nice half from the side of Paper Rex. No cap, fur.
Grabe. Ibang klaseng rank game ginagawa dito ng ng Paper Rex. Talagang
pag naka-queue mo yung Paper Rex sa si Jing tsaka si Forsaken magkaduwa, tatanggapin mo na lang yung yung talo. Kaya lumalagpas ang 1K no?
Kung magagawa mo.
Hindi talaga kaya tapatan ng EMEA tsaka ng NA. Yung Pog style na APAC.
Siyempre, baka APAC yan, di ba? Kaya, ano pang laban mo?
Ay, black and blue. Matanong ka na, sino favorite mong controller sa PH? Top 3.
Top 3? Hindi, siyempre, si Borkum, una. Si Ja, pangalawa. Nang bias yan. Pangatlo, si Micro. Altang bias yan. Ikaw?
What ko? Siguro magbe-base ako sa performance ng VCT Stage 1. Ngayong taon Si Ja talaga. Number 1. Pag nag-Astra, katakot eh.
Pangalawa.
Si Jelicious ng Naos. Grabe yung clip na the clutch, the spread up, black and blue.
Lahat na lang eh. Hindi ko nga malala.
Sobrang na-shock din kami ni Vil nun eh. Kasi akala namin talo na yung Naos nung round na yun sa bind. Di ba na-pick off si Blast, tapos si Jelicious na lang yung natitira? Diba? Tapos ang third ko si Ryu. Yeah, I think pinaka-fave ko talaga si Ryu. Iba yung sobrang impressed talaga ako sa once na nakapag-ultimate siya ng Viper Speed. Sobrang impressed talaga ako how he manages to get those clutches. Pero all in all, favorite ko alam mo sino si Nats. Tsaka si Scary.
Scary?
Oo, idol din. Kamukha si Rosie ng Blackpink. Ginawang lalaki lang.
Takot.
Oo. Ayan. Shoutout sa'yo, RB Portillo. Yan. Shoutout sa'yo.
Shoutout.
Uy, Paperex, paralo niya na to. Para tulog na kami.
Oo nga, para tapos na. Sige na.
Masyado nang maraming demand yung first game eh. Zeta together with Liquid. Set loads.
Tumagal eh. Humaba eh. Map trip eh. Sana ito. Tapusin niya, VaporX. Doon naman tayo maaabot eh. Alam naman namin matatalo niyo eh. Wala ka sumakay eh.
Uy.
Uy.
Kawawa naman si Forsaken.
Oo nga.
Pero makapag-mid control ngayon. The guard. Pero
The guards.
Black and Green, all honesty, sa tingin ko panalo dito, PPGL eh. Ayun o.
Legit.
Pero legit to no, fair, no cap.
Fair.
Oh my goodness, 2v3. Dapat hindi na matalo dito ang mga taga-PPGL. Yan ang sinasabi ko, pero huli na nga nila, na-dink pa nila. Alam na nila kung nasaan, but... Ay! Ha?
Ano nangyari? Ba't ganun?
Asim. Napaka-asim, PPGL.
Asim?
Asim.
Nananalo yung mga... Yung the guard dito ng mga rounds up talagang... Hindi dapat, alam mo yun, parang okay na. Nice one, PaperX, ganda ng laro. Tapos, ay, ba't ganun?
Outs, gege.
Outs, lods. Hirap yun.
Oo, men.
Oo na lang, oo, men. Omen.
Magaling si Omen. Ano yan, no? Kung may isang team, nag-Astra Comp sila dito. Kaya, naisip ko lang.
Bakit hindi?
Hinihintay ni Forsaken kasi may mag sa kanya. I was thinking about that. Pag na-3 ng PaperX, to panalo sila.
For sure.
To, may mini boga si Jing. Ang tanong, siswingan kaya siya? Ay, alam nila na may makakapag-stretch kagad sa rap. Boom! Ayun na nga! Ay, hindi. Mahihirapan sila manalo. Wala din nga bawas kagad si Forsaken. Wala. Sige. Next. Ay! Oh my goodness! Si Dabay nakapaka-cancer. Ayun na nga. Sinasabi ko! Forsaken ka sa headshot! Trent na lang ang natitira! Spectre! On your hands! Madaming sisilip sa dyan. Sige, alam na nila kung nasaan siya. They know what he's holding right now. Pero ang hirap nito. Grabe talaga. Mechanically. Where's the last ng PaperX? How the Team Secret? Paano kaya nila talaga natalo tong PaperX? Sa tingin ko din talaga ang Black and Blue. PaperX really deserve that win. Pero Forsaken, Diyos ko po. Okay. Mananalo PaperX dito, Black and Blue. Naano lang sila, nag-asim lang sila kanina, pero ngayon medyo, kumalma sila kumalma. Sa discipline ba? Ayan no, grabe, accurate, man. Forsaken, sobrang nakakatakot siya.
Ibang klaseng galawan to ni Forsaken talaga, na pati sila nagugulat. How did that happen, man? Why did do that? Diba?
Oo.
Okay Let's go, PaperX. Sumasagot dito. Nakuha ng anti-eco. Nakuha ka mo ng eco. At sila naman ngayon ang naka-anti-eco. Kailangan nilang mag-ingat na hindi magpasagasa dito. Uy! Grabe to si Devay, Kaya timingan. Swerte lang yung the guard na hindi sila nahuli.
I love the Vice, Sky talaga. Pero with the Sage, I really do think the support that he gives sa teammates niya is something commendable. Oh my goodness. Wala na siya slow orb.
Wala pa yung wall. Ingat. Uy. Saktong slow kan. Wala nakatingin sa kanya. Paranoia. Boom! Boom!
The Vice makes the dream work! Ay, Diyos ko po. 3v3 pa.
Sana sinugod na lang niya.
Uy, ingat! But then Jing takes them down one by one. Si Jonah, walang armor.
Gastos.
O yun.
Wala.
7, 8 people.
May bandal. Kunin nyo.
Ay!
Yun.
Gagalit na si Coach.
Oo nga.
Grabe naman, Forsaken. Di ko na alam. Ba't ganito si Forsaken? Tingin ko galing pa to Black and Blue?
Wala pa yan. Umiinit pa lang.
Wala pa to Oo, bata pa to Di ba mga si Jeremy, si Farside Jin? Yeah, bata pa na si Farside Jin.
Katulad ng sinabi ko mga kahapon, Ray, kinong kakukas ko si Dax naman na ang APAC talaga gumagaling sa lower bracket. Doon mo talaga makita ang tunay na na laro ng isang team na galing APAC pag nasa lower bracket.
Parang ano lang no? Parang metal lang eh. When you're pressured, you actually, di ba? Pick up the better product. Pero, nako, nakahawak ng operator si Forsaken. Lalo na't pumapalo siya sa Marshall na yan. Kahit nga Marshall hawak yan eh, okay lang eh.
Nice
diba?
goal.
Oh no.
Uli ka! Uli ka, boy. Siyempre, kaming mga APAC, alam na namin yung ganyan. Pero hindi nyo alam moves namin. Oh, yan, di ba? Alam na namin. Uy! Pasalamat ka, Jonah. Hindi tumama. Uy! Nahuli na naman si Boss. Sige na. Nag-res pa dito. Pero, alam namin yung galaw. Ah, sige. Hindi ko hinabol. Kaso, hindi siya kasha. Hindi siya kasha. Basagin mo na lang.
Kailangan ma-cut off ni Davay to. Oo. Pag na-cut off ni Davay, okay to. Ayun. Good,
okay lang yan.
Good job na to.
Oh, 3v2.
Hoy, Magic, ayusin mo.
Aga.
Ayan.
Aga. Medyo maaga. Pero at least na delay niya.
Ay,
nice
alam
one.
na.
Wait. Ubos. Ubos! Ang bossing.
Paper X 7-9. Let's go. Pag-force pa naman yung the guard dun. Ganda. Pog start. Alam mo kung kalaban nila, APAC team, dikit lang to eh. Kasi ang gagawin talaga ng Paper X, they get asim and asim ng kills until they get the momentum eh. Diba? They play with a style like that that focuses sa fundamentals na kagad like, yun, machinery. And it's actually working. Oh, Davay. Oh no, he's just gonna take them one by one. Ang ganda. Ang ganda nun. Paper X, let's go! Paper X!
Boom!
Ano sabi ng panel? Malakas daw yung the guard. Saan? Sa split? Parang di naman. Bawas naman kahit armor.
Tapos nagtatanong pa sila, ba't split? Pinili ng Paper X. Ang tanong, ang totoong sagot dyan, ba't nilang iniwang bukas kalaban ng Paper X? Ba't nilang pinabayaan na pwedeng piliin ng Paper X ang split? Mali niyo yun, Chong.
Actually, nagtataka ako ba't inopen ng the guard yung Haven? Ba't nila pinili?
Oo nga.
Diba?
Ano bang ibinan? Macheck na, macheck. Breeze! Ah, gets din naman. Wala kasi naman Paper X sa Breeze.
This is a Paper X map dito. To be honest.
Oo. Ganda ng dito na to para sa Paper
X. Kasi it's also different when it's DRX we're talking about. Kasi APAC lang din yun halos. Yung movement ng DRX, it's just APAC altogether.
Sa totoo sin, aside from sa talagang top #1 level teams sa ibang region, mas nahihirapan pa kadalasan yung mga bang APAC team pagkalaban ng ibang APAC team eh.
Grabe yung disiplina dito niya, no? Never ko nakita si Jing na nagtapon ng plane shots na patapon lang talaga. Never pa, all throughout.
Cage triggered.
Oh no. Pag na-pick off si Ben.
Ganda!
Oh my goodness! Important kill yun.
Here.
Si Nef pa naman yung na-pick off kagad kayo ng Paper X. There's
ang ganda.
Ay, shucks.
Ang ganda nung trap ni Benkay doon. Alam niya, huling-huli pa naman. 5v2. Wala na kayong chance sa the guard. Let's go. 7-11 na to ng Paper X. Ubusin nyo na. Nagpa-flank si Valid. Medyo delikado. Pero huling-huli ni Forsaken. 30 lang natitira. Kaya ba nilang going flawless pa to? Sabay! Gets the round! 11-7!
Ay, Paper X! Alam mo, I don't know. Na-feel ko lang back and blue. Alam mo yung NA Pride kapag veto ng map. Sakit nila to kahit sa CSGO eh. Diba? Like, sa Team Liquid, sa iba pang NA teams. Sakit nila to. They still take pride sa best map nila even if a lot of teams will be able to read them so much. Like for example, sa side ng Team Liquid nung sa CS:GO, 'di ba inferno sila ng inferno kahit winnable na sa kalaban nila. Like Haven. Dapat nga, ginawa na lang nila. Nag-ano na lang sila, nag-high risk, high reward sila. Ascent na lang siguro sila or fracture kaysa sa gantong comp ng mapa. Ay, hindi sila mananalo. Split pa naman. Ang dangerous dito ng Paper X. I think mas okay pang kalaban mo yung Paper X sa Ascent kaysa sa Split.
Ay.
NA, near airport talaga,
Near
guys.
airport.
Wala tong
Akala nyo. APAC. Ibig kasi sabihin ng APAC. Always playing at kampante. At confident padaka mo. Confident. Sobrang confident. Alam mo ba't lamang din ang Paper X dito? Kasi purple na ang kulay ng Masters. Kulay ng Paper X yan. The Guard din naman, oo. Sige, may purple. Pero nauna yung Paper X. Okay, gaya-gaya.
The Guard lose this, it's a GG.
Oo.
Ayun lang. Ready yung tatlo nilang Ready tatlo nilang ultimates eh. They can use Saya player to actually get the first frag. Pero the fact that Saya player is not popping off here in Split, and I don't see much from Saya player here in Split. Kahit sa iba na lang matches, may hirapan talaga yung The Guard all throughout. Tatandaan nyo, no initiator sa Paper X, yet it's working. And alam ng Paper X, hindi kailangan nila yung shutdown eh. No Saya player, no The Guard win. Ay, naku, ang asim mo. Oh my God. Jing takes down 2. GG. GG talaga. Ang high risk, high reward. Nagagawin ni Jing! Oh! Nasa aktuan ni Saya player. Expected siya. Good Good read mula sa The Guard.
Yun Pero sige, pagbigyan. Total, medyo nakakaya kung masyadong tambak, di ba? Uy, hindi tumama. Pero, na-clean up din. Sige, Saya player. Magaling naman talaga si Saya player. Aaminin natin. Ever since OW, bago pa mag-Valorant, talagang impacto talaga siyang player. So, naintindihan naman natin. Pero, hindi ito tatagal. Pinapatagal nyo lang ang alam namang nating end result, which is 2-0 ng Paper X.
At ang bilis ng mga rounds. Mahirapan na Paper X dito.
Cover going out.
They got too excited sa mid. They need discipline. Okay naman ginagawa ni Jing. Pero hindi parating magiging effective yung all throughout the round. Yeah?
Sige, pagbigyan. Saya player, nice moves. Nice moves din yan. Respeto naman. Alam naman natin na magaling talaga siya. At magaling naman talaga ang The Guard. Pero mas magaling kami.
Oo. Mas magaling ang mga PH teams. Pinulang lang sa experience.
Pinoy pride yan.
Oo, Pinoy yan si Benkay eh. Yan si Wolf eh.
Oo, si Wolf yan. Talagang kahit anong bang-bang. Magaling.
Uy. Ready ba yung mga... isang kill ni Jing! 4 seconds.
Attacker spawn.
Sim, the second time pa rin nila gagawin, no? Black and blue. Kahit hindi nag-work ng unang round, as long as it's gonna work the second time, it's okay. Ay, yun lang. Sasaksakin niya si Forsaken. Ay! Oh my God! Ayun lang, net. Ba't di mo ba kasi pinatay? Pinag-litripan mo pa. Match point. Okay, alam nila kung nasaan. Di niya pwede i-waste ngayon yung sa clutch niya yung ano niya. Alam niya, nakatingin. Boom. Blagadum to sa mukha. Oh, di ba? Match point. Paper X! Black and blue. Pag nanalo Paper X ng Masters 1, magkakajowa talaga ako ngayon taon.
Sana mangyari para sa
Yeah.
Teka lang Nag-tweet na ako. Hinahanda ko na
Hinihanda mo na yun. All I can say is, wow, PaperX. I'm in love with PaperX. This is PaperX 2.0. They're really good. Diba nung time ng Champions, ang heartbreaking nila panoorin, Black and Blue? But this time around, this is different. My goodness, against the guard, an NA team, although nakita ko ng comments yung the guard daw talaga, optic, di lang talaga kumain nung araw na yun. Pero, this is big for the APAC scene. I think talaga ang APAC, they need more recognition than the usual. Kasi dati, di ba, alam naman natin sa ibang bangpang natatalo tayo, pero ngayon, sa Valorant scene, ganito, against number 1 NA, PaperX is really denying the odds. Jing.
Huli!
Halata na.
Tilted na yan.
Ang tilted na. Kalat na nila. Black and Blue! I'm so happy, PaperX!
Oh, man! Oh, man!
What?
I'm so happy. Dito, para sa PaperX. 3v5. Wag lang natin iba to, mga kaibigan, mga tropa. Kaya mo yan, Boss Forsaken. Boss J. Boss Jason. Matagal.
Galing ni Jason?
Matagal ko na itong sinusubaybayan. Siguro mga 3-4 years, almost, actually, maybe even more. I've been watching this kid. Ever since, parang gamer pa, Face It ladder pa lang. Hindi pa siya nagpo-pro masyado. Alam ko na yung pangalan na to. At ang satisfying makita ng PaperX na pinapakita talaga na dito that APAC is not a joke. APAC is the #1 region in...
Oy!
Uy, teka, masyado kong pinupuri. Natatalo tuloy.
Di natalo na sila dito?
Wala na yan.
30 seconds left.
But sabi dito, Happy Easter. APAC means apakalakas maglaro.
Apakalakas.
Pick of 1 win na ng PaperX to. Okay, hintay na lang. Oh, yun lang. Oh, no! Goodbye, Valin. You get the clutch. It's so impossible. Alam na. 30 HP. Oh,
yun, GG. GG.
PaperX! Alam mo, mix sila ng young roster and old roster. Diba? Mga oldies and new ones. Hey, all I can say is, event kay, worth it yung mga costume mo. Congrats!
Near airport.
Bye-bye! Uwi mo na the guard. #1 NA. It's okay, guys. It's hard. Pero at the same time, Black, it's really heartbreaking. It's a 2-0, remember? It's a 2-0. If it could 2-1, you could have seen the effort coming in from the guard.
Si Benkay, pinisbump na lang yung sarili.
Diba? Pag 2-0 to, it could have been 2-1. Maintindihan mo na it's just PaperX getting the advantage sa comp. Pero yung Haven talagang napaka-importante sa the guard. Yet they weren't able to take that. Siguro, ewan ko, minama silang double duelist Dismiss, take the lure out. Pinaglaruan sila ni Jing like what he usually does as a Pog champ. Pero it's not just about being a Pog champ anymore. This is all about discipline. And I think Jing, last time, nakita natin, di ba, Pog champ na siya. The teams, they know how to shut him down. Pero the way that he is more disciplined ngayon and more smarter, you know already na it's Jing 2.0. They improve really well with the help of Forsaken. The amount of time they've been doing yung mga rank games nila together, it's really manifesting sa side ng PaperX. Ang ganda. It's all performance talaga na kailangan nilang gampanan. The heartbreaks they went through, it's really worth it. Pero wala silang solo, wala man ng double initiator sa Haven, yet they were able to take down a strong team such as the Guard.
Grabe.
APAC
is not a minor region. APAC is the #1 region of Valorant. 3 of the top 6 teams in VALORANT Masters are from Asia. PaperX, DRX, at Zeta Division. I think this is a good case, Ray, to prove that APAC is here and APAC is dominating.
I'm happy. This is a good news, Black and Blue.
Sobra.
Zeta Division, DRX. I think they suffered so much na sa mga nangyari sa atin from Masters 1, 2, 3, from Champions, from LCQ. They went through a lot of things. And I'm happy na ganito pala yung improvement na nakuha nila. The iron hearts that these guys have. I'm so happy to see them like this. And congratulations sa PaperX. Although walang King PH team. Pero syempre, APAC pa rin. And Black and Blue, hindi na ako magulat if APAC yung mananalo ngayon. And I also really want, that's my biggest wish right now, na magkakas kami ni Vil ng Grand Finals na APAC teams parehas or APAC team ang mananalo.
Ako din. Yun yung talagang kung sana may umabot sa Grand Final sa APAC team, sana pareho. Kunyari, DRX versus PaperX na naman. O Zeta Division versus PaperX. O DRX versus Zeta. Basta APAC Para talagang walang masabi. Ang tagal-tagal na nating APAC, Asia as a whole, kilala as a region na medyo mas minor pagdating sa FPS. Hindi yung number 1 region. But I think now is one of the best cases to prove that we are definitely here to stay. And malaking bagay ito, malaking inspirasyon sa lahat ng mga team na galing SEA. Lahat ng mga team na galing APAC, Korea, Japan, and the entirety of APAC. Kasama na rin doon yung mga South Asia nating mga kapatid. Kasama na rin doon. And it's a very big inspiration para sa lahat ng ginagawa dito ng PaperX, DRX, at Zeta Division.
Minor region daw, sabi nila, guys.
Oo nga.
Minor region, by the way. But yeah, it's just a start of something new here in APAC. More recognition. Sana sabihin ng panel naman, i-acknowledge na talaga nila na sobrang galing ng APAC.
Ano pa yan, Ray? Partida pa yan. Home court nyo pa.
Partida pa to, ha? Oo, 3-6 to, ha? 3-6 to. Nasa Iceland tayo. Paano pa kaya? Malay nyo, dito mangyari sa Singapore or maybe in Philippines. But guys, thank you so much for watching us on the 2 matches here in VALORANT Masters. We are your shoutcasters. I am Ray, and of course, join me here is Black and Blue. Nagtagalog siya all throughout. Maraming salamat. Happy Easter Sunday, guys, and see you for tomorrow's set of games.
Powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
elimination is on the line here. It's time to see the guard take on Paper Rex. This is going to be bloody.
One enemy remaining. Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
Another tap Forsaken with the Blade Storm. First, shoulder. The second, the Blade's not landing. The Vandal, he has to reload.
You saw the outcome
It's
out.
a game with chicken. It's Forsaken. Does it. The 4K, the Red Bull clutch for Paper Rex.
Easy, man.
One enemy remaining.
The guard's map pick goes over to Paper X as they put the guard on elimination.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
What? What's up?
Spike down
Paper Rex take down the guard, and today is the day the term minor region dies.
As you guys saw there from the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, Paper X, they live to see another day. And not only that, Mitch and Kukuka, that was their first ever international win.
Exactly. We cannot say the same for the guard, but it's so good to say Paper X just renewed. They bring in that new chain, Jing, that it's everything that we want and more. And it's really, you know, heartwarming to see them being so happy after last year only getting one map.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, coming into this day, I was really hoping we wouldn't see the same form as we did yesterday. This is a Paper X that came in confident, and it showed. The dividends were there. Jing in particular, sure, it might not have been the Reyna, but he still got the job done.
I was going to say, were you happy with the raise? Because you wanted to see that Reyna so badly.
Look, it's something I can't complain about. My man's almost walking out with a 30 bomb. I'll give him the credit. The raise definitely worked. You know, it's just a situation of with how good that Reyna was, I was scared we'd see them revert to what we had previously, but no, Paper X came in confident here, and sure, they got the legwork done on the attack, but we haven't seen that much of their defense. Even regionally, they tend to dominate the attack, so they don't have that many defensive rounds to play through, but it was impressive, and exactly as we said, you know, Bankai's utility, it was on point. We see that setup on A where he's able to get the the trap, taking them down through the smoke. The same thing just the round before, I think it was, they had the one-way still online on A, super late in the round. This guy was on fire, and we said we hoped that his Cypher would be impressive, and it damn well was.
I think that it is surprising because even though it's like a super fast team, being super explosive and even being extra aggressive sometimes on the defense, everybody seems to know exactly what they have to do until what point they can go crazy, when they have to come back home. And you know, I just really liked it as a whole.
I think the word crazy just sums up a lot of what we saw today. And I think one man who deserves to be called perhaps the craziest player we have here, of course, is Jing. And let's take a look at his ace once again in the Verizon high-speed moment. I feel like he's getting a lot of aces in this tournament, but this is crazy.
Let's just put it easy, 52 kills in 2 maps. Like, this is not even going the full distance. It doesn't matter what agent is going to be performing, especially in the rounds where it mattered the most. He just keeps going. He gets 2 kills and he gets the showstopper.
Yeah, it's something to watch this guy when he's on form, when he's confident, and as they said, feeling it. It comes in the form of the Reyna on map 1, and right here, his raise was on point, but his aim taking it. And again, what a way to close out that half it was. Just sheer dominance from Jing in all of these duels. The nade coming through to even chip up the players. It was gorgeous.
I think we're really looking forward to see what we see in the future for them, because of course it's not over. I really want to see them against another team. Also sad, you know, that the guard is going home without a win, but still it's their first experience. I also think that it takes, you know, something to make changes from one day to another, knowing that you're so reliant on the strengths of your team, but you want to work forward into what's put right in front of you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Paper X, also a team, they came into their international tournament. They also walked away with no wins. So I think these players, they need to learn and get some experience here. I have no doubt if the guard come back, they're going to come back pretty strong. I do want to talk really quickly about one guy, Bankai. He looked great in the walk-in. He looked great on stage as well. And on the server, he's standing by right now with Sideshow in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, I'm here with Benkai, the penguin of the hour, the man who's just come off beating the guard, and you had to wash your face. You haven't changed your shoes, but you had to wash your face because you had black makeup all over your nose. Yeah, that's just normal for you, is it?
Yeah, so I just told the makeup lady to just make my nose black before we walked on stage, and it's just something that I committed to, you know? Like, I always commit to like the walkouts, you know? The walkouts are like an important part for me.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to prep another one as well. I love the fun attitude that Paper Rex take in all of this. If we see you going further into like the lower bracket, final, maybe the grand final, something like that, are we going to see a serious Paper Rex? Does that exist?
No.
That's it, just no. Yeah, fair enough. It feels like a lot of your team as well is powered by these wild plays. I mean, we saw Jing, we saw Forsaken just go crazy in this match. As an IGL, from your perspective, how do you balance the discipline that is required from them at times with the freedom for them to go and make plays whenever they can?
Honestly, I don't put either of them on a leash. Whenever they just feel like they have a good feeling about making a play, I'll just let them do it, regardless of if the enemy has been punishing us, like making aggressive plays for the last few rounds. I still wouldn't care. I'll just let them do it anyway, because it's what they're comfortable with, and I don't want to be like the kind of leader that binds them, you know? I just want them to like go crazy, you know, like the classic Forsaken go kill, Jing go kill strat. Yeah.
Benkai, very skilled IGL, known for his main strat, Forsaken and Jing go kill.
Yes.
I also wanted to ask you, you had an interview yesterday where you said losing is really important. This was after your game against ERX. Losing is really important. It humbles us and teaches us what we have to fix. What were some of the things that you came into this game looking to fix?
We are looking to fix our dirty laundry, because in the hotel we've had pretty much dirty clothes up till now, and the launderer, like the laundry guy, just left on Friday because it's Easter, and we knew that we had to win this match if we wanted to get clean clothes. So that's what we were playing for.
Right, no, that's a serious motivator. I get that. I get that. You've made top 6. You're guaranteed top 6 of this tournament. There is a different region being represented by each of those 6 teams. Who would you rather eliminate, EMEA or Brazil?
Ooh, this controversial, man.
Exactly.
Whoever is.
Who are you going for? That would be G2 or Loud.
I haven't gotten death traps from EU before, so maybe EU.
Fantastic. There you go. There's always something new, isn't there? There's always something new.
Yes.
And you've got a walkout planned, right?
No, I honestly wasn't expecting to win. I only had 2 plans. I need to plan one more now.
Okay, well, quick to the costume store. That's where you need to go. Thank you, Benkai. Yes. Appreciate the interview so much. It's so much fun watching your team. I hope you continue to get those wins. Appreciate it very much. That's it. That's it here at the interview stage with Benkai.
Thank you very much, Sideshow. But someone get Benkai his laundry. I feel like he deserves to get his clothes washed
Out of all
after
the
that.
things that he said, you picked up that he needed his
Yes, that is the one thing I wanted to pick up on. Because the man needs clean clothes. He's got another walk-on he's got to do.
It was his motivation.
He was not expecting it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what he can pull. I mean, there's a lot of things here in Iceland, so I'm sure that he's going to find something.
Yeah, it's going to be thematic as well, right? We've had the Penguin, we've had the Viking. I'm curious to see what he comes up with.
Maybe a volcano.
Yeah, hopefully he can go down. He's getting his new clothes. His clean clothes are going to be there. He'll get his costume. It's going to be great. I want to know though, did he actually get his fist bump? Because I saw when the game ended.
Yeah, that was
I saw it, Benkai. Did you get your fist bump? He didn't.
No.
He did.
Come and fist
Benkai,
bump us.
Come over here. Let's
You
go.
can fist bump.
Let's
Yes,
go.
all round,
Run by the desk.
Let's go.
Let's go. There we go.
We
We'll do
got
what your
you,
team
we got
wants.
you.
Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations, Benkai.
You can never we can't leave him hanging.
No,
man.
I saw it. He walked by everybody, and they're all just so focused on the game and on celebrating, and the poor guy was left hanging. We can't let that fly.
Yeah, I do want to also pick out, one of the insight, he told us one of the most successful strat, I would say. Maybe the second most successful strat was Forsaken Go Kill. Let's take a look at that.
So the first one is Jing Go Kill, right?
Yeah, let's take a look at that in action in the HyperX Reflex. Kakuka. I think pretty high success rate. With
This is amazing. It's crazy because he's not only going for the body shots, he's literally going 3 kills. Pure headshots here. 1, 2. I think that is the typical.
Last one. Yep.
Oh,
there
it's
you
just
go.
so clean, and it's so difficult to not go against only 1 killing machine, but 2s. One that is going to be holding from behind, and the other one is going to be literally in your face.
Yeah, this was altogether a great example of actually what Doug said during the cast. He said it was night and day difference in terms of confidence in Paper X coming in today, and I couldn't agree with it more. They looked so comfortable. The picks were good for them. The map, we said it coming in, right, that the veto looked good. Haven being picked was a big surprise to me. I said in the green room before I expected it to be the decider because I didn't think anyone would pick it with it being so good for both teams. But Paper X came in with a new lease of life today, and just like Doug said, they were getting froggy.
You had to get that in, didn't
I had
you?
to. They really drax them sklons. You know what I mean? Bet 2 people get that reference, but it's worth it.
But I do like how the way that they play in game is so reflective of their kind of outer game personalities. Benkai is like, I gotta commit to my bid. I gotta commit to the costume. And in the game, they're like, we gotta commit to Jingo kill. Like everyone's on board with this strat, and they just send it and they win. Speaking of Jing, earlier we asked you guys to vote for player of the match, and we have the results here. I wonder who it was gonna be. To be fair, Singaporean
It's a combination between the two. You cannot have one without the other, so you have to have the full package. So you have to have Jing.
I will say that in the past we've had like Kesnet Reina, Scream Reina. I gotta say, I don't know how you feel, Mitch, but this is categorically the best Reina we've seen on international stage.
It's about the teams that they played against as well. These are not slackers. These are not teams that you can just go around and frag. I'm going to say they're not teams that you can just W key and run down and kill them all, but I guess he can, which is the crazy thing about it.
I think the problem that we've always seen with the Reina is that if you don't perform, if you're not getting the kills, there's very little that you can do on the other side. The problem is that Jing doesn't care. He's always, and if he doesn't get the kill one round, nothing is going to tear him down. He's just going to keep coming back stronger.
Can't wait to see teams having to anti-strat that.
I mean,
I can't wait.
What's the anti-strat to no strat?
This is a reality. You know, they came in day one, they picked in the Reina, and they said, this is just confidence. We were feeling it. And there in the interview, you heard it again. Feeling, trust. These are the things. Fun as well. You know, how many teams are like, yeah, we like to have fun during our game. We like to match our personalities. This is a team that right now, I think is like the best vibe in the tournament. It's going to be hard to knock them off that pedestal.
And there is a very big chance that they might have to face Zeta like later down the line. I don't know how we're going to feel about this, but let's take a look at the tournament bracket because we have our top 6. And for the first time ever at an international tournament, the top 6 consists of one team from every region. We got EMEA, APAC, Japan, Korea, NA, and Brazil all in there. So this is really like a battle royale now of all the regions.
It proves that it works, right? It proves that it works. We have been sending these. Why do you have to do that? I'm gonna bring up bad memories. We've been sending teams to international events. It's been no secret. We have had minor regions and major regions, and I think for the first time we can look at this and say NA is the only minor region left.
I was going to be like, you scrap the idea.
Oh, sorry, no. Every region has reached the same level, and everyone's going to be great now.
I back that. I
love
back that.
NA.
Yeah, commit to it. Commit to it. But yeah, tomorrow we have 2 very big games as well. G2 is going to be playing Loud. That's a massive one. And of course, the Optic, as you said, the minor region going up against Korea.
Yeah, no, but all jokes aside, you know, it really is a situation now where anybody can take it. It's hard to pin a favorite coming in. And we've had our year of Valorant with like G2 winning every single tournament. We know how boring it is to have clear-cut favorites. And at this point, I don't know. I could see a team like Zeta easily making it to grand finals with the way they've been playing, and absolutely anyone else on the list can push there as well. The best thing as well is they all have very different approaches to the game. Look at Paper X, look at Loud. Like, the way that these teams are playing the game is almost exactly opposite. And it's going to be so fun to see these different styles that have now really fermented over the last couple of year or 2 years. Now we're going to see them clash in what is really the best state of Valorant that we've ever had.
But I think that also speaks wonders of the game because it doesn't matter how you understand it, there is always a right answer and it's not only one single answer.
Yes.
So the fact that we have it all coming in together with all the hard work all the teams have been put in, not only during the past year, but especially and more specifically after the last patch, the one that adapts the fastest, the one that actually, you know, gets the key is going to get the win. And it doesn't matter what region they're coming from, everybody's like fighting as equals. So it makes us really excited.
I'm very excited as well. I thank you so much, you two, for for joining me today. Sadly, we've had to say goodbye to 2 teams, but we do have our top 6, and 4 of those teams are going to be in action tomorrow, starting with DRX versus Optic. We'll see you then. Well, we've heard a lot of nice from Zeta so far, but Team Liquid, they're not here for the pleasantries. They are here to kill dreams.
And it's done. Zeta closed down map 1. The fairy tale is not over yet.
One enemy remaining.
Make it 4.
You're amazing, Chappie. Let's go. Let's go.
13-4. We are going the distance. All the maps now to be played out. Zero has done the unthinkable, the unimaginable, and the dream is alive for Zeta.
What an impressive performance from these guys. The dream run indeed.
Elimination is on the line here. It's time to see the guard take on Paper X. This is going to be bloody.
Another tap Forsaken with the Blade Storm. First, shoulder. The second, the Blade's not landing. The Vandal, he has to reload.
He saw the op come out.
It's a game with Chicken. It's Forsaken. Does it. The 4K, the Red Bull clutch for Paper Rex.
Easy, man.
Woo!
The guard's map pick goes over to Paper X as they put the guard on elimination.
What's up?
Spike down.
Paper X take down the guard, and today is the day the term minor region dies.